atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan. Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ketujuh adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah Todak mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara mampukah RSG MY dan tim SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita.
You are the problem.
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control.
Get him!
A bit early for warm-up, but I'm fine with it.
Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skills animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skills mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between two fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Guzhan. Guzhan's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Guzhan with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Guzhan's scarf to reflect the two brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Guzhan's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Guzhan. That's why we're bringing Guzhan's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhan in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhan's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dog.
Sepuluh adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
Tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan.
ditutup.
Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah Todak mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara, mampukah RSG MY dan tim SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Hey, hey, hey. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a
kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win.
I'm
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rock star.
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star.
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star.
MPL Malaysia Season 10 is powered by Munton, presented by McDelivery. It's the perfect time to catch all the action with McDelivery. Free 6 pieces of chicken McNuggets for you, and all you gotta do is purchase through McD's app and enter the promo code MPL10 during checkout. Official smartphone, Samsung Galaxy A series. Immerse yourself into the world of Mobile Legends with the official smartphone of MPL Malaysia Season 10. You'll be sure to experience an epic gaming performance on the Galaxy A53 5G.
Champion Extra GG with Garnier Men. Fight 99.9% acne-causing bacteria in just 10 seconds. Bikin Sampai Jadi with Hotlink. Game your way and Bikin Sampai Jadi with Hotlink Prepaid. Get your choice of unlimited internet or high-speed internet on the always connected network.
Official gaming chair, Secret Lab. Partners in eSports, Joe's Barber, EGG Network, TikTok Live, eSports Charts, and ESI. Good afternoon, Malaysia, and welcome everybody to the MPL MY Season 10. For today's schedule, we have SUHAZ eSports up against Orange eSports, the number 5 ranking in Group B versus the king of Group A, SMG versus CARACAL. As CARACAL's new players come in, will SMG be able to take the heat? And the following last game of this week is going to be Todak versus the HOMEBOIS. A hot rivalry as always. Expect to see some fantastic games today here at the MPL MY. Hello everybody, my name is Getting Q. This is Terrence, ICBaby12, and including our very special guest here, all the way from the Philippines. We have import players and now we have import casters. This is Burger Kim.
Hey guys, yo, what's up? And I'm still amazed that I'm sitting here right now. I was just expecting to come and watch MPL Malaysia, but I got so much more. So thank you so much for the warm welcome.
Hey, of course, anything to get somebody else on the English broadcast, because I can tell you we definitely need the extra talent, let me tell you.
I know for a fact that they have been sick and tired of watching just me and Gideon for the longest of time, but it's great to have you on board here, Kim. And I've got a little bit of curiosity as well, because you're from the Philippines. How did you end up here in MPL Malaysia? Can you talk us through a little bit in the journey on how you made it here?
Yeah, it's quite funny actually. You know, I was talking to the production, I was talking to everyone, I was talking to mentors, and they're like, you know, guys, I got this shot at MPL Malaysia, and they're like, you know, there's still no casters. There is a caster search in the Philippines, but you know, there's none just yet. So they're like, you know, just grab the chance in Malaysia. And when I was booking my ticket, I was like, I'm actually doing this. When I was sitting on the plane, I was like, I'm actually doing this, and when I'm still here, I can't believe it myself. Like, you know, it's worth the shot, and any day I would love to do it because I love casting. I love playing the game, and it's an honor to be here.
Well, we're glad to have you here at the MPL MI. With that being said, today's games are going to be extremely exciting. So you picked a good day to join us here on the MPL MY, and to kick us off, it's going to be SUHAZ eSports against Orange eSports. Unfortunately for SUHAZ, they will not be able to make it to the playoffs considering the current position in Group A. However, Orange eSports, the kings of Group B so far, looking mighty hot, like so good right now.
Yep, they seem to be unstoppable as of yet, but without further ado, let us welcome both SUHAZ eSports as well as Orange eSports as they are going to be walking up on stage, up on screen for you guys.
Orange eSports.
Coming up onto the stage, it's Orange eSports with brand new haircuts. Man's looking kinda sleek here. Valence looking real fly as the kings of Group B make their way onto stage.
Well, we've got the fans cheering them on. Valence being the silent killer. Fun fact about Valence is that Valence has already passed the 100 kills milestone and is currently top in the charts in terms of the kill department out of all the players here in MPL MY Season 10.
Yeah, wow, Orange eSports looking really good right now here on stage. The complete roster, and there you go, they're gonna make it their way to their seats.
SUHAZ eSports.
And their competitors, SUHAZ eSports, here today looking to snatch away as many points from the kings themselves.
Yeah, you know what, I actually was on the elevator. I was on the lift with them earlier, and they looked really reserved, but I'm definitely very excited to be here today. So for SUHAZ eSports, you mentioned it, like slim chance, but you know, they're gonna give it their best shot here at MPL Malaysia.
Yeah, but at the same time, we do see fans as well supporting the members themselves going to be playing on stage. And on top of that as well, this is going to be a learning experience for the SUHAZ eSports junior team, because it's all about thinking of the big picture, going the extra mile, and preparing for the upcoming seasons. However, like we said as well, SUHAZ eSports, their journey ends in towards the playoffs. But of course, when it comes to practice, when it comes to skills, we have to talk about the brains between both the teams, and that is going to be the coaches and analysts. Coming up on stage, we have Orange eSports as well as SUHAZ eSports.
Yep, this is going to be an exciting draft here today with Ryzen as well as Rexvin as analyst and coach, Aush and Haru as coach and analyst of their respective squads. The battle only begins during the draft. Most people would think otherwise, but setting up your advantages for your players is going to be key in this season.
Yeah, and this is going to be a pretty interesting one between both of these teams as well. And rumor has it as well, Orange eSports is, of course, you know, still undefeated thus far coming from Group B. But I've heard a little bit of rumor, if they get the victory in this series, they are going to be up for a very, very interesting record here in MPL MY.
Yes, currently, let's first talk, before we jump into that, right? SUHAZ eSports kicking things off, 40% first blood rate, 20% tower rate, and their fastest game against no other than Todak, being able to 15-0 them is still an accomplishment.
Yeah, 10 minutes, that's a really, really short game as compared to the usual stats that we have. It's like 15 minutes, but this is a record-breaking for SUHAZ as well. And you mentioned it, they're here for the experience, they're here to get some learnings, and definitely take all that you can get.
You know, that's the beauty about the SUHAZ eSports, right? Ever since like the recent roster changes, we saw a little bit of a slight of hope in their performance, and even in their match against CARACAL, I saw moments of brilliance where they do have the capabilities and the skills to actually make it to the top. But in terms of, you know, communication, teamwork-wise, maybe even understanding of the meta, maybe in that department they're lacking a little bit more. Hopefully, after this season, they will come back stronger because we have had Cinderella stories like this in the past.
Well, that's actually what I wanted to bring up here. It's mad respect to SUHAZ eSports here because this was supposed to be their junior roster, and the fact that they're fielding them on the MPL stage as the main lineup, it puts them at odds. Like, are they completely ready? Absolutely not. But they are getting to that point. We're seeing progression every single week. Every single time they hit the stage, they're getting better and better and better. But we have to talk about Orange eSports. Right now, the kings of Group B.
Yep, and when it comes to Orange eSports, of course, they are undefeated thus far. And the record that I was talking about earlier just now, was that Orange eSports is up for a running to actually fight for having one of the longest winning streak throughout the entire MPL MY regular seasons. And this is going to be a very difficult one because it is still a mighty milestone for them to achieve. So for them to take the win, they need to get a 2-0 victory.
Wow, a 2-0 victory? Well, I think for Orange eSports, based on the stats, that is very possible. But again, you know, SUHAZ eSports, you don't know what they're going to bring out. I think that's really the beauty of teams that are new, are fresh. You don't know what they can bring out. You don't know what they can dish out in every match.
Well, that's the beauty about Orange eSports, right? And especially when we talk about the keys to victory, here's what we're going to be looking for. Number one, mid laner impact. Number one that comes to my mind, Stormy. He's already looking really, really good. And he's also getting very close to his 100 kill milestone.
Yep, we've talked about how his ranking has kind of dropped a little bit earlier today, pre-show. And we talked about how he hasn't exactly appeared yet for the past few days. And for him to appear now, he needs to play catch-up. Fun little fact is that he's the only mage player in the top 5 to be in the top 5 in the running for higher skills.
Yes, this Stormy that played the Hellkurt mid, if I'm this season? Wow, like Hellkurt Petrify mid. I've never seen that. I've seen that in a few other smaller tournaments, but in MPL, wow.
Look, I mean, this ain't MPL PH. That's number one. I would never expect someone to actually bring up the Hellkurt for sure. But we got to talk about specifically conquering and control. Something that Orange eSports has been showing a lot of expertise at with, and especially Valence, the shot caller of the team, leading the team into the right directions. Even when he's focusing on his own lane, he's still, well, I don't want to say micromanaging, but giving the call, hey, this is what you should be worried about. This is what we should be looking for.
Yeah, I definitely agree. It feels like it is micromanaging, but one thing about Valence, when he takes the role of shot calling, right, he dictates the macro aspect of the game for the team to actually set up for the victory as well as objectives. But of course, for the audience as well as the people at home, this is going to be the prediction on who is going to be taking the win for this match. Surprise, surprise. Of course, there is going to be a little bit of margin heading to a SUHAZ eSports favor, but Orange eSports still taking a majority of the lead.
Oh, wait a minute. That means Zal's family ready to give it their all. Despite the fact that SUHAZ isn't going to be able to make it to playoffs, they're still showing support. That's some true fandom. That is a true supporter.
That's one whole row full of like SUHAZ supporters.
Oh, they all have a hashtag as well. Hashtag family means Zal. I love it. I love the camaraderie. I love the family support coming in. But guys, if you haven't known about it yet, we are spamming at Malaysian Book of Records. So if you guys don't know yet, Malaysia MPL MY specifically has been the longest running, I would argue, the best Mobile Legends League. No, but that's you know, up to a few. But make sure that you guys in the comments spam it, comment, share it, mentioning, and use that hashtag Malaysia Book of Records for audiences in the venue and who are watching online. Help us to get the Malaysia's longest esports league award from the Malaysian Book of Records.
records.
Yes, please do so, because we know we're the best, we're the longest, we're the #1 here in Malaysia. Come on, guys, you gotta help us out. But at the same time, of course, you want to show support for your teams, be sure to hashtag 10Bersama. And of course, you know, a little bit more reminder, tag Malaysia Book of Records, please and thank you. But without further ado, we are going to be 18 seconds left into the game. I'm curious to see what kind of draft that SUHAZ eSports is going to be bringing to the table to try and surprise and catch Orange eSports off guard, who's considered to be one of the best thus far here in the regular seasons.
Personally, I don't know. This could be a lot tougher than what people would imagine, because when a team is backed into a corner with nothing to lose, the drafting phase can get really, really crazy.
Wow, Orange eSports immediately banning out the Paquito. We talked about this, guys, earlier that this Paquito seems to be a comfort pick for SUHAZ eSports.
For a lot of teams, actually. Now that we're seeing it as previously in weeks 4, weeks 5, we did see it as more of a flex pick, more often third pick choice within the first phase. But nowadays, people are highly prioritizing it, becoming more of that comfort pick, like you mentioned, Kim. Julian going to be the quick follow-up from the side of SUHAZ eSports.
I want to agree and disagree at the same time, but what I do agree is that when it comes to flexibility, it all comes down to the current meta, right? We've talked about this over the seasons as well. When it comes to first pick, second pick material, you want to either pick power picks or keep your options open as much as possible. And obviously, I think Season 9, we talked about Cho, first pick, etc. Like that. It's not exactly the meta pickup, but it's great in a sense where you can play it in roam, you can play it in XP. Paquito fits that role right now in the current meta, where you can play jungle, you can play XP, and it's annoying enough to a point that you may force out some unintentional bans just for the sake of, you know, outbraining your opponents.
Yeah, I do want to give out a point. Like, you mentioned the XP Paquito, you mentioned the jungler Paquito, but in the Philippines, well, it just debuted this week, a Paquito roam. Okay, that...
Paquito roam.
Wow, that's interesting.
Ooh, that's
I've never seen that before.
I don't know. I'm thinking about Fredrin Roan a little too much, and it's hard for me to imagine that a fighter like Paquito with so much strong base stats can be played in. Well, actually, now that I mention it, that's counteracting my own point. He has the base stats to be a roamer.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm actually looking forward to see an XP Fredrin. We haven't seen any so far for the past few days, and day number 3, I'm hoping to see it up on Todak. I've seen a couple clips coming from 4Maze. He's shown a pretty sick Fredrin counterplay, but is it playable or not? That's gonna be a different question. However, we do see the Kufra ban being set up from Orange eSports. Seems like they are thinking of setting things up for the Fanny, and of course, these past few days we've seen a lot of Fanny pickups. So SUHAZ eSports, do they straight up banning the Fanny, letting go the Akai, maybe even letting out of the I would say
Faramis
the Faramis as well. So this is a lot of power picks being let through.
That's a good call, Kim. That's a really good call. But I think right now Orange eSports prioritizing getting the Fanny. The question is whether SUHAZ eSports is going to respect it or say, hey, you have Fanny, we get Faramis. Whichever you want, it's up to you, but we'll respect the choice regardless.
Yeah, it's either the Faramis and the Wanwan, I'm thinking. Those are two power picks that either SUHAZ or maybe Orange eSports wants to pick up. But you guys mentioned the Fanny, so I feel like if ever that's the case, SUHAZ has 2 power picks to pick up if Orange prioritizes the Fanny.
Here's the thing. I want to believe you that they want to go for the Wanwan, right? A lot of teams should be going for the Wanwan. But after yesterday, where Wanwan was completely let go into that first phase, it kind of... I don't know. I'm a little like not very confident for a lot of teams picking up the Wanwan. But Orange eSports, they've been setting this up for the Fanny for the longest time. Subway is going to have a good time. SUHAZ, I'm expecting Faramis, Wanwan.
It's surprising enough to see the 1-1 just completely ignored yesterday's games, but I'm pretty confident that Orange eSports will not let this off. So SUHAZ eSports, they've got to take it unless, and I mean unless, they want to pick up the Faramis right here and right now. And I think they definitely should, because we've seen them play it against Todak. They brought the Faramis, they brought the Diggy. I wouldn't be surprised that it will completely annoy Orange eSports in this opening pick if they decide to go for that composition.
Yeah, this is really difficult. I mean, SUHAZ, I know they revolve mostly around Abumon scaling up, and with the Fanny being put into play here by Orange eSports, I feel like that's going to be very difficult for the gold laner. And there we have it, the Faramis being picked up and the Claude. So I was thinking of a 1-1, but Claude.
See what I
picked up
mean?
here.
See what I mean?
This is Malaysia.
This is Malaysia. It's our strongest point, but also our worst quality at the same time. With these power picks, I think, you know, in many other regions, 1-1 would instantly be picked up here, especially if you are on the red side. But now, blue side, they have an opportunity to pick it up for themselves. And, I mean, we've seen Valens play it on the world stage during MSC and during the regular season. It'd be no surprise if they decide to pick up 1-1 now.
Yeah, I feel like it's a pretty okay pickup. But let's talk about how we deal with the Faramis composition, right? We've seen drafts like they play around with Diggy trying to mirror up against Faramis. We've seen Valentina as well. We've seen the Claude to try and deal with the HP, temp HP coming in from Faramis. And I think from SUHAZ Esports' perspective, they just want to deny the Claude because these are one of the very few marksmen that bring to the table. But another hero that actually deals with this is actually the Eve, a super underrated hero that actually slows the movement speeds of whoever is within the cult altar. This is something that we've seen happen before, but not so successful in winning or even taking a game against a Faramis.
Oh, guys, this is Orange Esports really wanting to set up like clashes after clashes. Eve, Fanny, and even the Irritel, so much burst, so much damage already for the side of Orange Esports.
I think it's very in character with Orange Esports. They want a composition where they don't necessarily have to commit to a fight. And I think considering that Stormy has been one of the best positional mages, like fundamentally his positioning is very, very good. He doesn't make too many mistakes. The Yi feels perfect for him in this case for the re-engagement against SUHAZ. They lock in the Esmeralda, and now it's about counter matchups in this second phase. I'm expecting to see the Dyroth bans. I'm expecting to see, well, I hope we do get to see Fredrin let through, but please, somebody pick it up at some point.
Yeah, I hope so. That's going to be the case. But as soon as you speak about the Dyroth is going to be banned off right from the get-go. Not exactly sure whether or not the Diggy will be banned from side SUHAZ Esports. Estes is something that is a pocket pick we did see yesterday towards RSG. I'm not exactly sure if AIM does play it. We've seen a lot of mage roam coming from Orange Esports. The Diggy is something that he was one of the first to bring to the table. Roaming mage Diggy with complete mage items, completely zoning the opponents. So I think SUHAZ Esports, they've got to be a little bit aware of what AIM's hero pool is. Meanwhile, from side Orange Esports, they are, if you think about the composition from the Irritel as well as the Fanny, it feels like they're trying to take advantage of this armor shredding coming from Irritel to kind of allow Subway to actually get a little bit more value with those steel cables.
Well, I feel like even with or without the armor shred, Fanny just has such high numbers that it's not really going to matter, right? I think the most important thing about the Queen's War is to actually stop SUHAZ Esports from getting too close in range to get maximum value out of that cult altar. And I think with Esmeralda, like SUHAZ Esports are building this composition around the Farmist in comparison to Orange, who's looking to kind of slow them down, build a moat, build a wall so that they can't really get into the castle.
Wow, SUHAZ Esports has this composition that they want to build around like the dive. Like Esmeralda, Claude, these are dive heroes. Plus you got the Faramis to sustain you with the cult altar. So I feel like SUHAZ, it's a great ban coming out from Orange Esports that they took out the Balmond because they can completely do all those dives.
I mean, not only that, SUHAZ really recognized that, like, hey, we want you to not build that wall, build that moat. We want to dive hard, and Diggy is the #1 counter to these compositions.
Now, I'm curious to see what kind of draft that AIM is going to be brought to the playing. What kind of hero that AIM is going to be playing to the table, because I feel like in this situation, I feel like considering that Farmist does get close up and personal, there is going to be a lot of value to actually play the Kavita if AIM decides to go for it. But Orange Esports, they're banning off the Link. They know this is something that SUHAZ Esports is very comfortable with in terms of jungle. Split push is something that you don't really want to have the Fanny to be running around to try and mirror against the Link. So I get that this is coming from Orange Esports, but when it comes to the junglers coming from SUHAZ Esports, they don't really have a lot of options when it comes to dealing with a Fanny. A Paquito is something that has kind of stride waves here for the past few days to actually deal with a Fanny. But what is a good jungle matchup against a Fanny as of yet?
Give me Thamos. Come on, come on. Thamos?
I hate Thamos, I'm sorry.
Can we agree on Thamos, Kim?
Yeah, I would say that Thamos is a pretty great pickup for SUHAZ. I mean, if it does go to Orange Esports, I was thinking of like, what could be the possible XP lane matchup here? Like, it's either a Thamos Esmeralda, maybe even a Masha Esmeralda, but for SUHAZ, I feel like it would be great if they do pick up that Thamos, but they're going to go ahead and pick up the Baksha here.
Okay, Baxia was my second option because I like Thamos. I'm an EXP laner, and I really enjoy seeing EXP being played into the jungle to a certain degree. Paquito jungle, Thamos jungle, real fun stuff. But Baxia really works for their comp. Hard dive, get in there, fight.
Yeah, I think when it comes to teamfight potential, I guess SUHAZ Esports is thinking from a perspective where Orange Esports might try and mirror to actually outmatch the Faramis, where teams may consider bringing in a Estes to actually kind of fight against the Cult Altar, which is very similar in terms of the Ube strategy. But you talked about the Tamos. Baxia is a great way to deal with the sustains coming from Tamos as well, especially pre-4 before the first item pickup. So this is an okay-ish draft coming from SUHAZ eSports, but I'm curious to see what the final pick is going to be from Orange eSports, and that is going to be Kadita. Value up on that outs coming in from AIM.
Kind of strange, but then again, it's not too far away from AIM's hero pool. Previously playing as a mage, now going in towards the support role. It feels like, again, we don't get to see AIM play too many tanks. We've only seen him play Atlas so far, so this still fits his mage enchanter style role.
Wow, it's more of like surprises here for Orange eSports. I was actually expecting like perhaps like an Atlas to be put into play, because there's a lot of heroes that you can take control of in SUHAZ. So going for the Kadita, that's quite surprising for me.
I mean, I think he's looking to get that 100 kill milestone too.
I agree. But at the same time, if you think about it, Orange eSports is pretty much one of the very few teams here in regular season that plays a double mage composition down mid. And they have been one of the very few teams to successfully run with it and win games throughout the entire seasons.
Well, let's see how good it's going to get, because looking at SUHAZ, this is a strong composition, especially with the Grok. They have reliable ways to stop a real-world manipulation. And hopefully, the early game doesn't fall into the hands of Orange eSports, because Subway can do a lot of work with this Fanny.
Yep, as we are going to be heading in towards the game very shortly as well. The fans are really excited to see how things are going to go out with SUHAZ eSports here, drafting a very interesting composition with a lot of intent. However, when it comes to execution, can they beat the best of the best in the business? Orange eSports currently top in the charts for Group B.
Well, let's have a look at the compositions one more time, starting off with Orange eSports. They're trying to defend. They are trying to slow down the assault coming in from SUHAZ eSports. Hard dives and guaranteed ways to stop the re-engage. It's all about execution this time as we make our way for our very first best of 3 here. Week 6, day number 3. Let's jump into the land of Dodd.
Well, this is going to be game 1 for Orange eSports and SUHAZ. We are seeing AIM going to be thinking of going for a little bit of an invade on towards Razin. So I'm a little bit surprised by this play. He's only a pretty squishy player, while Minzao is thinking about going for a little bit of harassment. However, we're going to be taking a little bit of pause here to try and understand what is up through both these roamers' minds.
Man, I mean, on a debut game, like you were bringing this up. It's like, do they have a lot of pauses here in MPL MY? No, and immediately after it got jinxed.
I shouldn't have asked. It's here. It's here. Immediate pause. But you know what? You were talking about the roamers immediately invading. So this is something that I haven't seen that much in MPLPH, but here it seems to be very evident. I mean, both roamers from both SUHAZ and Orange go ahead into invading the jungle side.
I think it's important for a lot of teams, and they want the guarantee, right? A lot of times you can assume, oh, if it's Fanny, they're going to definitely start on that purple buff side. You want to make sure that he's going to be on that purple buff side. So with the invade, you get a double confirmation. Yes, that is going to be the start. And I think even for Orange eSports, they could look to defend it, but instead, they might just steal away the enemy's purple buff.
Yeah, that's going to be a case as well. But I can get it when it comes to matchup of roamers to actually go in for the invades, right? We know Franco does this a lot. Once upon a time, Jawhead is a great one as well. Hilda is something that is super annoying to deal with. What was really surprising, I get that the Grok invading against the Fanny is understandable. But what I don't get is that why is AIM also taking a risk with the Kadita to try and harass a Baxia? I feel like it's super counterproductive and very risky in its nature. Hopefully Orange eSports doesn't get heavily punished, but even if I say that it's only level 1, there's still a lot of what ifs and what could have happened.
Here's the level 1 interaction. Kadita's gonna walk up, you're not gonna up any abilities, you're gonna walk in, you're gonna say, hey, what's going on here? What's going on this side of the map? If there's nobody, you pull back, you quickly take Breath of the Ocean. If there is somebody, and if they are ready to defend the initial invade, to deny information, you quickly take Ocean Oddity, hop over the wall, you're out of there safe, secure.
Yeah, it's still level 1, right? For AIM, I think what he's trying to do here, well, this is just what I'm thinking.
Speculation.
He's probably, you know, giving vision to the entire team. Like, okay, hey, he's here. Maybe this is how you should rotate. I mean, most of the time, that's what roamers are supposed to do. Give vision to the junglers so they can safely farm.
Well, scouting and getting information is going to be the key to victory. We've seen a lot of games won because of positioning. And I like this is actually happening from the side of Orange eSports. They respect the boundaries and the importance of getting those informations. But as of yet, I feel like as of now, SUHAZ eSports, they've got a lot of heavy lifting to actually do. They've got a lot of ways to actually punish the composition coming from Orange eSports pre-level 4. But once Fanny hits those level 4, this is where everybody's got to take a backseat. You know what? We gotta respect this Fanny. I want to see how Subway is gonna be able to actually dictate the tempo for Orange eSports.
Well, here's the thing. I personally feel that this game really isn't... wait a minute. Valence, Silent Killer, win streak 10-0. Sometimes you win.
Sometimes we... Yeah.
Oh,
I like
wow.
that.
I like that a lot, too.
I've resonated with it right now. I mean, sitting here, sometimes you win, sometimes you learn.
That should be the mentality for a lot of these players. But, okay, coming back into it, reeling it back real quick, I think this is going to be the argument of whether or not Fanny is such a good pick or Farmiz it's too good of a pick to let through. We saw earlier in the regular season that Farmiz was something that a lot of the teams were trying to figure out this new tech. Is it a must pick, must ban? And yes, they immediately said, yeah, it's so good, but is it better than a Fanny?
Well, speaking of which, Aim is not up to shown his cards yet. He doesn't know. I'm not exactly sure what skill he's opted to go for yet. But Orange eSports, they're setting up to try and contest against SUHAZ eSports. Likewise, coming from SUHAZ eSports, Subway doing a lot of damage. They get a punish onto his Minzao. And Subway, very, very nice takedown.
First blood being drawn here by Orange eSports. I was kind of expecting that, right? Everyone was in that area. Something's about to happen.
Something bad, unfortunately, for SUHAZ. But now Purple Buff being contested. Let's see how this is going to play out, because Minzao, he's back, and he did take Pull Yourself Together, so he's going to be back fast.
Oh man, Ocean Oddity, not yet, is level 2. No one's level 4 yet, but I'm amazed at how both these teams are already trying to get a go at each other.
I think that's the idea. It's about the trades, but Alwan is taking a terrible trade on bot side. Valence just harassing him under the turret.
Yeah, this is a lot of pressure coming in from Orange eSports, but what was really interesting about the interaction was that Razin actually held on towards the Retribution to try and set things up for a Gold Crab. However, I like Aim is just giving him so much pressure where he needs to think twice on when he needs to time his Retribution. So timing is going to be very, very essential for him, but the turtle is going to be spawning on the 10-second mark on the top side, and Subway is slowly transitioning towards the top side, while Razin is already in position to actually contest and scout information up top.
This is going to be a fun contestation here because mid lane is getting rushed right now as the rest of SUHAZ eSports are going to be making their way to that side. So it could be that push and pull. Gold laners are not going to interact with each other for now.
See how much Orange eSports is poking SUHAZ eSports, like forcing them to back away, and here comes the turtle. Razin positioning himself here and secures the turtle without any objection.
Oh, Valence so low! Abumon finally taking the trade back against Valence. Both ults already used, but mid lane once again being contested very, very fast here. I think SUHAZ had a really good idea. Pull the turtle towards themselves, use that Guardian's barrier to block off the enemy's side so they can't just commit to any single engagement, because if they do, it's hard for them to flee from the fight.
Yep, good understanding of the drafts coming from Orange eSports. They know for a fact they don't have the early aggression. They need Subway to actually be in the fight. If Subway doesn't want to go, it's just not worth it. And in terms of tanking and opening up the map, in terms of the composition from Orange eSports, they need some time for Neo to build up some lead and economy before they can actually get a little bit aggressive. So I'm really surprised that AIM is getting away with so much information and map control against SUHAZ eSports. Razin looking for the punish. Unfortunately, just doesn't want to risk it. This is a Kadita we're talking about. He's got the iframes to actually get out of there. And as of yet, he's going to be trapped up. He's going to be able to get out. He's fine. He's fine. He's fine.
He's fine. He's able to escape that. That's what Gideon was talking about earlier. He's escaping, but look at Cult Altar being popped there by Orange eSports. And you're going to get stunned and everything. Subway goes in with the cutthroat. Minzal goes down. Jenny as well. And Raisin trying to go for another one. This could be Orange eSports taking in another. He's going to roll out of there, Raisin. Go ahead.
Oh boy, after a trade like that, 3-1 in favor of Orange eSports, SUHAZ making a very good attempt, and I think the ideal was there. However, when do you call it quits? Stormy, he's positioning as always, even utilizing his sprint to get there fast enough to hurt SUHAZ eSports right when they are trying to make it away from that tower dive and turning it into a counter engagement for Orange.
I like the idea that's coming in from SUHAZ eSports to take that attempt as well, but the issue from the side of Orange eSports was that they have so much mobility to actually buy time, and the longer time gets, eventually the Farmers Cult Altar is gonna wean out, and Fanny can just completely shut the way through, and Subway now stealing away the orange buff from SUHAZ eSports. So that's gonna be Razin down with it, and Neo, he's gonna get pulled back, but this is a very tanky Tamus, which requires a lot to actually take down.
Wow. Look at the entire members of Orange Esports already here at the turtle side, really giving so much vision to Subway. And here comes the second turtle of the game.
Oh, aim!
Oh man, aim. Trying to go in for the rough waves. Not just yet. The turtle's gonna be reset here. But Orange Esports and SUHAZ, they know they need to get this right now.
It's a balancing act right now. It's really, they set up the distraction. This could go bad really, really fast, but here comes Subway.
Oh, he gets knocked off here by Minzal, but the turtle's gonna be secured here by Raisin. Subway goes away. There's the cult altar, but SUHAZ got what they wanted.
Yeah, exactly what they wanted. They almost took out another free kill from Orange Esports, but luckily Fanny just that good.
Oh, Valence, however, in a very awkward position. He sidestepped the shield unity, and Valence is going to be able to survive this for now, but for how long? He's down pretty low. Abumon is here to say hello, and then it's going to be a free one for SUHAZ Esports.
Yeah, they're just fishing right now. SUHAZ is just fishing.
Did you see how Razin went back? Like the mind games that this guy is playing.
It feels a little unfair that the shield unity lasts for so long. He comes in rolling, just like, hey brother, hi, you're looking kind of cute there. Rolls off and then comes back again to initiate the dive. But aim?
Yeah, aim. Is he gonna be able to escape? Yeah, he is able to escape that, and he's not gonna be able to use the ultimate. Razin on a killing spree here, and they actually take in the inhibitor tower here on the bot side. Here comes the real world manipulation and the cult altar, enough to sustain the members here of SUHAZ.
Jenny, look at Jenny.
Oh, they're still going for it. They're still going for it. Jenny goes down. Valence trying to pop in something towards Razin. There's not gonna be anything left to take, but SUHAZ Esports, they get in one tower here.
Man, these fights are really awkward. I'm not gonna lie, the fights are like somewhat oddly slow. Like there is a little bit of hesitation from both sides. They are trying to play what we call footsies in fighting games, where you're trying to adjust yourself to see who makes that first move. And when they make that first move, you initiate the counter engagement. So when you see the real world manipulation, somebody gets low, instantly call altar gets popped. So it's whoever makes that first move who loses.
Yeah, and the thing about real manipulation, you saw how Stormy was able to buy so much time for Valence to actually take his decision and to pick his choices, right? He was able to actually punish Jenny because of that play, and the real manipulation, once that Ice Queen ones it up, and I'm pretty sure Stormy gets it as the first item, is completely slowing down the track that SUHAZ Esports can be kited very, very easily, where they need to take a little bit more in terms of attempts to try and make a dive against a run-a-gun marksman, which is Valence as of yet, who's currently only died once. But Neo, oh my goodness, the confidence.
Man, I thought it was a Uranus. No, it's a Thomas cutting the waves for SUHAZ Esports. And right after that, there goes the turtle to the side of SUHAZ once again. Here comes the cult altar, and everyone gets sustained. Here comes the real manipulation.
Oh no, they're trapped.
But mega kill for Razin. Valence goes down. Stormy takes down Arash, and Subway goes down as well. It's a double kill for the side of SUHAZ Esports. And trying to get this purple buff, man.
Oh, that was a big, big catch, and Neo was able to redeem the fight, but at the same time, Stormy's gonna get focused down, but he somehow survives. He actually took down Abumon. Neo tried to make it a last hurrah. He tries to take down Jenny. Unfortunately, it's not gonna happen, but a lot of attempts could have been salvaged in the favor of SUHAZ Esports. What was really interesting was that the setup from Stormy in the prior to this fight, slowing down the aggression with the counter altar, was actually clutched by Minzao with the wall blocks to stop Subway from joining the fight. So that was a very, very big clutch coming from Minzao. Things would have went super, super bad for SUHAZ Esports, but I'm really surprised it didn't go extremely bad.
But here's the thing, this is why these fights are really, really awkward. Both sides are waiting to have their cooldowns up to make sure that they slow down their opponents. If we're already looking at the items so far, Baxia at 2 currently, he can push the waves because of that Cursed Helm, but the rest of the team, I think it's interesting because look at Neo, full tank build, and he goes for a Queen Apocalypse. You don't get to see that build very often. I thought it's like Corrosive Scythe, immediately into full tank.
There you go. They're trying to take towers here. I mean, if it's not going into brawls, you get in some objectives here. So I think that's a very good call. That's what I noticed, right? It's up and down momentum for this entire game.
And let's see whether the up and down momentum is going to begin as the catch already proceeds.
Oh, big catch.
Oh dear, Stormy. He's going to get bursted down. Shut down here by SUHAZ Esports. They're going to go for it. Neo's trying to sustain here. But for the side of SUHAZ Esports, lots of crowd control. There's the Vengeance. He's still up, but goes down.
You hate to see it. You hate to see it. But Orange Esports, I think this is what we can consider an overextension.
Yeah, this is the amount of disrespect coming in from Orange Esports is just uncalled for, considering that, yes, arguably they're winning fights, but based on Farami's pickup, without Subway, it's hard to actually go in for the push, but Subway, Forcing out a couple cables here. Great zoning coming from SUHAZ eSports. I'm pretty sure this is going to be a very easy Lord takedown in their favor. Orange eSports, they have to play the macro aspect and they have to buy a little bit more time before Neo as well as Subway is going to be able to do a little bit more, because Valence currently is pretty on the level as compared to Abumon, who's currently, I would say, 2-1 and 6.
All right, he's out of there. Aim, he's getting real close to getting this pick, but he's stuck.
Oh man, Aim goes down. Razin takes him down. This is the problem here with Orange eSports, right? They're trying to go for the dives, they're trying to go for the engage, but SUHAZ eSports completely read that, right? Look, Rock, Claude, and even the Esmeralda here. It's just too much to handle for Orange eSports.
That's the thing, it's these individualistic plays, and even Yo himself, he's getting caught out. 3 members have come through as the Blazing the Way comes by.
Still alive, he's still alive.
Well, the engagement coming in from Valence, though.
Yeah, there it is. The cult altar being popped here by Jenny a little bit too early. I think SUHAZ was expecting another clash there.
I think I was expecting another clash there. It looked like the engagement was about to happen. 3v3, but they pulled back. Again, objective gameplays coming out from the side of SUHAZ eSports, and especially with a 4.1k lead, now dropping down to a 3.9k lead for SUHAZ. Let's see. Orange, the push and pull is definitely there, but when are they going to become a little bit more cohesive is what I'm asking for.
Yeah, I feel like Orange eSports is in a situation where they know they made a little bit of a mistake. Now, because of the Lord push, they have to play from a macro aspect where they need to play catch-up. And in particular, they need some time for AIM to build up some really, really bursty compositions. We've seen AIM time and time again trying to make an attempt to take Abumon's life, but you gotta give credit to Abumon, man. His sidesteps has been really, really on point. But as of yet, you can see Subway looking to go in for the harassment.
Yeah, Subway is trying to go for it. Everyone is so tanky here that he can't even burst them down. And here comes Balance for the re-engage. Razin is super low, pops in that shield unity, but is not able to escape. There's the shutdown here by Valence. Finally gets taken down by Orange eSports.
Am I looking at a driver's test or something? Because it feels like they're running through cones at this stage of the game. It's like they're doing drills. They're running around in circles, dancing around them. It's so hard to take out the members of SUHAZ eSports. Their tanks are so tanky. But now the next engagement.
Oh no, Subway trying to go in for the cut. Oh! Here comes the cult altar. Jenny gets stunned there by a little bit, but Stormy takes him down. And now Minzal forced to disengage from that clash.
Nicely done coming from Subway. Very, very good purchase on the Immortality. Arash, however, gonna get slowed down. Stormy's keeping him in check. The Ice Queen once is gonna go there. Arash, he knows he's not gonna be able to do too much. He tries to counter engage. Jenny not gonna be able to provide the assistance he needs. A little bit too far off for the cult altar. But this is gonna be a little bit of a hope for Orange eSports as Valence is now 3-3 and 4.
Man, this must be the most unfun game for EXP laners. You're trying to split push your lane, you're trying to kind of create that space, and immediately, as soon as you get touched by anyone from the opposing team, you get slowed down, and the rest of the swarm comes and attacks you.
Oh, there comes a Malefic Roar as well for Abumon. So a lot of physical penetration here for the side of SUHAZ eSports. But here comes the Luminous Lord. And I think both these teams, they definitely want to take it. Both of them, they got in the towers that they wanted, 5-6. So it's pretty much an even ball game for both sides when it comes to objectives.
Well, let's see how this is going to play out, because Valence, he's dealing a lot of damage, and he's able to kite around. And his sprint is coming up in about 8 seconds, if I'm correct. Yes, yep. 8 seconds there.
And now they're going to be baiting things out as of yet. Aim looking for a very cheeky play. SUHAZ eSports does scout this out with the help of Minzal. SUHAZ eSports, they know they are in the driver's seat, but they need to figure out what they need to do next. Meanwhile, Orange eSports, they're just waiting up on Subway to try and sync up the lanes up top and try and force rotations from SUHAZ eSports before making another attempt. Meanwhile, the rest of SUHAZ eSports, they're thinking about going for Neo. Can they go for the fight? But it seems like Subway will be engaged against Arash up top side. Nothing super crazy yet. Valence purchasing the Winds of Nature means that he is going to be able to sustain Abumon's Blazing Duet in this next upcoming fight. So Abumon, he needs to be a little bit careful. He's getting harassed a little bit, but when are they going to dance? Because Neo, not in a very healthy position, but it seems like it is going to be a stalemate between both sides. But here comes the attempt. Nope.
Okay, just an attempt. What, guys, this is the quiet part, the silence before the storm. I think both teams are trying to force out ultimates from each other.
Oh, Minzal.
I mean, so far so good, but Valence, he's already popped the sprint. That's already one battle spell down as he gets chased down. The rest of the fight does begin, though.
And there you go. He pops in the rough waves, not enough to burst anyone down if you have a Faramis in play. And that's 2 valuable resources taken away from the side of Orange eSports. The sprint from Valens, the ultimate here from AIM, but they're still not going to try and take this Lord.
No, I think SUHAZ, they want to bait this fight by the Lord. They've gotten battle spells, but it doesn't guarantee that they can secure this Lord, especially with no way to stop Subway from getting into the pit.
But at the same time, Minzao, he's gonna get harassed a little bit more. Subway trying to stop with a purple buff, but instead of going with purple buff, he almost gets caught out. The Watcher connects the dot, but he gets chain stun and he's gonna get taken out. Minzao, retaliation comes in. Killing spree for Valens. Orange eSports wants going for a big catch, but he goes for the backlines. He finally finds Jenny. No countouts are available. That means it's go time for SUHAZ eSports. Meanwhile, Orange eSports, they are also crumbling. They can't seem to burst down Razin and Abumon. They're surviving with only 1 HP. SUHAZ eSports, they came out on top.
Wow.
I can't believe it.
We were waiting for that clash and it just happened.
I can't believe it. First of all, I didn't expect it to happen by purple buff side. I definitely thought it was going to be by Lord, but unfortunately for Orange eSports, they actually took the worst trade. SUHAZ had 2 low members and Orange couldn't do anything.
Oh, there you go. Rough waves once again, but there's not going to be anyone bursted down just yet. I think for Orange eSports, you don't really see AIM doing much, right? It's more of like making the surprise plays. But I think SUHAZ is going to safely take this Lord. Subway trying to make in some attempt there, but I think it's going to be a free Lord for the side of SUHAZ eSports.
For sure. I mean, too many of the members of Orange, they got to do some housekeeping. That top side was getting shoved in really, really hard. Arash managing to clean up those lanes really made the difference here.
Yep, you can see the passive ability coming from Razin as well in the box here. It's starting to annoy Subway a little bit more. He should have not died multiple times. Yes, arguably he's got the stun lock, but the sustains coming from the Fanny is getting completely mitigated by this Baxia pickup. We've seen Dominance Ice Purchase up in Grok as well. This is starting to get a little bit frustrating for Orange eSports. They need a little bit more damage. AIM is starting to build out all those items. As you can see, he's got the Divine Glyph, a very early purchase as well. But once the Genius Wands comes in, this is where you start to see a little bit more value damage coming from Kadita. But can they stall for that time? That's going to be my question. But as of yet, Subway, he's got the Immortality. He's going to try to delay the Lord push up top.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the Immortality as well. He's not really at risk. He's got his purple buff as well to ensure that he has enough energy to get back out. But this is where it becomes really important, right? They've almost guaranteed at least an inhibitor turn for the side of SUHAZ. So Orange is trying to stall this as much as possible to ruin that timing.
Early Cult Altar being popped there by Jenny. Okay, what was the idea there? Like, was Jenny expecting a fight?
I think somebody was a little too low. Wait, it might escalate here.
Yeah, Subway. He's gonna try to go for it. He does have the Immortality here, but Neo, okay, trying to clear out the waves. The Lord is gonna be taken down here by Orange eSports. AIM just, trying to look for something here.
Yeah.
Like, the biggest question is, who does AIM try to aim at?
I think it has to be Abumon, right? I mean, it's either Abumon or Jenny, and I think Jenny is a high priority target, especially when he has his ultimate available. But yeah, as you mentioned, these fights are quite awkward. Like, both sides are trying to bait out as many spells as possible because that gives them an opening for a bigger fight. If they're losing a battle spell, Valens specifically, if he has no sprint, that puts him at a significant disadvantage in these 5v5s.
Yeah, but as of yet, SUHAZ eSports, they are in a situation where they've got the driver's seat, but they're a little bit hesitant in going for the fight. Jenny getting harassed out. They're trying to bait out the count altar again from Orange eSports. Neo dropping a little bit too low, but doesn't want to overcommit. And like I said as well, it's all about buying time. Meanwhile, on the back line, look at this. AIM, he finally gets scouted out. Can he escape? He's trying to make an attempt onto Abumon, but he's forced to pop the ultimate. Can he escape? And yes, he will. But no way! The count altar block wall.
Oh, I was baited out there by AIM. I think maybe that is the idea here for Orange eSports. Just bait out the ultimate here of Jenny. Then we can go in for the clashes.
I think it's too risky. I think it's way too risky. The fact that AIM had so little time to pop that rough waves and almost died doing it as well, he's got to be extremely careful. If he gets cut off by Minzal's Guardian Barrier or gets pulled back by the Shadow Stampede, it's not going to be a fun time. And look, even the Lord Push advantage does give us an idea that SUHAZ didn't get too much. They didn't break an inhibitor. They lost EXP, in a matter of fact. And now the gold lead has come to a point where it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, it's all about the execution, like what you mentioned. And here's the thing for SUHAZ. You can't really split push with Subway, right? There's always a rush here. Just taking, just sustaining the lanes, right? Not making Orange eSports actually do anything.
Well, it's a moment where they have to take a breath because the side lanes, Subway, he's making his way down towards bottom side, while the rest of SUHAZ try to maintain control over the Lord position.
Yep, and as you can see, Neo, he's doing a fantastic job transitioning into a roamer position to open up the map as the only frontline tank. But look at the backlines. Arash, he's zoning out Valence. He might be in trouble. Amon going to be joining in with the Blazing Duet. They focus onto a Stormy. They take him out. The counter is still being alive, but Neo is trying his best to keep things alive and going for the fight. But AIM tries to make an attempt with ultimate. But look at this. SUHAZ eSports, they're so healthy. Subway gets a couple of trades in with Arash, but that should be all. They're so strong. And Orange eSports, they might crumble to pieces right now.
This is the part where you say that if you get Abumon farmed up, this is what happens. And I think with SUHAZ eSports composition, they can definitely do that. Tank up for Abumon, make him dish out the damage, and then just go for it. And here comes Subway once again, trying to attempt to steal that Lord. It's already half HP here, but Minzal also positioning himself here. They're trying to dance over this Lord. I'm not so sure if it's a bait Lord or the ultimate, but there, Valence takes away Jenny, one of the key members here for the side of SUHAZ eSports. And there you go, the rough waves connect. Here, Immortality gets popped here. Razin goes down, Abumon, the shutdown onto 2 by SUHAZ eSports, and this is what Orange eSports was looking for.
They 4v5 that. They 4v5 that. And now they get the Lord for absolutely free. SUHAZ does not have enough space and time to make it there, and they don't have Retribution to work with.
My goodness, I want to talk about how well AIM played that, because as soon as Abumon dived in, Valence popped the Winds of Nature to buy a little bit more time, but somehow AIM was able to one-shot Abumon, proc the Immortality, denying the Blazing Duet, just completely forcing them to actually lose out in the fight. But all in all, Valence, great catch, killing Jenny before the counter was even popped, and because of this, this is going to help Orange eSports try and scale a little bit more. But of course, in the next upcoming fights, SUHAZ eSports, they cannot make the exact same mistake, because things are going to get harder if they lose all the inhibitors.
21 minutes in. Are they going to try to force this out? Oh man, it's an overextension here by Orange eSports. Here comes the Cult Altar. They get stunned. The real world manipulation from the backside. And here comes Neo with the ultimate as well. But Subway goes in with a cutthroat. Jenny goes down. And with no sustain here from SUHAZ eSports, they're going to back away. Arash trying to tank in some damage. Falling Star Moon to get away. But they have to back away right now because the Lord is marching in on the bot side. They take in the inhibitor tower on the top side. And Orange eSports, they're looking to pressure SUHAZ eSports even further.
Oh, once again, they get the catch onto Jenny before the Cult Altar was actually popped through. And even when they did pop it through, the amount of damage AIM is able to get with the rough waves. Hold on, SUHAZ, they're taking initiative.
Oh, gorgeous barrier and the wild charge here by Minzal. But Neo is able to sustain. There is still the Immortality here. Here comes the Blazing Duet as well from Abumon. Lord is still up. AIM is going to be forced to back away, and Neo is the only casualty here. But Subway goes in for Minzal with the cutthroat.
Oh, he doesn't have the energy. He baits out the counter altar, but at the same time, Razin is going to be securing thinking about contesting for the purple ball. But look at AIM. He's just baiting him. He wants to go in for the setup. Can he get it? Nope, he does not have the damage, but he does bait out the Toys Poisson. So that's a big ultimate down. However, Orange eSports, they got the damage done. They broke the inhibitors. Down on bottom side, it's still barely surviving with 1%, but eventually Orange eSports will guarantee it later on.
These are really big plays coming in from both sides. Like, again, you have to give accommodations and really consider the fact that Valence is trying to make a play. You don't see gold laners do that very often, especially on an Airthel. Very, very squishy, but the burst damage once you pop that sprint, have that heavy crossbow as well. With those explosive arrows, it deals so much more than what people would expect. But the same goes for SUHAZ. Like, Minzal has been making some really mean plays.
Yeah, his blocks has been really on point. And things could have gone south if he did not catch Valence off guard down mid with that scouted barrier. But at the same time, I kind of disagree with the AI's prediction. I feel like it's not 70% it was Orange eSports. We're at the stage where I think it's 50-50 now. It all comes down to who gets caught out and who makes the mistakes.
I see where the AI is coming from. 2 inhibitors down, 1 really low inhibitor on the side of SUHAZ. No inhibitors being down for the side of Orange eSports. If Orange wants to play the lanes, they can absolutely do so, and they have an advantage with the waves naturally pushing in their favor from top and middle. However, I will say that the only disadvantage that Orange has is the fact that Lord is spawning on the top side of the map.
You know what, guys? I think it's all a matter of execution. 23 minutes in, you're definitely going to want to take out all those ultimates, right? The shot calls are definitely going to matter here. What ultimates have been used, what have not been popped just yet.
I feel like patience is going to be the key to victory for Orange Esports. They've got all the time in the world. They know the minions are in their favor in shoving from top and middle side. All they got to do is just wait a little bit more time before attempting on the Lord and potentially, and I mean potentially, buy enough time to get a reset on all the immortality stuff, especially on balance.
I mean, we say patience, but Orange Esports really can step out of tempo at any point in time and really step on SUHAZ Esports' toes in the middle of this Lord dance, right? Look at bottom side. The housekeeping is coming through. The advantage on the wave is really important for SUHAZ Esports, but Orange, again, if they just slow things down even for a little bit, they can make that mid and top side naturally collect. Oh, no aim. He's caught. He's caught, right?
He's caught here, and he popped in everything. Ultimate is still able to escape there, but onto the back side. There comes the Cult Altar from Jenny. He gets stunned here, and here comes the engage from the side of Orange Esports. Subway almost getting taken down there. Neo is sustaining everything. Look at how tanky he is. And Aim trying to go for the rough waves, but Neo goes down. It's a 2-for-none trade here.
Hopefully this isn't a repeat of history. Both sides going to be backing off. SUHAZ needs to reset.
Yeah, but at the same time, Arash was doing a fantastic job zoning Valence out of the fight completely. Valence was taken out on the sidelines, and I feel bad for Neo because in order for Neo to win that fight, Valence needed to join in, but he was just not able to because of how annoying the Esmeralda is. And because of this play, SUHAZ Esports in prime position to get a free Lord with 3 immortalities up on their favor. Orange Esports, they gotta pull something big as of yet. Subway gonna try and get a couple of trade-offs here and as well. Maybe even bait out the Cult Altar. But now with the Lord downwards to the third bar, Subway, he's gotta find an opportunity.
Yep, he is positioning himself here, trying to go in for that steal. Cult Altar being popped here by Jenny a little bit too early.
Lord
gets knocked up here. Lord is already 140 HP. Subway able to take this. He gets shut down by Abumon right before the Lord. And there you go. SUHAZ Esports will take this Luminous Lord.
Finally, they have all the right ingredients. They've mixed it into the pot, and now they want to claim their bread. SUHAZ Esports now going for the reset, waiting for that Lord to spawn, and Orange Esports have one opportunity to take it against SUHAZ and defend their inhibitors. But Subway, with 48 seconds on the clock, he might not spawn in time.
Yep. Let's take a look at the items real quick as well here. Everybody's almost max slotted as well. We've got 4 immortalities out of SUHAZ Esports. Valence swapping out his immortality go full damage. And that's going to be a little bit of a pain, but at the same time, it's not unmanageable. At SUHAZ Esports, they're making a 10 on Arash, and he's got to pop the sprint to get out to safety. But as of yet, let's talk about how things is going to break down for Orange Esports, because as we have the Lord is going to be knocking on the top side, they've got to do something and defend. But Aim, he's getting zoned out by himself. There's going to be a 3-man rotation down bottom. As Aim, I'm not exactly sure. Is he going to be able to survive? I think he's going to be buying time for the Lord clear up top, and it looks like he will fall. Immortality is going to be popped. Can he swap the Winter Trunking? He's trying to buy a little bit more time, but no, the guidance barrier actually messed up, and he's going to be able to escape this.
He's done it. Perfectly played by Aim. Brought 3 people down to the bot side of the map. Rest of Orange Esports clear up the lanes. They don't lose an inhibitor off of a super empowered Lord 27 minutes into this game.
Man, what a way to actually kickstart things, right? A 27-minute game here at MPL Malaysia. Wow, Aim was just playing mind games with the entire members of SUHAZ. 3 members, like what you said, and that bought so much time for Orange Esports to just reconvene.
Dude, if I was Aim's position, I would have instantly popped my Winter Trunket on the spot rather than try to make us survive. But he managed to take advantage of the mistakes made by Minzao. But I'm not gonna lie, there was some really, really ballsy plays. But of course, Orange Esports, when push comes to shove, they will make this kind of desperate plays. And sometimes it pays off. In that case, it definitely did. Because now they bought a little bit more time. They still managed to defend all their inhibitors, and SUHAZ Esports is back to its drawing board again, where they need to get that perfect catch against Valence again.
Okay, now that we have 45 seconds until the next Lord is going to happen, I don't think either team is going to engage each other for now, despite SUHAZ having the lead. But you can see the value of Valence playing the Irithel instead of the Wanwan, right? Because can a Wanwan cut down the temp HP from the Cult Altar? Not compared to an Irithel. If they stand close together, he blows them all up.
Oh, Aim goes for the rough waves, pops the immortality here by Abumon, and here comes the Cult Altar. Jenny is able to sustain, but not for long. Neo is going to try and encircle him. He goes down, and the rest of the members here are going to be backing away. Subway trying to make some chase here.
No purple
He
buff.
doesn't have the purple buff, so that... Wow, again, another engage coming from AIM.
Nicely done. I mean, AIM, again, he was making individualistic plays early on, but now it's really paying off now that he has the items as well as the cooldowns to ensure that he is super slippery.
Yeah, we do see Jenny swapping out his immortality for that Winter Trunking. And wants to pop that Cloud Altar successfully if he can buy those time. He's got the Purify to do so, but Orange Esports in the driver's seat, gonna be baiting out on the Lord, where SUHAZ Esports, they know for a fact that Apumon in trouble, but Minzao
from the backside gets spotted there by AIM. So much vision from the side of Orange Esports. That's gonna be a 4v5 situation right before this super enhanced Lord.
Yeah, 54 seconds until he comes back from spawn. What is SUHAZ Esports going to do? Are they going to play the lanes? Are they going to try and take this 4v5? Orange Esports, it feels like they got this Lord in the bag.
You can definitely go for it, but look at the damage coming out from Valens. Arash is able to sustain. There is still the immortality here, so I think the call here for Orange Esports is just to go for that Lord. They can also go in for the split pushes. It's going to be risky here for SUHAZ to actually do anything right now, but Razin! Cold Altar here being popped here by Jenny. Real elimination as well from the backside, and the rough waves. Razin goes down. So much. I don't know what's going on here. Like, the shot calls are so on point for Orange Esports. They try to go for an engage and they get someone, and this is an enhanced Lord for the side of Orange Esports. I think this is the 5th one for this game.
Yep, this is going to be the 5th one here. A huge Lord achieved by Orange Esports, but you can tell that this is unknown territory for SUHAZ Esports because you see individual plays being made, especially when it comes to Minzal and as well as Razin. Minzal, I can give some forgiveness. He did get caught out in the middle of that engagement, but Razin, he knew he had to try and steal this Lord, and Orange Esports, they knew it was coming. They knew he was looking for an angle in.
Yep, and as of yet, we do see a little bit of mobility issues coming from Valens. I'm pretty sure he sold off his shoes to actually get a full 6-item damage. Either this is where SUHAZ Esports, they need to find a way to punish this. However, Orange Esports, they understand that Apumon, without those immortality, is going to be at threat, considering how strong
there's
aim
the
is.
Petrify onto Jenny. Oh, he gets bursted down. And here comes the rest of the members here of Orange Esports trying to go in for the end. Inhibitors go down here. And there's the enhanced Lord. I think this is going to be difficult for SUHAZ Esports. They had a great start, but they're now trying to defend what they got. Falling Star Moon there from the backside. Amumon tries to go in for Valens, but he is already having the immortality. Minzao goes down as well, and this is the enhanced Lord knocking in the base of Orange Esports. They're looking to close, and they get it. Game number 1 goes to the side of Orange Esports.
Woo! What a game to kick things off! What a game! Sundays are the fun days. Orange Esports clutch that round. With such a poor early game, they make it back in the late game.
Yo, I gotta have a sigh of relief, but the faces up on SUHAZ Esports, they knew they got it. They almost got it in the bag. That was too close to be called comfort from either sides, but nevertheless, it all comes down to execution. It all comes down to punishing mistakes. AIM making a lot of mistakes in the early stage game, redeem himself time and time again once he gets those full max slot items. Well done coming into me.
Oh, good game. Good game. It's got, oh man, I can feel it. Like, I feel the sting from SUHAZ. Like, you can see on their faces coming off the stage, they're like, how did we lose that?
Yeah, there's a term for that in Tagalog, but I'm not going to put it out right now. But it just means that you almost got the game, but almost is never enough.
Almost is never enough. But okay, look. At the end of the day, it's still game number 1. There's still more to be had, and I think SUHAZ can recover from this. They had some very good ideas, and when it's changing up the tempo, you can see that fights are predetermined by who makes that first move and how much can they get off of it. Sometimes it doesn't work. Yes, there are defensive maneuvers around it, but I think both teams recognize that this footsies can't prolong. It can't go on forever.
Yeah, when it comes to this kind of footsies as well, it all comes down to priority targeting, right? We know for a fact that Orange Esports, they understand they need to bait out the Cloud Altar or the Immortalities, which is something that SUHAZ Esports is really, really strong at. They don't just have the Cloud Altar, they don't just have the Immortality, they also have Winds of Nature, they also have the Winter Trunking swap. This was a stage where SUHAZ Esports has so much in terms of upper hand, where if they group up, they will win fights, whereas Orange Esports, they need to find a way to actually punish them and chip away, which they exactly do it. And you can see throughout the entirety of the game, AIM was always trying to find those individual one-shot pick-off.
I mean, considering that AIM's build is going to be the traditional mage one, he's not looking to go any as tanky as he wants to, but I think we can officially say that this game has broken the longest game duration. The previous one was SMG versus SUHAZ as well, 31 minutes. This, 31 minutes and 8 seconds. This game, 31 minutes, 31 seconds on the dot.
Wow, this was, what a way to actually debut here on Death by taking that record as well. And I do want to point out as well that if you look at the KDA of both teams, this is a lot of deaths, even on a gold laner, 7-6-9, which kind of shows what type of game that these two want to go. It's either all-out brawl or you want to go take in the objectives, but I think this game is like a up and down.
Yeah, I felt like it was a real 50-50 chance as well. Based on the draft, SUHAZ eSports hands down should have won and closed up the games a little bit more. It all comes down to experience. It all comes down to whether or not can you cope under pressure. Orange eSports just did it a little bit better. I'm not gonna lie. They are the better team. They are the more experienced one. SUHAZ eSports, they will have to take this with a grain of salt to learn from experience. The draft looks really good. But speaking of records as well, I feel like Orange eSports is in a position to actually farm some kill scores. But without further ado, let's talk about the MVP for game number 1. Who is it going to be? It is going to be none other than Valence himself, 769 on the aerial tail, catching multiple attempts, denying the count outer from Jenny. This guy is getting the job done.
Yep, with a 67 game kill participation, a game KD of 7-6 and 9, and a game GPM of 694. Now it makes sense why they decided, you know what? I don't want the 1-1. I want some high burst damage as soon as I pop my ult. I don't want some weakness point passive conditions to hit. I want value now, and I will get it with this Irithel.
Yeah, man. If it wasn't AIM actually engaging, it was Valence. Like I was completely surprised. If it was not AIM going for the rough waves, it was Valence setting up the plays for Orange eSports, and he did it very well. Like there were 2 openings there where he took down Jenny right before the Lord, and even in the latter stages of the game, it was Valence making the plays here.
I mean, these were split-second moments and split-second decisions. Like, Valence noticed, hey, he's slightly out of position. He might rotate back again, and I'll have a 0.5 second to actually get 2 auto attacks in. And 2 auto attacks was more than enough to force out a call altar.
Yeah, I sometimes I get it. The crits are a little bit too hard to actually deal with as well. But in case you missed out in the action, this is going to be some highlights as we want to talk through the highlights brought to you by Samsung Galaxy A series, where SUHAZ eSports, you can see that early stage again, they had so much tempo. They were a little bit of in the driver's seat where they want to punish Subway as much as they can. And this was where the blunder where Subway was always getting marked by Minzao. Minzao is doing a fantastic job at just timing those wall charges to actually completely stop Subway from going out of control.
I mean, Minzao knows the range of it. He knows that it's a lot bigger than what people would imagine. Like, whenever he's touching those walls, he's catching people around the side who sometimes don't feel like they're close enough to those walls. But more importantly, I think that if we talk about the way that SUHAZ eSports was playing, Abumon was doing a great job. Arash was clearing up the side lanes very well, but it got really tough when Orange eSports adapted into either baiting ultimates or taking out initiation in Minzao and Jenny.
Here's the thing about the SUHAZ and Orange's composition this entire time. I think that this will be a game that's difficult to execute if you're on solo queue. Because I think you're definitely going to have a lot of communication here, right? Okay, what's being used, what's not. And to be able to play it this way, I think Orange eSports just goes to show that, experience. And for SUHAZ eSports, they need to have more time to actually get that. But I think they have a very good draft. It was just more of a matter of execution that didn't really play well here.
I mean, I would say that a lot of the moments that Orange eSports always posed questions to SUHAZ, they're like, do you want to get this pick? Or if you do move to that side of the map, is it over dedication of resources from the side of SUHAZ eSports? And that's where we see the difference in experience.
No, if you think about it as well, for the past few clips in this final moments as well, we actually see a lot of moments where AIM was actually getting very crucial catches as well. In the final, I think 3 to 4 fights, it was him making sure that Abumon doesn't get super out crazy. And even in that one top fight up towards the bush or towards the Lord Pit, where you can see that Valence was down towards 1 HP, it was AIM that stopped the Blazing Duet, killed Abumon, and completely won the fight because of his catches. So I feel like AIM deserved the MVP in my opinion. He was making a lot of work. But at the same time, look, we are going to be having a little bit of an interesting effect.
Look, honestly, I think AIM would have done a better job if he was playing a revamped Gusion. Have you ever thought about that? Maybe Gusion or the very famed Layla. Guys, The animated trailer is already out. Strike to Fate is now available. The Evil God has fully awakened and sought to control Gushin's body. While Gushin struggled and fought hard in the darkness, he failed miserably. So what does the Evil God Kalan want? What is the Frenzy Gushin going to do? Will he be able to regain consciousness and rid himself of this fate? So check out the video to uncover more about Gushin's stories, and be sure to watch till the very end for a surprise character. Again, the revamps are coming, and they're coming soon.
Well, you know, I want to see a potential Amon versus Gushin matchup. Maybe with this revamp, we might see it to be a potential new meta.
Layla support. His name is
Layla
AIM. Layla Tank. That's
Layla
the famed
Tank.
one. All right, let's recap this game one more time for those who just joined us here today for game number 2 in this best of 3. I mean, it's very, very tight. And looking at the composition so far, I think, honestly, I can't really blame this draft coming in from SUHAZ. It is a good draft. They just couldn't execute on that final bow that they need to wrap up this game.
Yeah, pay attention to the damage output coming from Orange Esports. Because of the promise out, everybody's got to put in an extra work to try and chunk through everything. Neo's got 72,000, Subway's got 92k, Stormy's got 95k, but look at this, AIM. Kadita. It's not often you see this amount of damage into his later stage game, 106k. But to top it all, Valence got 162k. So I don't know about this. Everybody's looking for that 6-digit mark coming from Orange Esports.
I mean, it's getting close to it as well. Even Abumon having 141,000 damage as well. I'm very curious to see, out of Valence's total damage, how much of it was just chunking out temp HP from the Call Altar, right? Then you can really tell the difference of where exactly he's getting this damage, how much value he's getting out of this Irithel.
162, that is a huge number for Valence even. I mean, most of the time, knowing SUHAZ Esports, I've watched games before coming here, right? And most of the time, if I watch Orange Esports, it's like Stormy, but this time, Valence just popped through.
Honestly, this is probably like a culture shock to you because again, the kill count itself is very different from the MPL PH.
Yeah.
I definitely agree, but at the same time, now I want to see what SUHAZ Esports adapts to game number 2, because Minzao has been learning a lot for the past few days ever since he brought in a couple of interesting heroes. His Grok walls has been a little bit questionable. Sometimes it looks really, really good. Sometimes he feels like he is the 6th player of Orange Esports. I'm not gonna lie, there were a lot of attempts. They popped the counter altar, but the blocks completely stopped them from continuing with their aggression.
Well, I think
times.
It's a hit or miss sometimes. You can't react as fast as you would like to, and especially when Valence, you don't expect gold laners to do things like that. I wouldn't expect a gold laner to go out of his way to try and force out an ultimate from my support, no less. Sorry, from my mid laner, no less.
We didn't see so much of Stormy, but let's take a look at Valence here. Lots of gold per minute, even damage per minute, as well as the kill participation. It kind of goes to show that, Valence, most of the time, he's in the clashes.
I mean, he's not only in the clashes, he also has the highest total kills in the league so far. 111. I mean, not too long ago, he broke the 100 kill mark, but he's still maintaining that lead. And I think with games like this, he's going to keep maintaining that lead.
Yeah, this is the perfect game as well. I feel like based on the draft from Orange Esports, they understood their win conditions really, really well. And Irithel, even though we argue that, hey, 1-1 should be the better S-tier pick, yada, 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 but he's understanding that he needs to be able to play and take advantage of just knowing that farm is out is going to be all clumped up, and using that heavy arrow crossbow is going to be able to do some serious damage. But in the crowd, we do see players coming from CARACAL, getting ready, going to be stalking their opponents. Maybe in the future, we might see them in the playoffs.
Yeah, this will be quite exciting stuff here. They're scouting out their players early on. They've got their fans nearby as well, ready to go. I think it's good because playoffs is just around the corner, and I think all teams need to really start preparing for these drafts because there's been so many different techs in these last couple of weeks.
A lot of information coming through as well, but here we have it. Our draft here for game number 2. And if you just tuned in right now, it was Orange Esports that got in game number 1. But for game number 2, if SUHAZ Esports wants to at least take one game, they have to force out of game number 3.
Well, let's see if they make it to that point. It's going to be Orange Esports on the blue side, SUHAZ Esports on the red side. So we're seeing very similar bans from Orange Esports, and I would hope that SUHAZ Esports is going to follow it too.
Yeah, I feel like SUHAZ Esports is in a position where they're respecting Stormy's hero pool a little bit too much. First phase ban Julian. I know for a fact that not many teams play a pretty monstrous Julian. Stormy has demonstrated that he can, and I get that this is a comfort pick for him, but to let go other picks such as like Fanny and Faramis feels like it's a little bit questionable to my taste. Orange Esports, they picked up the Fanny. Subway was having a very, very difficult time because of all those Grok wall charges, which is, I think, a good alternative compared to a Kufa, which I've been bringing up for time and time again. And I think the Grok pickup from SUHAZ Esports from game 1 was good, but like I said, it's all about execution. So I wouldn't mind seeing SUHAZ Esports attempt a do-over for game number 2.
I think SUHAZ, I mean, because SUHAZ was initially on the red side as well, so doing that do-over would be great, but I think Orange Esports is going to adapt to this, right? Number one, Faramis is probably either going to be banned out since Valentina is already gone. You can't even steal that all. They might consider putting aim on Diggy so they have a better early to mid-game transition and getting Valence, because Valence was doing an amazing job against Abumon down on the bot side. Yes, here we go. The adaptations are here. Fanny is going to get banned. That first pick is going to change.
Is it going to be a Faramis ban coming through here for SUHAZ? I mean,
it might be. It might be.
Might be, or maybe even a 1-1 here could be. Well, one was already let go off in game number 1. Still fighting.
There we go. That's the SUHAZ spirit.
All right, I like that. I like that. You know, it's all about experience. It's all about training. It's still all about giving their all. And SUHAZ Esports had not shown any signs of giving up yet. So I like the competitive spirit coming from them. But now, speaking of the Faramis, they've got about 12 seconds to decide. What's it going to be? It is going to be a Faramis. No, wait. They're turning away? They're banning up the 1-1 instead. They don't want to deal with the 1-1. Okay.
So I think it's definitely Orange Esports is going to pick up that Faramis. Very solid first pickup here. Julian's already out. So I don't know. There's nothing better to take than definitely take the Faramis here.
Don't forget about the Akai. Akai, Masha. Again, these are all worthy first picks here. But I do think it's a little scary because now Orange Esports, they say Akai. SUHAZ Esports, they can say Faramis Diggy.
Yeah. I really want to see the Faramis Diggy coming from SUHAZ Esports. I was expecting it, but at the same time, they go for it. And yes, let's go. This is the SUHAZ special. The draft that 16-0 Todak. Let's go.
This is why. No surprises here. If you can 16-0 and not give Todak a single kill in a game, let's do it again. But this time against Orange. Let's see if Orange can stand that test of time.
I feel bad for Subway because game 1, he was trying his best to defend, right? Like, at least he was able to do something. The Grok was kind of annoying. But this time, I don't know what he can do, man. It's like a time journey. You've got to purify Faramis. It feels like Orange Esports is in a situation where they need to just go straight up raw damage and just soak up whatever SUHAZ Esports throws at them. And Esmeralda isn't too bad as well, but they won't have the damage to actually out DPS them. But seems like that's gonna be the case. Matilda, Esmeralda. So a lot of sustainability is coming from Orange Esports.
Speaking of sustainability, I think this is a lot of in and out as well in the clash. You got a Matilda. If you want to disengage, yeah, you got a Matilda. If you want to engage, you got 2 of them. But what's really making it difficult here for Orange Esports is they got a Diggy on the other side, and this time SUHAZ Esports will pick up that Irithel.
Genius. SUHAZ has identified that Valence is able to kind of blow up that temp HP with the Irithel. But right now, let's not lose faith. Subway has an 86% win rate on Akai. He's doing something right. He's got the sauce. He might just be the GOAT of Orange Esports. So let's keep in mind that heavy spin is going to be a very useful tool in baiting out time journeys and maybe even call altars from SUHAZ Esports. So if they dedicate too many resources, too many alts from the side of SUHAZ Esports, Orange Esports actually has a really good opportunity to re-engage.
Yeah, based on the drafts as of yet, it's pretty clear that SUHAZ Esports, they haven't shown their nuclear or even the XP lane, but they're banning off the Balmon. They don't really want to deal with an annoying Balmon. But my question remains from Orange Esports is that what marksman are they going to play? If you think about AoE damages as well, Beatrix is pretty much banned, 1-1 out of equation, Irithel is also out. What else can be played against the Faramis? And I feel like Cloud ban coming in from SUHAZ Esports is the most ideal situation to force Valence in a situation where what can he do? If I pick up Popo and Koopa, I can't do nothing against the time journey. I don't technically have enough AoEs to chunk through all the temp HP.
I agree. I think, Claude is going to hit Orange Esports where it hurts the most. If so, I don't think there's any other marksman that kind of does the job like Irithel.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, they've already banned Orange Esports.
Oh, wait,
wow.
Oh,
Okay.
See, it's the same idea. It's the same idea. The fact is, it's strong AoE. They get rid of the Xavier.
Yep.
They are a little cautious about Stormy. So let's see how Orange Esports responds.
I think this Xavier ban is a little bit interesting, right? I think Lafayette brought this up a couple of days ago where RSG, they feel like the Xavier is a one-shot combo where once you have 3 items, it instantly chunks out the entire 10 HP without anything else. So I understand that this is from SUHAZ Esports perspective, but fortunately for Orange Esports, they will have to claw up on balance.
Yeah, you know what? These last 2 bans from Orange and SUHAZ, it's making so much sense. Like, Orange has a lot of, has this innate tankiness already that they have. And for SUHAZ Esports, they got the damage, but they still need someone to front here. Diggy's gonna front. They need someone tanky enough to do that. Like Namas, perhaps Masha is still open.
Yeah, no, I think I definitely agree with you there. That's why Orange Esports is banning out that Uranus. Take away options in the EXP lane. Yes, you can pick a Dyroth, but he's squishy. He can't frontline for your entire team. He just wins lanes really, really hard. So, SUHAZ Esports, they take the Benedetta. That's kind of interesting. It is a flex for the EXP as well as the jungle.
I'm surprised by the Benedetta pickup, but at the same time, I feel like it is gonna force Orange Esports to actually kind of run all over the map, right? When it comes to macro plays, I think Orange Esports, they didn't want to do it with the Fanny pickup. That's why they banned off the Link. So for them right now, Orange Esports, I feel like the best situation they can do is just completely get rid of the idea to try and take a 5v5 team fight and just go in for split push potential. A Link pickup up on Subway isn't too bad if they actually pull it off, but they're just going to get completely run over by SUHAZ Esports composition. But they're bringing in the Farsa and Melissa. Melissa does have the AoEs to do so, but Farsa up on aim.
I love it.
It's MPL Malaysia just hasn't picked these 2 up. I mean, this is like throwback to patches ago. Farsa and the Melissa, I guess, for the range, for the burst as well. Because Orange Esports, they definitely need that right now. You got the Faramis, you got the Diggy. So I think they're just trying to answer out to what SUHAZ Esports has just put out.
Exactly. If you don't get the cream of the crop heroes to do the job like Irithel, you gotta supplement it. Because they notice that Yve is a little bit difficult and extremely stagnant. Farsa, however, is a little bit more mobile by wings to hop over walls, to create that distance. And if things get bad, hopefully he's going to have Melissa's get away from me to shield him, to protect him from the oncoming dives from SUHAZ, because that's what they want to do. Thamos is going to get locked in for the side of SUHAZ as well. So that means Abumon. All right, Abumon is switching over with Jenny. Okay, fair enough. I like the compositions. So EXP is going over to Benedetta.
Well, this is going to be a very interesting game considering that Melissa and Matilda currently picked from Orange Esports just now with the Farsa with a 0% win rate. Seems to be a very, very difficult number to actually overcome. Can Orange Esports prove to everyone that they can break that boundary? That's going to be what I'm looking forward to as well, because the compositions from the side of SUHAZ Esports looks pretty stacked in game number 2. Hopefully they will be able to take a game against Orange Esports, while Orange Esports has got a lot of heavy lifting with this composition where they need to bait out multiple spells, especially against the Count Altar and the Time Journey. We are going to be looking back in towards the draft of both these teams as we are heading in towards game number 2, in towards the Land of Dawn for both SUHAZ Esports as well as Orange Esports.
Welcome back, everybody. This is going to be game number 2 in our first best of 3 of this week. It's looking so very good for Orange Esports at match points. They're going to be playing on the blue side with SUHAZ Esports on the red side. AIM instantly getting that information on Razin taking this orange buff. He doesn't really care. He's like, whatever, I still have the guiding winds just to make sure that I can close the distance and get away from my opponents.
Yeah, lots of ins and outs, like what I mentioned for Orange Esports. They can just go in for the dives and just disengage with AIM here. But I think again, the same thing happened in game number 1. AIM is just giving information here to Orange Esports where exactly is Razin.
And they're taking advantage of it. Look, they're stealing away the purple buff at the same time. Subway can easily do this. He should be fine. He's going to be able to roll on out of there. The time reversal sends him back. But again, AIM is right there. He's able to save him from tough situations. But more importantly, bot side, I mean, this is not a fun game for Valence.
Oh, there's going to be 2v1 situation. And the Melissa just hasn't reached that power spike. AIM a little bit too late there, but first blood goes to the side of SUHAZ Esports. Here comes the trade-off. AIM gets Abumon, and Mizal forced to disengage actually. Gets shrunk down real low, but we'll back away for now.
Yeah, nicely done. At least they got the trade at the end of the day. Both marksmen having to take a death there. Valence unfortunately didn't get the kill, but hey, what are you going to do about it, right?
Yep, that's the best out of the worst situation, I guess. Salvaging is going to be a key component, but down to his middle, Stormy doesn't have the mana actually sustain. He's forced to back off, but I feel like SUHAZ eSports, they will be in the driver's seats once they hit those pre-level 4s. And Orange eSports, they know for a fact that they will be able to have the upper hand in the first turtle fight. This is where Subway needs to find a big catch with those heavy spins, but SUHAZ eSports is just completely dodging the fight. He knows that it's not worth it until Minzao or even Jenny has those 4. Jenny, he's got it, but can they stack it with the time journey? But as of now, Valence is going for the harass. He's got the pre-4 available. Minzao thinking about supporting Abumon, so it's going to be A-okay. But somehow, on the top side, Subway, he actually got the turtle. I was very surprised by this play.
Like keeping the distractions up and forcing SUHAZ to actually come back down. Is there going to be a response from the rest of the SUHAZ members? I don't think so, because the timings are just not there. Razin got delayed off of his buff. They know for a fact that Orange eSports is playing on the bottom side of the map, so they are playing more precautiously.
Subway trying to go here for that purple buff up against Razin. But here comes the ultimate from Arash. Here comes the heavy spin as well. Cult Altar being popped here once again, but there is not going to be anything just yet. There is the sustain, but here comes Abumon joining the fight. 2 goes down from the side of Orange eSports. He's still going at it. Stormy forced to back away, but it's a 2-for-none trade here.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want to see from SUHAZ eSports. They're waiting for everybody to have their ultimates. I mean, Minza, he has it just in case. He didn't have to use it, but it does show the difference in the way these team fights are going to play out if it's going to go full 5v5 head-to-head.
Full 5v5 actually. Here comes the Circling Eagle, but not anything just yet from the side of Orange eSports.
Well, this is where the tempo is going to be in SUHAZ's favor. As Orange eSports, they have to take a little bit of bad seat. They try to challenge the ultimates coming from Jenny. Unfortunately, they just don't have the damage to do so. They need some sort of AoEs to fight this, and it's back towards trading and getting some sort of farm. Subway is in a state where he needs to make a play, but what can an Archive do in the faces of a time journey, which completely destroys your ultimate in with a click of a button?
Well, I think what they have to do is just bait out the ults. It's very similar to game number 1. It's how you kind of get it out of SUHAZ eSports. They're looking for the conditions, the trigger points for SUHAZ to actually press the button. Now, bottom side, there is a lot of support for this Melissa. Like, way too much support for this Melissa.
They're like, okay, you got a Diggy to support the Irrital. Why not just have 3 here on the bot side? That's a lot of gold plating actually taken there by Valence. A clear advantage here for the gold laner. So what they're trying to do here is pressure Abumon, because, you know, if you get Abumon farmed up, it's not going to be an easy situation. But here comes the engage from the side of SUHAZ eSports. Subway forced to use that heavy spin to back away as SUHAZ eSports is gonna try to take in this turtle.
A really good read by SUHAZ eSports.
Oh! Retribution by Subway is gonna be taken here by Orange eSports. What a steal!
Oh, that's so unfortunate. Arash, now he's probably going to get dived at this point. Neo's going to keep him in place. Don't let him go.
Yeah,
don't let him go,
he's
Neo.
not able to back away from that. Okay. Stormy takes him down. Wow, Orange eSports. After we thought that SUHAZ was in position to take that turtle,
oh my
they got
goodness.
so much more.
There was so much communication between Neo and Subway. What was going through their minds? Because that was a pretty sick steal. However, the fight is going to continue down bottom as AIM is going to be caught stranded. There's nothing he can do to disengage. Subway is here to say hello, but he doesn't have those heavy spins. Valence getting a little bit of harassment with those puppets, but taking a little bit too much damage. However, here comes the time journey and the Cult Altar, and Valence getting pulled back means that is going to be him dying out. Heavy spin finally pops out, but can he get a pick off and Min's out? But no, he doesn't fully commit into this, so they are going to back out. The Feather Astra comes in, but Stormy taking a little bit too much damage from both Razin as well as Abumon, as SUHAZ eSports completely shutting them out. Neo waiting for the moment to strike, but I don't think he has the damage, so he will be forced to disengage.
How very unfortunate indeed for Orange eSports that they didn't get their trades, and unfortunately SUHAZ eSports, they had a good read about what was going on in that turtle fight, but Subway was just a single level up on Razin, and that was the difference in that retribution retribution damage. And it's the small things. It's the small things that make the difference.
Yeah, even in that clash on the bot side, right? There's just so much communication from the side of SUHAZ eSports and going for those times. It was very risky. You got a tower and you're diving there.
I mean, it's risky indeed, but I think SUHAZ, they had a lot of conditions to say, hey, Minzal, he's got his ultimate ready to go. Whenever we needed to escape, we can. But Stormy, he's got to be extremely careful because SUHAZ are out for him.
Yeah, you can tell. And Neo is going to be taking an attempt as well. Minzal going to be forcing out the ultimates available. He's got a little bit more, but he's still holding it in. He doesn't want to waste it yet, but the rest of Orange Esports, they need to back out. Great gliding with Zip coming from AIM to save Subway out to safety, while SUHAZ Esports in prime position still hold up with those ultimates as they want to contest those turtle. Cold Ultra still available, Time Journey as well. AIM trying to make a bait, but he's forced to flicker out. He might die here and then, and that's going to be mega kill up the hands of Razin. Counter engagement comes in. Heavy Spin also going to be baited out. He's trying to isolate both Abumon and Jenny, but he's taking a little bit too much damage and he's going to fall. The turtle gets resetted, but SUHAZ Esports, they are still a little bit too low as Valence and Stormy still a little bit healthy. Neo doing a fantastic job zoning Jenny, but Ara will get picked off in the hands of Neo. So nicely done, and he's going for more. Feather Airstrike comes in, almost takes down Abumon, but Orange Esports somehow manages to kite and come up on top.
So many isolated clashes there, right? Like, you don't know where you're going to focus. And I think for Orange Esports, they just did selected targets there. And what I'm noticing is that SUHAZ Esports hasn't been taking a lot of objectives just yet.
I mean, they want to take objectives. Don't get me wrong. They want it bad, but Orange Esports just, again, being very annoying with the way they are playing. They took all their members off of the turtle, looked for the engagement, made sure that Minzal dies as quickly as possible, and they were willing to sacrifice AIM. I'm just surprised that Neo and as well as Stormy was able to make that situation gold, because now they're ahead by 2.6k.
Yeah, that was a little bit interesting of Scuffle as well, because I was expecting SUHAZ Esports to completely stick together and try and make a dive, because they have the upper hand, they have the CCs, but instead of that, they chose to take a split potential. So it shows that Orange Esports is starting to creep against their minds, where I'm here, I'm in position, you can't challenge me. And I feel like understanding their drafts is something that SUHAZ Esports needs to understand, and for them to force the play is going to be even more crucial. But I get it, you know, they don't have Purifies on Jenny, they don't have Purifies on Minzal. Things can get a little bit dicey if they get caught out.
Well, that's a big if here. Again, they've got a lot of safety nets to play by, and I think it's just adapting to each and every situation depending on what they have available at that point of time. It feels like they're a cafe shop saying, hey, today it's going to be meat delis, sometimes you might have salami sandwiches, but most of the time, expect us to have that signature Time Journey.
Is it like combo 1 or combo 2? That's what you call it in the Philippines. But here comes the engage from the side of Orange Esports. Heavy spin, and the Feathered Airstrike lands onto Razin, and they take down the second tier tower.
Ooh, good play, but mid lane as well. There might be a turn around here. Neo spots out Jenny, he sees Jenny, and now they're going to go for the chase.
They're trying to go for the chase. There is the heavy spin available, not just yet. Subway trying to go for Arash, buying some time here for the side of SUHAZ Esports. But Orange Esports, man, they got in a tower, and they're trying to go and look for some engagement here.
Yeah, I think it was a good call. I mean, it is a Benedetta. It ain't worth the time. They cannot make a very similar mistake like how SUHAZ was chasing AIM in game number 1. But let's see, this might turn and escalate a little bit more unless SUHAZ just says, hey, you can have our buff, we don't care about it. Lord is up in 10 seconds.
Yep, Subway taking a little bit too much damage. He's trying to bait the
Go
situation, but
Jenny goes down. There's no cold altar here for the side of SUHAZ Esports. Abumon with the position. Arash in the midst of it all gets taken down here by Valence. Double kill for the marksman of Orange Esports.
Yeah, that was a very interesting scuffle as well. SUHAZ Esports was baited into the fight as well. It's perfectly clear that Neo was trying to bait them into a choke spot, and Orange Esports, you can see that Valence immediately dropped the puppets right in between the members of SUHAZ Esports, and they were so afraid to challenge it, and that was a little bit of a misplay. However, next setter comes in.
Oh, there you go, Circling Eagle by AIM. There is the Cult Altar here by Jenny, is able to sustain Feathered Airstrike right after the Cult Altar. Too much to take here. Razin goes down, and they're gonna go for it. It's gonna be a 2v1 trade. There's gonna be more. Minzal is gonna get zoned away. Double kill for Neo. Arash going in for Stormy. He's not gonna get anything. He's going to get a 4v1 situation. It's a mega kill for Valence. 1-4-3 trade here in favor of Orange Esports. They can go straight for the Lord here.
Oh, beautiful play coming in from Valence. His puppet was able to hit 3 targets in a really tight choke point. He's getting a hit after hit after hit, and even right at the end against the Arash, who is super slippery as a Benedetta, they get away from a barrier, forcing him against the wall and repositioning it again to stop him from escaping. Nicely played by Valence.
Yeah, this is Definitely a very difficult situation from SUHAZ eSports, but Orange eSports, they pay attention to Valence's items as well. He's actually opted to go for Inspire to try actually get a little bit more value out of those Scarlet Phantom Berserker's Fury, and because of this, he's able to dish out so much damage, and it makes perfect sense why he's 50k #1 right now in terms of rankings.
Yeah, they're gonna go for engage. Razin in the midst of it. Oh! Abumon goes down! One of the main damage dealers here of SUHAZ eSports. Aim goes to the Circling Eagle, and the heavy spin onto the backside. Valence is still at it! It's a double kill! They're gonna go for more. Feathered airstrike here by Stormy. Impeccable positioning there. It is a 4-3 for none exchange. Well, it's a 1v1 with Subway, and the Ross still goes down. They're gonna go for the Lord here. I think Orange eSports go straight for... Are they gonna try to end here?
They're going for the end. Yeah, they're trying to slow him down. Neo's trying to slow Razin down as they hit the inhibitor. They get this for free. Meanzal's coming back in 0 seconds. Abumon as well. Jenny's going to be back here. And this is where they go for the Lord, right?
Oh, Vander Airstrike from the backside. Razin is able to sustain. Oh, wow. Almost getting caught there by the Feathered Airstrike. And Subway already starting the Lord.
Razin popping that out, saving his life, but at the same time, I gotta give credit from Valence, man. He was able to isolate the fight and get individual pickoffs while picking off the Straggler. This is not something that you see coming from Melissa, but the mobility is on point. Orange eSports, once again, they don't want to fight with when the dolls are pretty much on down for the cooldown. They want to have Valence in optimum condition to actually take a fight. So this is going to be a little bit of a temporary disengagement, but at the same time, Lord pushing from the middle side. They're syncing up the lanes before taking the big clash.
Man, that's so unfortunate. If I was in Abumon's position, I definitely would have done the same thing. I wouldn't expect Melissa to burst me down like that. Valence just hitting the perfect item power spike, at the same time popping his Inspire to take Abumon out instantly.
Wow, rabbit farm there in the middle. Here comes the Lord. Orange eSports knocking in the base. Look at the damage coming out from the side of Orange eSports. Here comes the Cult Altar. Razin trying to buy some time. Feathered Airstrike here being committed by Stormy. Jenny goes down. There is no Cult Altar here. Arash trying to get in something. Double kill for Stormy. They're going to go for the base. Orange eSports, they're going to try to end this. It's going to be a 1v3 situation, actually. They're going to knock in the tower, and Orange eSports takes in game number 2.
God damn, Valence! What a game coming out of him from Orange eSports. Melissa showing up big time. Finally, somebody pushing her to the limits.
Oh my goodness, Orange eSports breaking the record. Finally getting a win on both the Melissa and the Farsa with a 0% win rate, now up by a point, thanks, and of course, courtesy of Orange eSports.
What a beautiful game coming out from Orange eSports, cleanly taking that out. Valence getting huge, and he made sure he let every member of SUHAZ eSports knows he's that guy.
So we can officially say that Orange eSports has taken the record for the longest win streak?
They have tied, in a matter of fact. Right now, it's 9 win streak to 9 win streak, and their opponent was Todak in that win streak. So, if they win their upcoming game later on in the regular season, they will take the longest win streak in the MPL. But with that being said, let's have a chat with our winners with the host on stage.
Pasukan Orange eSports masih lagi mengekalkan win streak mereka, dan satu persembahan yang sangat-sangat baik ditunjukkan oleh mereka. Jadi anda bersama saya Syamilo selaku host, jadi kita akan berada dekat tengah-tengah ni. Kita akan interview pemain-pemain pasukan Orange terlebih dahulu. Kita akan pass mic dekat Subway lari sini. Saya tanya dia dulu lah, sebab saya nampak dia nak lari, so saya tanya dia. Okay, so boleh cerita sikit tak, adakah ini keputusan yang dijangka oleh pasukan Orange eSports? Sebab kita tahu yang pasukan SUHAZ ni adalah pasukan yang line up yang baru. So adakah ini yang dijangkakan oleh pasukan Orange ataupun target dia lain?
Tak pun, kita orang tak underestimate mana-mana team, walaupun dia baru ke lama ke.
Oh, so still respect lah.
Respect.
Alright, bagus. Jadi saya rasa saya nak bagi dekat coach boleh?
Boleh.
Okay, saya nak minta coach dia tolong naik. Awish boleh naik atas tak? Kita nak tengok coach pasukan Orange, sebab pasukan yang still lagi win streak, dan mereka boleh dikatakan mungkin upper bracket confirm untuk mereka. Jadi selaku coach lah, kita nak tanya macam mana pasukan Orange eSports boleh stay konsisten dan kemungkinan besar dan confirm lah boleh katakan upper bracket. So apa rahsianya?
Tak ada rahsia pun. Sebab semua boleh buat
Satu je lah.
Semua boleh buat. Alright, so, apalah rasa untuk masukkan Orange Esports sebab kita tahu yang hari ni kali ni pun line up baru kan. So apa perasaan Aus sendiri dapat handle pasukan Orange dan kali ni dah apa bracket? Perasaan apa? Apa rasa dia?
Rasa special lah.
Alright, okay, rasa something special. So bila pegang pasukan Orange terus boleh naik apa bracket lah. Bagus lah. Alright.
Tapi sebenarnya kita orang tak sangka pun. Kita orang tak pernah target untuk
so okay lah. Rasa macam ini something yang baru lah, special untuk pasukan Orange. Alright, thank you. Kita akan bagi dekat, janganlah malu. Kita akan pass kat Balance untuk kata, untuk sampaikan kepada peminat-peminat yang datang ke Cool City Mall dan yang mana yang menonton kat rumah. Selain lepas tu lah, saya nak tanya macam mana perasaan dapat kill yang terbanyak untuk pasukan Orange Esports? Untuk semualah, untuk MPL Malaysia lah.
Kill okay je lah. Macam tu lah. Kepada semua fans, tak kira SUHAZ ke OE, thank you datang. And we will always appreciate your support. Thank you.
Alright, nampak jawapan dia. Dapat kill banyak pun macam biasa. Dapat kill banyak pun rasa biasa. Dapat assist banyak pun tak tahu. Jadi terima kasih untuk pasukan Orange Esports selaku pemenang untuk kali ini. Jadi kita akan pass kepada mic check untuk saksikan atau dengar apa yang mereka bincangkan dalam game.
I break armor. Gas.
Nice.
Razin.
Korang reset dah?
Tak down.
I request.
Aku on dia balik.
Dauti. Gas ni.
Go. Dekat atas.
Sabar ni.
Boleh. Ayah dia mati.
Ini. Okay. Blazing. Mati. Nice.
Gas.
Gas balik.
Wow. Kita masih ada lot.
Hello banyak.
Jangan wow tu. Nice, dah one. Razin no emo.
Kejana.
Esme no sprint. Okay, bunuh lu Razin ni. Okay, lot. Dia dah pandai tu.
Air tak dah.
Dia dah besar. Fokus guys.
Apa ada lagi?
Digi no ulti.
Boleh gas salib sumpah.
Aku tarik.
Sini lah.
Ada lot.
Kita ada dua.
Ada lot.
Kita ada dua kai guys.
Dia dah mati. Gas balik.
Go. Kiting.
Jaga. Arash.
Hello.
Nice.
Macam tak ni?
Aku slowkan dia. Aku dah slowkan dia.
Mati semua.
And that's going to be the mic check coming in from Orange Esports. A 2-0 against SUHAZ. Close game 1, but a dominating game 2. A huge game coming out from Valens.
Well, communication is going to be key. We did see a little bit of mic check as well. You can see, even though it was a very, very difficult game for Orange Esports for both game 1 in particular, you can hear the comms that they're always keeping tabs on their opponents' battle spells and timings and knowing that when can we jump in. Are they strong? Are they not strong? If they're not strong, you know what? We can push it. And they did it very, very calculatively. And communication seems to be the key to victory.
It seems very specific, right? Like, I mean, I didn't understand a lot, but you can feel the emotion, right?
Well, I'm glad you got to see some of our MPL interviews. Our players are very shy and very awkward up on stage. But don't worry, when it comes into game, they are vicious because Valens, 6-2 and 13 overall. 13 assists is pretty normal, especially for Melissa, who's able to kind of get in on everybody with a single puppet to tether them down. But with a simple build, 4 items is all he needs to start dishing out some really big damage. It's such a big reminder that like these 4 item marksmen, like Mia, like Irithel as well, who was so very close to that final one but couldn't lock it down. My God, when they hit that 4 item power spike, you just don't expect that damage.
I honestly didn't expect Valens to be able to actually force SUHAZ Esports in this situation where they're so afraid to stick S5 and force a fight, which is really weird. But Valens, he's very patient when it comes to setting up those doors, right? Every single time SUHAZ Esports disengage or gets caught straggling, he pops it on and gives chase and somehow manages to either get a kill or chunk them low enough to not come into a fight.
Well, I mean, let's not forget about like the item builds, right? If we look at Neo, he did actually go for a 4th item, Ice Queen's Wand. Most people usually wait to the very final item to get it. He's not looking to be tanky at this stage of the game. He knows he can receive a good amount of damage with just the Frost Moon Shield alone. Because look, Thamos, slow DPS. Farmis doesn't really do that much. Diggy, he didn't take Impure Rage and decided to pull yourself together. Therefore, not looking to go the traditional mage build. Irithel didn't get her 4 items, and more importantly,
Benedetta isn't building full damage either and has an execute. So he can actually greed out for this Ice Queen's wand.
Yeah, actually, I think for Neo here, he was the one tanking for Valence, right? Like, you're kind of wondering, like, how is Valence able to tank up all those damage? It's actually Neo with the Falling Star move. So if it's not AIM making in the Circling Eagle, it's Neo setting up the plays here for Valence.
And I'm really surprised by how much Orange Esports was able to get away with it, but I'm looking forward to see how the stats look like for Valence, and it seems like 83,000 damage coming in from Valence, and well, I'm having second thoughts on this hero now because I did not expect that amount of damage, and with in the right hands, it seems like it is to be a force to reckon. Are we going to see a potential, when I mean really potential, more Melissa coming into its the next upcoming few matches?
I hope so. I think it's, again, Melissa has been slept on for far too long, wasn't abused during its time on release when it felt like the strongest, but now it still is a high-risk, high-reward hero. I think Aerithel is a lot safer, don't get me wrong, but Valence playing it really does show some interesting techs against Farmis and Diggy comps.
Yeah, they needed the burst here, and Valence definitely gave it to SUHAZ Esports. Rich Guy and the carry here for this game.
I mean, okay, bigger story, damage dealt, superb coming out from Orange Esports. A 20-9 game, so no difference there, including the damage to towers. The total heals, I'm rather surprised that AIM was kind of able to keep his team topped up, especially Neo and as well as Subway. But I like the fact that Orange Esports, when you do see Subway actually get his hands on the Akai or some form of a tank, it kind of relieves that pressure from AIM to play this hard tank. They're like, hey, Neo, you can also play that frontliner. We're going to give you a decent matchup so that AIM can actually play a supplementary role, roam around the map, not with a tank, but at the very least on an enchanter. But it's time for the MVP of this game. I think it's to nobody's surprise. From the side of Orange Esports, you got to give it to the man, the myth, the legend, Valence.
Back-to-back MVP.
Well, wow, look at this. 95% kill participation. Melissa was everywhere, and Valence, every single time a fight's about to break down, he's always there to dish out the damage. And game 1, 5,000 damage per minute. Game number 2, 6,163 DPM. So it's kind of says a lot, you know, if you're clumped up together, this Melissa is going to completely shred you with this Inspire. And it's only what, like you said, a 4-item power spike?
Again, it's nuts, and especially with the Inspire, you get so much DPM. Kim, do you see this kind of numbers coming out of MLBB?
Well,
I don't think you see that many.
No, not really. Actually, I'm very happy that I'm here. And you know, the reason why I watched MPL Malaysia before when I got into it, it's because you guys have a very interesting way of like picking up heroes, making it work. And I think this is a testament to other players, even gold laners. Like, it doesn't matter what hero you pick up, if you're able to make it work, it works.
It's impact. It's all about impact. And I think the theory crafting here for the side of Orange Esports is really great. We saw the idea of how to deal with Farmis, have a lot of AoE damage, break that 10 HP super quick, and then you don't have to worry about anything. But in game number 2, where you can clearly see where Orange Esports decided, hey, we didn't get the cream of the crop heroes, therefore we're gonna go for something else. We get the Farsa, we get Valence on this Melissa, and despite the early game not going in their favor, SUHAZ Esports just could not deal with that power spike.
Yeah, you can pay attention as well. If SUHAZ Esports was grouping up as 5, they tentatively have the upper hand, right? But this bottom fight right here was a little bit scuffed from SUHAZ Esports. They overextended a little bit too much, which kind of cost them the fight. But eventually, as the game goes on, a super underrated player is that Neo is always finding a way to zone the backlines in a way where he's trying to separate either Jenny or Minzao from regrouping together. So it's a very underrated play from him, but it eventually works out in Orange Esports' favor, which is kind of interesting considering that I thought they would always be somehow together, right? If you think about the conversation come from SUHAZ Esports.
Oh, look at that damage. Look at that damage. That single tether hitting 3 people at once, absolutely chunking them out. Oh, so very good. And Valence using that ult to deny the initial dash. I love it. I love the abuse of mechanics here from the kid of Melissa. It's great to watch. It feels fresh. To me, it's like watching MPL MY from Season 2 all over again. It's such a fresh take on the game.
Yeah, most of the time you see like players picking up like meta picks, right? But this is the time.
Oh my goodness!
Damage!
That triple tether. What?
Oh, it doesn't feel fair. It doesn't feel fair at all. I'm sorry to cut you off there, Kim, but yes,
overall, let's have a look at the group standings here. Orange Esports still at number 1, sitting at a whopping total of 23 aggregate points. This guarantees that Orange Esports goes into the upper brackets.
Yeah, 23, even way more than Team Hawk here.
Crazy, right?
Yeah, it's really, really close for Group A. And fortunately for Group B, Orange Esports will be, as of yet, undefeated, guaranteed upper brackets, and also tied for the highest win streak record thus far in MPL MY history. Can Orange Esports overtake Todak or even who is it? Nara? Was it
Nara Esports?
Yeah, Nara Esports.
MYSG. God bless to our brothers, and hopefully they're doing great over there in MPL SG. But
shout out to Scrubby Cheeks, though.
Yeah, shout out to Scrubby Cheeks. Anyways, we're still gonna make fun of them nevertheless because they're too close. They're a little too close to us for comfort, but we love them still. I do believe that Orange Esports, their competitors in, I think it was going to be Todak in Season 6, where they actually had that full game, but the season was shorter. It feels a little unfair, but if Orange Esports keep up this win streak, and more importantly, that match 100% win rate, by the way, they can easily overtake them and be coming out of the group stages. It could be a curse, it could be a blessing, who knows? It's MPL MY.
Yep, and that pretty much sums up from the first series here in day number 3, and I'm really, really surprised that Melissa, Mike, potentially be not picked up or picked up in this regards, because I was a little bit questionable, like, hey, how is he going to be able to set up those damage, right? To set up those triple tethers is extremely difficult to do so, and we've been trying to figure out, hey, what's the best way to deal with Fromis? We saw the Claude. I was a little bit surprised that they did not pick it, but pick it on Melissa, and after seeing that final play, if the other teams are watching this game, that might be a new alternative to deal with the Fromis. What are your thoughts on the keys to victory for Orange Esports as well?
Well, personally, again, aside from Valence, right, I'm going to save that for last. Mid laner impact, instantly we see Stormy and as well from game number 2 itself, that Farsa as a new tech, instead of just utilizing the Eve, making sure that his DPM is relatively high. Farsa doing a great amount of damage in game number 2. 3,531. The Conquer and Control I thought was going to be more important as a keys to victory, but I want to talk about picking and winning the war. Picking where they actually chose to take these fights, and choke points for Melissa really worked out for them.
Yeah, especially for game number 2, right? When it comes to game 1, you know, it was like, it came down to 50-50. They were losing on so much fights because of composition. But for them to eventually tie things out into the final fights where you get that one important kill, the cooldown timers are going to be extremely long. We talked about, oh, if the timer goes past 20 minutes, you are expecting like 1 minute death timer, etc. But that game was one of the longest games here in MPL MY, 31 minutes. So if you get picked off, you're dead.
Yeah.
You're going to be on the sidelines for a good 1 to almost close to 2 minutes.
I mean, that's the beauty of it all. What do you think, Kim? Specifically for you, the keys to victory, what do you feel was the biggest impact here?
You know, I was expecting to see a lot of Stormy. We didn't see like Stormy getting like a 0 deaths, right? That's usually the case. But I think for this particular series, he was able to provide so much high ground for the side of Orange Esports. Definitely winning in those clashes, especially like if you have a Framis, right? You pop in that cult altar. Once it's over, you land in the feathered airstrike in a very good position. It's going to wreak havoc.
Yeah, for me, especially when I'm playing pubs, if I got a Farmis, I turn my brain off. You hit that call altar, it's just like, go in. Like, what am I scared of? I'm not going to die anyways. I feel this adds a new layer, a new layer of complexity. I think it poses some really interesting tech that other teams are probably going to keep in mind when they're going up against Orange Esports, maybe even incorporate it for themselves.
Yeah, and we've talked about every single team trying to solidify their drafts, trying to deal with the current meta here and there. Orange Esports has found a pretty decent plan to do with Farmis. The Eve composition was okay-ish from game number 1, but game 2 looks a little bit more solid now with the Melissa. So I'm looking forward to see whether it is going to be the meta for this patch. But let's take a look at the heat map for game number 2 by AIM during the 30-second mark all the way to the 6:30 mark. It seems like a majority of the time he has been supporting on the goal lane to make sure that Valence gets his farm to be able to scale to and deliver that kind of results.
Plus, you're going up against Abumon, right? And for XP lane, you can see that Neo has been sustaining his lane pretty well. So it really doesn't matter for AIM. He's just going to support Valence up until he reaches that power spike.
Look, he was playing Esmeralda. He is an independent woman. He can do what he wants. He doesn't need no support hogging him around all day. But don't worry, because AIM was actually protecting the bottom side of the map, especially when you have that Diggy just abusing the Melissa constantly. And we even saw the 2v1 down bot side, that first blood going over to SUHAZ. I think it was very evident that AIM, instead of just playing on that top side, instantly, okay, I can't just follow the jungler around.
my bot needs help, and I need to make sure that the gold lane is going to be the win condition. So we need to get there as quick as possible.
Yeah, basis on his rotation to make sure that Balance has a pretty decent game as well. If he wasn't down in the bottom side as well and get the trade against Abumon, things would not have looked kind of one-sided for Orange Esports side, because there was a little bit of redemption that made by him. His Matilda was able to get, I think multiple times, he was able to get Subway out of those kind of sticky situations, and it's really interesting on how they actually play the composition. We expect AIM to be the ones that actually take initiative, but this time it's balance. I think Kim brought up this very, very interesting point where sometimes it's AIM, sometimes it's going to be balance, and this time AIM, he understands his role perfectly well. He needs to be in the backseat, playing in the supportive role, play the channel role, make sure my carry gets into the later stage of the game.
Yeah, it's either he does the setup, right? Or he goes in for like the more supportive type of role. And with Subway taking in the tanky fighters, pretty good.
I mean, speaking of Subway, he had a lot of help from Stormy specifically, but in game at number 2, that's where we got to see a bit of a disconnect between the two, right? Stormy, the most he can do to help, especially on a Farsa who's relatively weak in the early game, is drop the Feather Airstrike, hope to God that it's enough damage to force your enemy back. Instead, Stormy playing an important role, not only controlling the mid lane, but rotating pretty often to the side lanes to help out. I mean, look at the heat map, right? His pathing, he doesn't really like to take the river side, especially going down to the gold lane. He needs to clear up the waves, but more importantly, he needs to cover his side lanes.
No, that's the difference between a Yve and a Farsa, right? From a Yve perspective, you know, yes, arguably you've got more or less the same range as the Feather Airstrike. You know, you dish out damage, but when it comes to pathing and rotating, or maybe even trying to kite, Yve is very, very lacking, especially when he doesn't have the sprint. But with the Farsa, you're always going to have those kind of moments. You can even see in the hit map as well. He was passing through terrains here and there. It forces, I would say, it forces SUHAZ eSports to actually commit a little bit more to try and get a kill onto his hit.
I mean, it was a really valiant effort from SUHAZ and as well as Orange Esports, but only one of them can come out the victors. But the same goes for you guys at home who have been supporting these teams. They need winners are listed out on the bottom. If you see your name, you've already earned your prizes, so check your accounts for that. And if you want to participate, it's so simple. Write a simple, sweet message to one of the teams, maybe even both of the teams, and use that hashtag 10Bersama. Don't forget your game ID as well as server ID, so we can send the prizes right into your account.
Well, at the same time, you know, if they leave the comments for us, the casters, who knows, you know, you might actually get lucky as well.
I don't think so.
Now, you know, hashtag 10Bersama, you know, Gideon's the best caster, blah, blah, blah. And then, who knows, you know, Gideon will actually bribe him.
I don't know.
He bribed you, I guess.
I don't know, but maybe they do it for Burger Kim. Hey, shouts out MPL PH, pick her up quick. Hey, before we keep her here in MY. But now, for our favorite segment here at the Caster's Desk, a good time to have some fun. And your very first time, Burger Kim, for the Guess Who segment.
I love it. It's like I'm entering this game show and then you guys know what's happening and I'm just like, what's going on?
This is the best part, right? Like, we both kind of have like an advantage because we don't know, or like we know these players to a certain degree. But now, we're gonna ask you here, Kim. Who do you think this person is? His hobby is watching football, featured hero being Lunok, Selena, and Kadida, birthplace from Sungai Petani, Kedah. Do you know where that is?
Well,
I don't even know what
featured
that is.
heroes.
Okay, it's
I
a
kind
north
of
side
an
of lane.
idea, but you know, football. I realized that you guys here in Malaysia love a lot of football. And that, like in the shops, even everywhere. Like, oh, this is a football country.
We love football as much as the Philippines love basketball.
Oh, yeah,
That's the comparison here. That's the comparison. But we still need to guess. Out of the three, which do you think it's going to be?
I think it's AIM.
You think it's AIM?
I think it's AIM.
Okay, because honestly, I have no idea.
I have
I would like to be confident, but I'm not.
idea as well.
I will say...
I want to say it's
Danny?
Stormy.
Oh.
No, actually, you know what? AIM, maybe, yeah. Kadita.
Yeah,
AIM.
because it's the Kadita. I
Yeah,
just gave it away.
I'm going to say AIM because of watching football. Big brain moment right here. Let's reveal. It's going to be AIM. That's so unfair, production. He's wearing a mask. Come on. Come on. How are we supposed to know if he's wearing a mask or not? But regardless, thank you to everybody who's been participating. This is our favorite segment here where we can have fun, but you guys are also rewarded with the code, so quickly claim that while you still can.
Yeah, and of course, who would have thought it is actually AIM as well? I was expecting maybe even a Stormy play up here and there, but the featured hero kind of gave it away. You know, I feel bad. I want to put Kim in a spot where, come on, do you know your countries? Come on, give it a guess. But she took the safe approach. Oh, featured heroes? Oh, yeah. He played Kadita.
Honestly, that is the way to go. That's how I figured it out. But for you guys at home waiting for that next game, don't worry, because coming up next, it's going to be Team SMG versus Team CARACAL. Team CARACAL on the up and rising. SMG unfortunately dropped their game this week. Hopefully they get redemption to end the week 1-1.
Yeah, this is going to be a very interesting match as well because the stakes are pretty high, especially for SMG, who's trying to eye for the upper bracket seedings, while CARACAL is fighting for their tournament lives. Them dropping the one game yesterday kind of hurt them a little bit, but they're still not out of the running yet. So the stakes are pretty high between both the teams with individual objectives. So who's going to want to come out on top? That's going to be a game that you guys want to be watching.
Finishing words here, Burger Kim, for this very first best of 3.
There's a lot of firsts here in MPL Malaysia, and I think you guys were gunning for the Malaysian world records, am I right?
Yes,
Yeah.
we are!
Don't forget to tag MPL Malaysia, and of course, you know, there's a lot of first years, and of course, I'm just so excited to see what's more in store for us today, because honestly, I thought I've had enough for the first series. But you know what? It's MPL Malaysia. That's what they always tell me. It's MPL Malaysia.
Here's the thing, we love to do that, and again, I'm glad to have you, and doing this debut with you has been absolutely great, but we got more games, so hopefully you guys are ready for it, because MPL Malaysia is not ending anytime soon. We'll catch you guys for the second game after this break.
Hello, little friend.
Who the hell are you?
Alan, the one who gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control.
Hand over the stone! Interesting proposal, but no. Get him!
A bit early for warm-up. But I'm fine with it.
Even if you have the heart of anima, I, Gusion Taxley, will never surrender!
Thorns remain. Should petals fall?
Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie, with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skill's animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between 2 fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Gusion. Gusion's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Gusion with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Gusion's scarf to reflect the 2 brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Gusion's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Gusion. That's why we're bringing Gusion's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Gusion in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the 2 heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Gusion's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Sepuluh adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
Tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan.
ditutup.
Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ketujuh adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah Todak mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara mampukah RSG MY dan tim SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita.
are you?
The one who gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control. Get him! A bit early for warm-up. Wouldn't mind being fine with it.
Have the heart of anima. I, Gushin Taxley, will never surrender!
Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gushin. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skills animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skills mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between two fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Guzhan. Guzhan's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Guzhan with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's mana shards design at the end of Guzhan's scarf to reflect the two brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Guzhan's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Guzhan. That's why we're bringing Guzhan's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhan in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhan's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dog.
Sepuluh adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
Tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan.
ditutup.
Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah Todak mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara, mampukah RSG MY dan tim SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita.
hell are you?
Alan, the one who gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control. Get him! A bit early for warm-up. Wouldn't mind being fine with it.
Even if you have the heart of anima, I, Gusion Taxley, will never surrender!
Thorns remain. Should petals fall?
Justice served! I will let my blood fill ransom debt. Justice served! Be a hero.
Hey everyone! We launched Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skill's animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between two fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Guzhan. Guzhan's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Guzhan with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Guzhan's scarf to reflect the two brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Guzhan's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Guzhan. That's why we're bringing Guzhan's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhan in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhan's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Sepuluh adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan. Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah Todak mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara mampukah RSG MY dan tim SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita.
hell are you?
The one who gave you the wand.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control.
Interesting proposal. But no. Get him!
A bit early for warm-up, but I'm fine with it.
Even if you have the heart of anima, I, Guzhin Taxley, will never surrender!
Thorns remain, should petals fall.
Justice served! I won't let my blood spill love from death. Justice served! Be a hero.
Hey everyone! We launched Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Guzhin. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House fans. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skill's animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between two fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Guzhan. Guzhan's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Guzhan with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Guzhan's scarf to reflect the two brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Guzhan's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Guzhan. That's why we're bringing Guzhan's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhan in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhan's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rockstar?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rockstar?
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
MPL Malaysia Season 10 is powered by Munton, presented by McDelivery. It's the perfect time to catch all the action with McDelivery. Free 6 pieces of chicken McNuggets for you, and all you gotta do is purchase the McD's app and enter the promo code MPL10 during checkout. Official smartphone, Samsung Galaxy A series. Immerse yourself into the world of Mobile Legends with the official smartphone of MPL Malaysia Season 10. You'll be sure to experience an epic gaming performance on the Galaxy A53 5G.
Champion Extra GG with Garnier Men. Fight 99.9% acne-causing bacteria in just 10 seconds. Bikin Sampai Jadi with Hotlink. Game your way and Bikin Sampai Jadi with Hotlink Prepaid. Get your choice of unlimited internet or high-speed internet on the always connected network.
Official gaming chair, Secret Lab. Partners in eSports, Joe's Barber, EGG Network, TikTok Live, eSports Charts, and ESI.
Good to catch you guys back here at the MPL MY Season 10. To all of our audiences here in Malaysia and as well as those tuning in from the Philippines, my name is Gideon Q. This is Icy Baby 1-2 and the one that you're all waiting to watch for, Burger Kim, of course.
Right, thank you so much. You know what, Gideon, we were talking about it backstage. I was like, oh my goodness, that's so much pressure. Like everyone from the Philippines jumps all the way here to Malaysia to catch this game out. It's Team SMG and Team CARACAL.
It's going to be a spicy one, but salutes to you guys for watching English broadcast. But let's talk about this, Icy Baby, because number one, Team SMG took a loss earlier this week already, and CARACAL has won the game. So they're starting from different standings here.
You know, I like the different approach of how SMG has been playing throughout the regular seasons, right? They shifted from their usual playstyle of being very, very disciplined and calculative. With Zorn into integration, they started to get a little bit more erratic, a little bit more chaotic and aggressive, which is kind of entertaining to watch, but it does not serve their objective of taking games. So hopefully they will fine-tune a little bit in today's performance, considering that they are still very, very close to try and get a slot into the upper brackets. However, from the side of Team CARACAL, that's going to be a different approach because they are trying to fight for their lives to get their spots into the playoffs.
Well, with that being said, let's bring out both these competitors up onto the stage. You know them, you love them. It's the player walk-in.
Team CARACAL.
To start things off, it's Team CARACAL, currently number 5th in the group as they look to make it up. They've got their walk-in of the lifetime. The Wildcats ready to bring it to stage.
Yeah, all of their names actually have a meow. And I was asking you guys, should I read this? But it's actually their identity, right? It's their identity, it's in their logo. So here you have it, Team CARACAL.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see with this new integration as well. They first made appearance with the integration of Maima as well as Win. Things are looking a little bit slow for them. Hopefully it will get better because they need to score some serious points. However, their opponents...
Yeah, they do need to score some points as well.
Team SMG.
Team SMG make their way up on stage here. They need some points. They want the upper brackets with no fear of relegation. Only the best of the best. Oh, wait a minute, their lineup. Where's Hate?
Oh man, I was looking forward to see Hate. I did see him play last Friday, but this time it's going to be Zyme Senpoi playing in the mid lane.
Well, it's nice to see Zyme Senpoi back in action again, and seems to me Coach James has finally decided, you know what, it's time to test out Zyme Senpoi again. Of course, the fans here, we are seeing a little chance coming from Zorn. SMG, they've got a lot to live up as well as being one of the previous MPL winners. There are a lot of this on the line, and hopefully they will be able to secure the upper brackets in the following weeks to come with this match as the starting point.
SMG, they've already lost the red on Friday. They're looking to get a big win here against Team CARACAL, who won just yesterday against SUHAZ. And how it's going to be predetermined is with the brains of both teams. We have Long as well as Coach James here up on stage with Jurong as their coach, as well as Sino as their analyst for Team CARACAL.
They need to get those points, right? I mean, for both these teams, Team SMG is quite on the shaky side, actually.
Yeah, I definitely agree. You know, ever since Zorn came in, it looks really, really favorable. In the sense where when Zorn is playing with Zyme Senpoi, they look really, really aggressive. They take a lot of risk to a point that it feels uncharacteristics of Team SMG. But to give you guys a little bit more insights, but let's take a look at these stats being brought up from side Team SMG.
Yep, whopping stats here. 77% first blood rate, 55% when it comes down to first towers. However, their fastest game wins are 11 minutes and 36 seconds, which generally the average time for a Team SMG game on the winning side is around 12 to 13.
Well, looking at the first blood rate here, it means that you can kind of tell that Team SMG, if they want to go aggressive, they can do so. But we talked about Zorn a little bit. Whenever he makes the engages, I feel like, you know, it has to be calculated. It has to be timed really well.
Well, that's the thing about Zorn. Is he a playmaker? Absolutely. Does it necessarily mean that the timing is right? No!
Yeah, I definitely agree. But what I want to talk about SMG as well, because when it comes to the fastest game win rate, it kind of shows that compared to the rest, they can't seem to close out the game very, very smoothly. And based on the first blood rate as well as objective-wise, they do have the tendency to actually close up the first few rotations very, very well. Early game with rotations has always been on point for SMG. But when it comes to transitioning towards closing up the game, especially tower diving towards tier 3, tier 2, which we see a lot of times coming from Zorn, kind of sets them back in a pace where they are forced to play towards the later stage of the game rather than just get a clean closing.
Well, I mean, if we're talking about clean closings, Team CARACAL is also a victim to unable to close out that game with a nice bow on top of their 58% first blood rate and 46% first tower rate.
You know what, Gideon? There is that term in Tagalog. I did mention it earlier. It's actually called panalo na, talo pa.
What does that mean?
It means that the game's already yours, but you still lost it. Yeah, that's what it means.
I'll remember that. I'll remember that for
It's very long. It's very lengthy. So I hope you can remember that.
Hopefully. I gotta write it down somewhere, maybe get a tattoo of it someday. But so far with Team CARACAL, let's see whether or not they can actually take this game away, because ending
this week 2-0 is going to set them up for success in actually getting out of relegations, because they're only 2 points away from the Lunatics in Group B itself.
Now, I think CARACAL is a good example to actually compare it with Team SMG, right? Like, we've seen multiple instances where DA sets up the play, but there's just no follow-up. So when it comes to roaming and XP contribution, this is going to be the keys for victory for not just CARACAL, but also SMG. Zorn and Hate hasn't had one of the highest success rate when it comes to setting up a play. Zorn ends up getting taken out multiple times because Hate wasn't in position to follow up. Likewise coming from DAs. But hopefully with this match and integration coming in towards week number 6, day number 3 here, CARACAL is going to be able to improve on communications and team play.
Okay, what about you, Burger Kim? What do you think is going to be the important keys to victory here?
Protect the backline, I would say. I mean, I think for Team SMG, they play around a lot in their gold lane, so I feel like that should be one of the keys to victory. I mean, most of the time, right? If your jungler can't get that power spike, can't get that snowball, you're gonna heavily rely on your gold laner.
I mean, Sasa is reliable, but his performance has been a little up and down as of late. I don't know if it's because of the communication. So for me personally, I think the total team goal differences is going to matter the most, because this is Coach James we're talking about here. He's got a very big macro play, macro-eccentric style and influence over the team. If we had to compare a lot of the teams so far, I would say Team SMG looks the most like an international style of play. But even Team SMG, that is all astounding support rate.
Honestly, that's even way more than, you know, what Orange Esports got earlier.
Yeah.
A lot, like more than 80%. Goes to Team SMG.
Well, kind of surprised by this, but at the same time, no surprises for SMG, considering that you can see the fans are just chanting for Sasa as well as the Zorn, and looking forward to see how it happens. But my goodness, is he watching the BM stream or is he watching the English stream?
I mean, the fact is that there is a slight delay, so they're showing Team CARACAL, which is a little counterintuitive, but we get where the idea is going. The SMG fans are hoping to see the best performance possible, and obviously the Zorn fans, hugely popular here in Malaysia. It's going to be exciting stuff to see him play up on stage, and of course, a shout out to Lafel. There has to be one.
Yeah, there's no MPL MY without Lafel now. He's gotten to a stage where he's so popular among us casters that you've got to mention Lafel. Look at him. He was flexing his tongue just now back in backstage.
Come on. I mean, yesterday we saw Mars.
Don't be jealous.
I'm not jealous. I'm just on the English broadcast.
But
no
you know,
big deal.
they told me not to take translation services from Lafel. Like before he came here, everyone in MPLP is just like, don't take translation.
I'm taking a wild guess. You know, that advice was from Mara, isn't it?
No, it's not from Mara.
Oh,
It's from
okay.
Leo, shout out by the way.
Hey, shout out to Leo's real quick. You got some competition here at the MPL MY now. Hey, but hey, let's come back. Let's pull it back. We got 20 seconds until the draft. What are we expecting from Team SMG and CARACAL?
Okay, see, when it comes to the draft here, I feel like Zyme Senpoi is in a particular situation where he has dropped a lot of experience in terms of his play time on the Metro, right? So for him to transition back, it's going to take a little bit of time of adjusting. However, when it comes to communication, that's going to be his selling point when it comes to his play style to pair it up with Zorn. So this is something that they are very, very good at. SMG, even in their mic check, Zorn and Zyme Senpoi is very vocal and about talking about positioning, when to set up, what to do next. This is something that SMG can row on, especially when you see Zyme Senpoi paired up with Zorn.
Okay, I mean, shot calling is supposed to be cleaner here. Communication shouldn't be an issue with a full Malaysian roster right now. Team SMG on the blue side, Team CARACAL on the red side. Valentina, as well as the farm, is immediately banned out. Wanwan is the quick follow-up. Team CARACAL looking and holding priority right now. It could lean to another power pick potentially?
Yeah, the 1-1 has been taken out. 3 power picks immediately banned away by both sides, but the Akai as well, that seems to be something that's super popular here in Malaysia. They take it out, and I think for the most part, if you get a tanky type of jungler, it's going to be much easier to like adjust your roles.
Yeah, I guess that's going to be the case as well. We've seen a lot of Balmond pickup coming from Orange before, but lately we haven't seen it too much. We've seen a lot of Paquito, especially here in week number 6, where it is, I think we talked about it as well earlier today with Orange as well as SUHAZ, where Paquito was first phase ban coming from Orange. It just shows you how much of a value when it comes to flexible picks. But I like the respect ban coming from SMG, denying the Grok. They know it's That's annoying. But here's going to be a little bit of rivalry coming on track as well. Box versus AJ, the Ace, as well as Eve. So this is going to be I would say a rivalry between I would say their ex-teammates, ex-compadres.
Hey man, you gotta take those small victories. It feels good beating your ex-teammates, whether it be for Team CARACAL or for Team SMG, Box or AJ, the Ace, and Eve. But it's gonna be Fanny picked for the side of Team SMG.
It feels like a moment where like I want to prove myself. My current girlfriend is better than my ex.
Oh.
You know what I mean? It feels like a moment like that. Don't you think so?
That's so heavy. That's a lot to take in,
yeah,
right?
that's some deep cuts.
That's rough, buddy. That's rough.
I wonder who in chat can relate to that real quick. But Team CARACAL is going to be locking in the Claude almost instantaneously. Most of the time we would expect to see Brody come out of Team CARACAL, but instead it's Claude, Paquito as well being picked up. Interesting.
Yeah. When it comes to the flexibility, I guess, from the side of CARACAL, going for the Cloud is definitely a safe pick just because it does give a little bit more mobility. We know Sasa is very capable of playing that, but what's really surprising was that we did see a popular trend in Popo and Koopa and Grok on day number 1, and it's something that SMG plays really well. But at the same time, here's a little bit of fun fact for you guys. Box is currently top meter charts for Turtle Mania with 41 counts secured in SMG's favor, and this is a point I think I brought up earlier as well. They're very good at securing first turtle objectives, but transitioning and closing out the game is something that they tentatively do make a little bit more mistakes.
Team SMG, they lock in Julian as well as Popo and Koopa. We've been seeing a lot of Popo and Koopa since the beginning of this week. But with Fanny, I want to see how the dynamic is going to work out, because again, as we saw, 41 turtles already secured by Box himself, and I feel like Team SMG is something that you could easily relate to the MPL PH, because again, objective style of gameplay, Team SMG is the go-to.
Definitely. I mean, for the first 2 picks here of SMG, that's a lot of potentials for pushes. The Fanny and even the Popo and Koopa can push the lane so fast. And with the Julian in play, I feel like this is going to be faster rotations for SMG.
Team CARACAL, they lock in the Lunox here. A very big pick for AJ. He's extremely comfortable on it. Although, I don't know how much control he's going to have over that mid lane, so I think now we need to really focus down and hone in on the supports.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a case where Team CARACAL, they just don't want to deal with the potential trap setups coming from the Popo and Koopa. But what I do like from side of SMG is that, if you compare the draft phase coming from Orange Esports as well as SUHAZ Esports, they pretty much show their hand by just straight up first phase banning Kufra, right? But from SMG's perspective, especially in day number 1, they've already found a way to deal with the Kufra. It's something that is within the vicinities of Box capabilities. But against a Grok just now, especially with Orange Bat, and also yesterday's games, where you see a lot of times when Fanny actually gets caught out by a wall trap. So it's understandable why they first phase ban it from SMG.
I mean, it looks like they have that answer, right? But I feel like Team SMG may be taking a different angle. Team CARACAL, it feels standard for teams to ban out the Natalia. They also ban out the Cho even. That's something that Zorn absolutely loves to play. But Team SMG, I feel like Atlas is a little strange, right? Because they were trying to play split pushing. They don't really care about that Atlas at the end of the day.
Yeah, you're not going to care about the clashes. All you want to do is just take in the objectives. That's something I've seen in MPL PH a lot. And in Malaysia, well, we have yet to see it. Here we have it. The Cho is going to be taken away here by Team CARACAL.
Man, CARACAL really don't like Zorn.
Yeah, I feel like every time you play against SMG, if you see Zorn is playing as well, you just straight up ban off all his heroes, right? It makes a lot of sense. But now, I'm curious to see whether or not is the Ace going to be able to pull off a Kufra play, because Kufra is something that I think I brought up a lot of times with, against Fanny. Not many players has been able to play it successfully. Zakus has also had a really rocky time with RG, where they actually lost 1 game with the Kufra against the Fanny, but won the second one. So it was like a 50-50 bounce coming with this pickup as well. But seems like Kufra completely ignored. It seems like SMG is trying to bait or taunt the Ace to actually show his hand with the Kufra pickup.
Interesting. And not only that, I think even Team SMG banning out that
they don't want it.
Yeah, they're forcing Team CARACAL to actually go for this flex pick. I think this is a really good pick for the side of Team CARACAL, like as an EXP laner or arguably even as a support. There's going to be so much value in that Ruby. Right now, we see technically 2 melees, and I think there's going to be more from the side of Team SMG. Having that quick taunt to break combinations and also having the opportunity with the I'm Offended to catch people off is a powerful tool.
I'm not so sure what Team SMG is gonna try to go for here. Like, are they gonna go for the support type of roamer, or are they gonna go for that like hard setup? Oh, there we go. We were talking about the Fredrin backstage. What? Wow, this day has been nothing short of amazing for me. A lot of firsts. First time we're seeing a Fredrin. Any thoughts, boys?
Dude, I was about to bring up the Fredrin as well because Gideon was hinting it. The taunt. I think this is a pretty good pickup to actually deal with the Fanny as well. I was debating whether it's going to be Bellerig or Fredrin. Fredrin has a pretty clear indicator when it comes to XP lane. So I like this coming from SMG. We know Smooth to be one of the best XP laners alongside with 4base here in MPL MY. Now, he's going to be the ones to demonstrate it for us because can he live up to the expectations of us casters and all the audience out there as one of the best XP laners? If he pulls it off, this will be a pretty big statement.
It is. It would be a pretty big statement, and I think Team CARACAL need to readjust where Ruby needs to go to, but instead, they're going to say, hey, we're not going to readjust, we're going to play Benedetta, we're not going to interact with you, and it's going to be important because the knock-up coming in from Fredrin is very telegraphed, and it'll be easy for the Eye for an Eye to counter and parry it.
Yep. And with the drafts coming in, I'm really looking forward to see Zorn giving us a little bit of a masterclass performance on a tutorial into its Franco's gameplay.
This is going to be sweaty. Personally, Burger Kim, I think you chose the perfect day to join us here.
I know. Yes. It's made for me. It's crazy like how things are being put into play for me, honestly, for this entire MPL Malaysia experience. So I'm just taking it in right now.
All right.
Taking it in.
Call it destiny, call it a call to action. Hopefully you guys are enjoying it from home. But let's recap the compositions one more time with Team SMG looking to play for those objectives, but they have a lot of dueling powers in the side lanes, while Team CARACAL looks to rotate fast, looks to catch them off with quick taunts and powerful scaling.
There we have it. Team SMG and Team CARACAL going head-to-head into the Land of Dawn. Let's take a look at their lineups, but right now we're going to be heading towards the Land of Dawn. This is the debut, not just of Burger Kim, but of Fredrin as well.
Well, this is going to be a pretty fun one. SMG going up with CARACAL, and it seems like the stars are aligned, and both teams destined to meet each other in terms of rivalry, and who's going to be the better X. And I want to see who comes up top of this, because as of yet, Smooth right now is going to be faring up against EV, arguably one of the strongest, most annoying XP lane. But look at this, he's actually doing pretty decently well, considering that he's taking a few chunk about it. But now, I want to talk a little bit more on this Fredrin here, Gideon. What are your thoughts on the hook process? But hold it down, Zorn, the hook.
Oh, recalls coming in from Mayma. But yeah, you were saying?
You know, it's about the Fredrin, right? What is that shield passive ability that allows him to regenerate, Gideon?
Okay, so every time Fredrin goes into his engagement, every time he lands a skill, he does get combo points, right? And it's only going to matter from level 4 onwards. So technically, he doesn't have like a third ability like Yuzong, nothing crazy like that. But every time he does get into this engagement and builds up that passive, when he gets that gray health, he will slowly regenerate it back. Now, Smooth took a really good trade against eBay much early on, but let's not forget that that Fredrin doesn't actually have mana to work with. But AJ getting attacked here instantly. First blood going over to Team SMG. A fast pinch.
That's really what you get if you have a Julian, right? Like you pop in that ultimate, instantly bursted down. I mean, DAs couldn't even pop in that Order of Billions to escape just yet. Oh, again, here we have it. DAs checks the bushes. Not gonna be anything just yet. They back away. But Team CARACAL, they have to watch out for those types of plays.
Yeah, and as of yet, a little bit of, I would say, fun fact here coming from CARACAL and SMG. It's not just, I would say, Box versus eBay DAs as well as AJ, right? There's also a little bit of rivalry where Zorn is going up against Maima, if you think about it.
Oh, yeah!
There's 2 different teams of rivalries here in this particular match. That's why I understand now why the audience is going ham and wanting to watch this match. But look at the counter engagement up top. Smooth is doing pretty okay and scuffling with eBay. They're trading 50-50s, but they will back out instead. The Ace, however, will get caught out.
Yeah, unfortunately for the Ace, it's really difficult for Ruby in the earlier stages of the game to really make an impact. But Sasa, oh my goodness, he is taking heads here and making sure that Maima doesn't get a comfortable laning phase.
He's poking Maima so hard here right now, forcing him to recall actually twice or thrice back into the base. That's a lot of advantage. And we talked about the possible fast pushes here for Team SMG.
Yep, this could be a potential bait here. Maima is just hiding around in the bush. They're expecting Team SMG to actually try and go for the dive. They're trying to make a hard read, but SMG, they call it. They notice mid lane is missing. Topside Benedetta does show herself, and they know that the jungler is going to be on that purple buff.
It's always interesting whenever Zorn gets a hook. There's always the taunts coming in. And here we have it. A lot of gold plating taken here by Sasa. And here comes Box as well to take down or chunk down that tower real low. You're going to be able to make it. Yeah, one objective down for the side of Team SMG.
Well, this is the SMG I'm looking forward to as well, objective-based gaming. But I want to take a little bit backseat here to pay attention towards the emblems of Smooth. But hold that thought for now. A little bit scuffle down bottom. Seems like they're about to catch up, but seems like Box doesn't want to let off the hook as of yet.
Oh, almost getting Mayma there. Well, this is just really putting so much pressure on the gold lane.
Yeah, it really is, but it also slows down the recall, allowing Team SMG to actually get the
Here comes the and Bloody Hunt combo, as well as the chains come through. The Ace is able to escape, flicker out, but Smooth gets caught in the middle. Wow, Team CARACAL, the way they're playing this, they got 2 for none.
That's so unfortunate. Smooth did not get any of his combo stacks in time and wasn't able to get his taunt, neither his ultimate up and ready, getting absolutely blown up by the rest of Team CARACAL.
Oh, it's just so unfortunate for Smooth, right? And the reason why I want to talk about the emblems coming in from Fredrin as well, he's opted to go for the Concussive Blast. Personally, I would prefer the Brave Smite a little bit more just because of how much CC he's being able to dish out on a constant daily basis, right? You are going to gain a lot of health just from the emblem itself, so I'm really surprised he opted to go for Concussive Blast instead of that. So hopefully he finds a way to actually sustain throughout all these CCs coming from CARACAL, because as of yet, he's died once.
Well,
you know what, guys? I just noticed something. The gold laner's now shifted there to the top. Sasa's just like, you know what? You're going to switch lane? I'm going to see you on the other side. But here, they're going to try to duel. Nothing just yet for both sides, but I think what Team SMG, it's very clear right now. They really want to go for the objectives.
Yeah, they want the towers as fast as possible. Box actually trying to dive onto Mayma so far. He should be able to get out. I don't expect an engagement here just yet, but Fredrin needs to get that push on that bottom side. We'll see how effective he's going to be with this Concussive Blast. And as Terran said, I do think it is a little strange. I don't think Brave Smite is the way to go. I do hope that he does go for the Unbending Will, but Smooth, he knows he's a frontliner. He's going to do frontline things. Give me a lot of health. I will deal damage with just the health.
Well, it's all about experimenting, right? When it comes to new heroes, there hasn't been a sure, clear picture of what kind of emblems should be played. However, topside, Mayma is mirroring SMG as well as Team CARACAL is sending up all the gold laners up top just because of how the tier 1s is pretty much down from both sides on the bottom side. It's a little bit risky to have the gold laners there, so the lane swap is going to be very, very called for. But as of yet, 45 seconds left before the turtle. You can see that there are going to be a lot of ambush attempts coming from SMG to try and force the issue.
Nothing just yet, but here we have the chains connect once again. DAce gets bursted down right before the turtle take, and what Team SMG is trying to do here, I think it's like pressure all across the map.
Yep, they're trying to keep them on their toes, but again, they're making sure that even the jungler can't really walk in towards the river to make sure that Mayma doesn't have the support that he needs.
Oh, Box almost getting win there, but here, again, Team SMG looking for those fast pushes. Mayma is not able to defend that one. He's forced to back away right now. And look at how Smooth is just containing Eevee.
Yeah, he's just consistently fighting with him. He knows he can out-trade him every single time he has it. Oh! No! He misses it because of the taunt! Oh, the synergy was slightly off.
The integration was a little bit off here, but at the same time, they do secure total control as of yet from SMG. Team CARACAL, they've got to go for a very, very big uphill battle, but the big catch here is got to be focusing on Zord.
Oh, it's the Ace once again! Oh, man! He gets the Bloody Hunt and the hook, but not get bursten down just yet. He goes down under the hands of Sempoy, but now Team SMG, they got the turtle right now. They're looking for the engagement, and the hook comes through here for Zord. Eevee gets taunted, and Box is on a killing spree. All the ultimates being popped here, and now they're gonna back away. Nicely played by Team SMG.
Superbly played. Zorn hitting 2 really important hooks here. Smooth unfortunately can't use his ult because he doesn't have the combo stacks. It's so frustrating. You want to see that big ult come through, but when you don't have the combo stacks, it just means no!
What was that?
Oh, and that is why people play Paquito with the Fanny.
What the high and dry passive proc overkill that, and I'm pretty sure Box did not expect that. None of us did. That was a good catch coming from him. However, CARACAL, they want to extend a little bit more, but I don't think SMG is in position to fight this unless they get another hook again coming from Zord.
Wow, that was a crucial kill from the side of Team CARACAL. I'm completely surprised myself. I thought he would have escaped with a slither of health. But apparently not. That's what you get when you have a Paquito.
I totally agree with you. Again, it just surprises me. Even after all of the nerfs, ever since Paquito has been a problem in the game, and it's still in the jungle role, it feels like, you know, he's back to his old self, having high damage, taking people out before they can even breathe. Let's have a look at the items real quick and see why. Yep, that's it, the Hunter Strike, and now it looks like he's going to build into a Blade of Despair.
Yeah, instant burst is what Win is trying to go for here, but they have to watch out as well for the hook. So here comes the taunt. Smooth goes in. D-Ace in the midst of it all. There goes the chains, and D-Ace goes down. Once again, Team SMG have been finding all these pickoffs.
Yeah, I think they're really just abusing the fact that D-Ace, compared to most roamers, it's really hard for him to actually open up the map without considering death. Wait, eBay, he might be in trouble here.
Oh, he's getting all the ultimates here. The bloody hunt, and down he goes.
So soon, just so very soon.
Yeah, the taunts coming in is kind of annoying to deal with as well. I like how Eve has been very patient with his eye for an eye, but you can't really dodge them all. If you wait too long, the Bloody Hunt coming in from Zorn is going to punish you. And now the Ace is forced to open up the map, but fortunately for Zorn, he doesn't have the out by the fight breakdown.
But here comes the engage from the side of Team SMG. Order of Brilliance as well. Zorn goes down. It's a 1-for-1 exchange, but once again, Win! With that, wow, I am surprised with the damage coming out from this Paquito.
Yep, you can't be isolated with the high and dry. The enhanced chains comes out, but that means that Team SMG back off away from this Lord. What was Sasa doing there? He was so far off, he flickered in an awkward direction. Wait, Smooth.
Smooth is going to get in the brunt of damage. Finally gets taken down by Eevee. And Team CARACAL, they're looking to take this first Lord. I think they're going to take it without any contest. Win with the Retribution. Team CARACAL secures the first Lord of the game.
Yeah. Beautiful, beautiful executions coming from CARACAL as well. Smooth getting a little bit unfortunate. He was trying to set up for the Abrasive Wrath, but he does not have enough shield meter to actually counter that. So it's a little bit unfortunate, but this, you know, such is life for Fredrin. It's very, very difficult to set it up. But before that, let's talk about the damage dealt ranking coming in from both sides. Zyme Sandboy actually topping the damage department in this particular game.
Yeah, and Eevee, he's been trading a lot against Smooth, and that's why both of them are pretty high up on there. Let's see how much Team CARACAL can actually push this advantage now that they have Lord, right? Team SMG playing defensively, they're willing to sacrifice tier 1s, but mid-tier 1 is extremely important to them, so they're just hovering around that section while they send 2 on top side to clear up that Lord, and now bottom side for the very last.
Malefic Roar as well here by Win. They're going to try to push in as much as they can because Sasa has been pushing the lane so much all across the map. Even Box can actually split push here.
And they're doing it so far. Mid lane might fall because of this, but the defense is looking
Oh
good.
my goodness!
That happened off
They didn't even show it anymore because it's...
It was a massacre.
Yeah.
It was, again, you don't want to see a murder here. We can't show the kids that just yet, but Team CARACAL, they're going to back off here as top side gets shoved in. They lose a tier 2 on that side, but the gold lead actually isn't too far apart. Oh, wait, hold on.
Oh, here comes the engage from Zorn. Is the Order of Brilliance being popped here by AJ? They're going to back away for now.
Well, it seems like Vin is trying to make a big statement coming from CARACAL because apparently, here's another fun fact for you guys, it's not 2 different rivalries. It's actually a third one as well. Win being former teammates for Team SMG 2-3 seasons ago. So it's a 3-way showdown between CARACAL and SMG.
Yeah, I think it's going to mean a lot for Team CARACAL to get this win, but let's look at the item progression so far because we're talking about Win. He's snowballing out of control. He's 3 items up, and that's forcing Box to actually take an anti-CARACAL very early on this game. He's unable to do much about it, but keep your eyes on AJ. He's going to be a very big win condition on top of Maima, both having 2 items.
Well, this is going to be a very, very difficult spot, but I like how Team SMG, they try and set up for a kill. Zyme Tempo is looking to go for the one-shot pick-off onto a Maima, but it's going to be very difficult to do so unless Team CARACAL gets a little bit aggressive. But as of yet, Team CARACAL, instead of having the Ace opening up the map now, Vin is getting very proactive with all this plays. If he finds an opportunity, he is going to go for the one-shot. And I'm not surprised our observers are missing all these opportunities being set up by him.
Because, I mean, people are getting taken out so fast in like 0.5 of a second. How much of a human reaction time do you need to have to look on over there to assume that he's going to die, right? I can't blame them for it, but now that Team SMG is an objective team, right? They're going to be sitting around 4 more seconds until this next Lord comes up. It's going to be big for them. However, Team CARACAL already in position.
Oh, there you go. They needed that pickoff. It's going to be a 4v1 situation, but look at that. It was just Eevee buying some time for Team CARACAL. they take in the second Lord of the game.
The fight's still going on, though.
It's still going on. Win gets shut down finally for Team SMG, and another one goes down. D-Ace as well. 3 for 1. Oh, Sword misses the hook.
Oh, Order of Brilliance just in the nick of time to guarantee. I don't think it was gonna. I'm not sure whether it was gonna hit or not. You never know with the Iron Hook. The hitbox on that thing is kind of whack sometimes. But with this Lord already crashing in on that bottom side, CARACAL is going to clean up their jungle, and while Team SMG has to scramble around and do the housekeeping.
Well, this is the second time Team SMG has lost the bot Lord, but they still have the goal advantage in this regard. However, setups coming in, the hook doesn't seem to connect, but looks like they want to try and contest this.
Yep, there goes the ultimate from Eevee. Just to zone away the members of Team SMG, and Box is going to be able to take down, almost getting taken down there.
You know, I'm really surprised Zorn didn't go for the Bloody Hunt right from the get-go as soon as Eevee was right in his face, because everyone from the side of SMG was there. They could have just instantly one-shotted Eevee then and there.
I don't think they wanted to take that fight, because again, it would have been a 4v5 situation, because again, Box was on the bottom side of the map, the rest of Team CARACAL hovering around the top side to ensure that they get that orange buff, but now that Team SMG, again, goal lead not very far behind. It's pretty even between the two teams, but Team CARACAL seems to be coming out on top in a lot of these situations, despite the fact that it's only 11-7.
Oof, this is going to be another setup coming from CARACAL. Is anyone going to be taking the bait? Both teams playing it very safe, trying to freeze up the lane, but 80 seconds left before this next Lord. SMG is already positioned to market and catch a couple of pickoffs, but it's still a little bit too early. They're hoping to punish D-Ace before his aggression, but unfortunately, they're not taking the bait. Top side, SMG forced to actually defend against these minions and potentially maybe even lose a tier 2. Nah, it's going to be fine for now, but if he walks the wrong side, he might be walking towards the forces of CARACAL.
Oh, it's the death bushes that Team CARACAL is setting up here. It's so difficult, right? You don't know where Rin is. You don't know where AJ is. These are the heroes that can burst you down instantly.
I mean, Sasa and Design Senpai currently at the top of the damage rankings so far, so despite losing these objectives, it really comes down to whether they get that pick or not. And I think Team SMG, they understand their team fighting prowess compared to Team CARACAL could be different, but now they engage.
Oh, here comes the engage. The taunts from Smooth. He's going to tank in all of the damage coming from Team CARACAL, but here comes Box with the cutthroat. He misses, but onto the backside. They're trying to get the main damage dealer, which is Sasa, but he takes down Eevee. Mayma gets a trade as well. It is a 2-for-1 trade. Mega kill for Zaim Senpai. And I think Team SMG got the better trade-off there. I mean, 2-for-1, but it's the gold laner taken out.
That's the thing. I think that Team CARACAL for the next upcoming fight, they will have a slight advantage because Sasa doesn't have his flicker compared to Team SMG despite getting 2 kills. Yes, they increase the goal lead ever so slightly, but if this Lord doesn't fall into the hands of Team SMG, it could bounce back for Team CARACAL.
You know, I'm not gonna lie, CARACAL, they had the right idea. They tried to isolate the fight, but the biggest threat in that fight, of the reason why CARACAL kind of lost that fight, was because Smooth set up a really big appraisal route, which kind of threw CARACAL off guard because they are getting their HP chunk pretty high for just one skill in terms of value. So it makes them a little bit disoriented, but I felt like if CARACAL swamped in, they might have gotten a little bit more rather than just backing out.
Well, I don't know about that. I feel like he could have done more, Smooth could have done more damage with Unbending Will, but they find this initial catch on to
once again, Gideon, Eevee. He's going to be building up a tanky build, so he's not going to get instantly bursted just yet. But look at Team CARACAL. They're positioning themselves here in the Lord Pit. The minions are also coming in. Smooth goes in for the taunts. The Lord, it's going to be a retribution battle. Win takes them Box right before the Lord. It is going to be AJ from Team CARACAL taking in the Lord. It's going to be 1. It's going to be 4 down for the side of Team SMG. Sasa the only one left.
But
Double kill for Main, but the
minions
are here. Are they going to be able to make it? Oh my gosh, they're going to recall. They really have to, Team CARACAL. Yeah, they still have to play it. They still can.
Okay.
They still can.
Okay, take a breather. They haven't lost just yet. Lord just spawned with Lord empowered minions. It will slow that down, but Team SMG, despite giving 4 of their members, take 3 back against CARACAL, but they get an inhibitor turret. Team SMG should be able to spawn just in time to defend against this Lord push. I'm not entirely sure who really won this situation 17 minutes into the game. The score is 16-12.
Yeah, housekeeping was a little bit better from the side of SMG, but unfortunately for Box, he had the right idea. He wanted to spam his way to take damage with his Lord. However, as soon as he tried to go for it, Win caught him mid-air, bursting him down while taking the jab onto the Lord. So that's the annoying part about Paquito, right? You don't know when he's going to be going for those kind of big KO punch. And if you take it, you're going to hurt really badly. So Smooth now Could be opening up the map a little bit more, but the Lord hasn't been pushed yet as Team CARACAL is looking to take a chunk out of SMG.
Man, Luminous Lord knocking in the base of Team SMG. They're looking to go for more. Look at that! DAce goes all the way in, but they get nothing. They're able to sustain all the clashes, but AJ goes down into the hands of Box. And Meow, AV Meow is the next one in the trapping board. And he gets knocked all the way back with the Iron Hook. Nicely done there by Team SMG. 3 for none exchange.
Wow! I thought CARACAL had that in the bag, but Sasa makes it out with a quick flicker. You can hear the chants coming in from the crowd. Team SMG back in the driver's seat after CARACAL failing to end this game off of a Luminous Lord. Team SMG now on the attack.
Oh, that overextension coming from the Ace is starting to hurt Team CARACAL. And fortunately for them, they still have other turrets. It's still 18 minutes left. EV is down, going to be back on in 10 seconds. Likewise happening for AG. I think they can still defend, or maybe SMG is looking for the goal and big GG endgame.
No, they're going for a win. Immortality gets popped there, but look at Sasa. He's going to force the Order of Brilliance here. Mayma trying to buy some time, gets taunted there by both. Immortality once again buys so much time for Team CARACAL. Mayma gets taken down. It's a shutdown, something that Team SMG needs. Eevee going for Sasa. He does not have the flicker just yet. Gets saved there by Zorn, but Eevee goes in with that combo of the Benedetta. He is able to sustain, but this is buying once again so much time for Team CARACAL. He goes down. 2 left to defend for Team CARACAL.
Oh boy, okay, that could have been way worse for Team SMG, but CARACAL taking so much damage, losing 2 inhibitor turns. The next Lord is already spawned. Their jungler isn't back up just in time. Sasa could have lived that situation. He did miss his Frost Trap, unfortunately. Kind of misjudged the position of where Eevee was going to be, but he secures that kill, which is great, but is it enough to get them onto this Luminous Lord? I personally don't think so.
Yeah, this is going to be very difficult as well. We're past the 20-minute mark. The Lord is going to be very difficult to do so. Box doesn't have the purple buff on top of it all. And you can see the SMG, they're doubting themselves whether or not they force the issue. Because CARACAL, they're in position to jump in anytime, especially with Sasa is just about to leave the base to regroup with the team. So this is going to be a full reset between both teams as they play the waiting game.
You know what? I think for Team SMG and CARACAL, you mentioned that they have problems closing out the game. So I think every single thing will matter here for SMG and CARACAL. Who makes the engages? Who will pop in those ultimates?
Well, let's find out here, as now DAce and as well as Win are going to be sitting on top of this Lord. Redrin already trying to slow down Eevee, but now here it comes! Here it comes!
Zan Senpoi going for the chase! It's going to be Win with the Retribution once again for Team CARACAL, but Mayma goes down. Zan Senpoi gets taken down as well. 2 for 1 exchange, but they're going to go for more. Zorn gets the Immortality pop there, but it's just going to buy him a little bit more time. Not just enough yet. The death timers 40 seconds, and this is the Luminous Lord once again for Team CARACAL.
Oh, can they stall this out? Team CARACAL is in prime position to steal this game away from Team SMG.
You hate to see it coming from SMG. Smooth had one of the biggest, fattest shield stack to actually turn the tides with the Appraiser Wrath. He was half a second late because of the animation time for his ultimate. If he got in a hit, it would be big, but now Box making an attempt.
Oh my goodness, the Immortality once again. This has to be the games that have the most Immortality. Box is still able to escape, ladies and gentlemen. My goodness, here comes the Lord for the side of Team CARACAL. They have to defend this one, Team SMG. Luminous Lord is here. They have to take care of this first, but Team CARACAL is putting on a lot of pressure. I think they're able to take this one down. Good defense once again by Team SMG, but the damage has been done.
Yeah, the second wave is coming in though. They need to make sure they clear that top side. They can't afford to lose another inhibitor now, but they do defend it. Team CARACAL do not close out this game just yet. The play made by Box bought Team SMG just 10 extra seconds, 10 valuable seconds to defend their base.
Oh, my heart's racing so fast right now. This is the regular season?
Yeah, this is the regular season.
It's MPL Malaysia.
MPL Malaysia things. But let's have a look at the item build so far, because again, a lot of Frederics that I see before, we're trying to figure out what exactly is the build, right? And most times you would expect damage, but no, Frederic scales really, really well with HP. So a lot of the items, again, very defensive to make sure that when he's in the middle of his Appraisal's Wrath, he makes sure that he lives long enough to get it down to get maximum damage. However, there's a lot of ways for Team CARACAL to cancel it before it hits.
Yeah, likewise coming from SMG as well, they're starting to feel a little bit more of an annoyance coming from Maima, and you can see that Zorn was kind of split in terms of focus, where does he save up his ultimate just to cancel off the Blazing Duet? However, with the waves crashing in.
There you go. Conceal play has been popped here by Team CARACAL. There goes the ultimate as well. They want the tower. Smooth goes down. He's going to be sacrificial lamb. The death timers are real. 60 seconds before he spawns again. That's something big for the side of CARACAL. Smooth has been the one tanking all the damage.
He has been, but now the rest of the fight's happening in the back line.
Okay, Mayma going to pop in that Blazing Duet, but
Oh!
is Box going to try to go in and clear the waves? Oh my, the mind game's coming in from both sides. Okay, it's going to miss. It's going to miss.
Okay, we can breathe for a second, okay? We can breathe. Fanny has already cleared out mid lane. The Ace, I don't think he's going to start a fight anytime. They don't have the ultimates to make this work out. But now the gold lead doesn't even matter anymore. With 3 more seconds on the clock, they need this purple buff for Box to at least contest for the super powered Lord.
A little bit of fun fact was that SMG, they had to troll and make a risky play like that just because of how Box was purging the mid lane, which forced CARACAL in a situation where do they continue with their assault or do they back out? And the call was Eve actually backed out, and that's why they didn't want to risk forcing a fight down mid, knowing that Box may be flanking them from behind. So a little bit of a small detail coming from CARACAL and SMG, so it's all about the macro aspect of the game as of yet. And again, another lot from both sides. Who's gonna get it? CARACAL has won way too many, but now Zorn might be a little bit of trouble, but CARACAL, they're a little bit angsty as well, coming from the Ace.
Team SMG is like pressuring all the lanes. Since there are 2 inhibitors gone here, this is going to be a very crucial Lord for SMG and CARACAL. They can either go for the backdoor plays. I mean, look at Eevee. He's just standing there waiting to actually clear the lanes, maybe pressure that part. And it actually could be a bait Lord here for both sides.
Yeah, no, it's really, really scary. But in terms of the waves, I think Team CARACAL have it. So now they initiate, and Team SMG have to make some choices here. Eevee, he's going for the recall. This is some scary stuff. Let's see how this Lord dance plays out, because Team SMG know for a fact that they can rotate just slightly faster. And the fact that Eevee hasn't really shown himself after showing on that bottom side, they could assume he's hovering around this area.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very difficult as well. You can see a lot of red attempts coming from both CARACAL and SMG, right? SMG, they have learned their lessons against Red Esports. They're sending up Box to potentially try and counter Red in his face. And you can see that they're very aware and alert of where Eevee's positioning is. And currently, Box mirroring Eevee. Seems like there is going to be a little bit of stuff coming in, but purple buff reset coming in from SMG means that Team CARACAL is going to be trying to force a lot right now.
It's going to be a fast Lord. Well, it is the luminous one for the side of CARACAL and SMG. And while Box is still trying to get in that purple buff, I think Eevee is going to try to pressure that lane as well. I don't think anyone just wants to commit just yet. I mean, it's like a back and forth battle here. Like you don't know what what they're thinking, right? SMG and CARACAL.
I feel like CARACAL should have taken that fight. Topside was getting pushed, and now Smooth is in.
Oh man, Smooth is in the clash. There goes the knockup from the Lord, and here comes the engage. Retribution offline once again by Win. He gets taken down, but fortunately enough for Team CARACAL, they got what they wanted. The enhanced Lord.
Naima ends up dying. Eevee's going to chase Zyme Senpai.
Oh, they're still going to go for it. Oh, Eevee buying more time. But again, this is going to force Team SMG to back away. They have to defend this Lord. Smooth is gone. Again, no frontliner for the side of Team SMG.
At this stage of the game, Team CARACAL has just the stronger team fight composition. Team SMG could not play off of a lead. They weren't able to get that lead, and Team CARACAL made some very good plays to narrow it down. So Team SMG, this is a zone where they're not comfortable with. They have to wait for Team CARACAL to make that mistake.
Man, good thing they have Sasa here, right? They're going to try to push in the waves a little bit more. Minion waves are here. Box trying to clear it just yet. Half HP for our Lord. There's not going to be any fight breaking out just yet, but they're going to feel the pressure. Box is going to get taken down there. Instantly versus, but there is the immortality here. Sasa trying to go in for the engaged sword as well, but the Lord, guys, you got to take care of the Lord. Minion waves are coming here. They're going to lock in the tower. Immortality gets popped, but Team SMG, they're not going to take this game. Team CARACAL stands the victor.
Oh, 1 point for CARACAL. A good game. They managed to hold out against this composition, the siege composition, as DA's calls for his team. Chill out, calm down, do not overheat. This best of 3 ain't over just yet.
Well, you can see the excitement of the fan and the players as well, because that was a well-deserved victory coming in from CARACAL. My, oh my. Not just one, not just two, multiple attempts onto the Lord, and you can see Pandel is so excited that he's holding his enemy's coach just hand.
I mean, he's holding their manager's hand, man. It's hard to blame them because Team SMG, their composition was designed well around playing these objectives. However, Team CARACAL holding out pretty strong. This Ruby pick coming in from DAs, getting so much value in the later stages of the game, denying Fanny entrance to the Lord pick, denying Smooth from getting combo points and landing that Appraisal's Wrath. And at the end of the day, Smooth's value instantly dropped towards that late stage of the game.
Yeah, I feels bad for Smooth as well. He was trying so much, and I really talked about why the Brave Smite is so important is because he needs some sort of sustains. You get one heals coming in from Taunt, but the more CCs you get a little bit more value over time to try and regenerate. And for him, he's not going for the Sky Guardian's helmet, kind of puts him in a very, very difficult spot. But let's take a look at the items coming in from Smooth as well. You can see Curse Helmet, Dominance Eyes, Blade Armor, Athena Shield as well, and Tikiras. Standard debuff items, but nothing to regenerate his health or sustains at all.
Well, I mean, he has a natural kit to help him try and sustain a little bit longer, but it's really tough because you're going up against just hard tank killers, all right? Look at the build from Claude. The traditional Demon Hunter Sword into Golden Staff. AJ, I mean, he's playing Lunox. Do I need to explain any more about it? And the combo cancellation mechanics from Ruby, the taunts, the I'm offended, is so frustrating to deal with. It doesn't matter if you're playing Yuzong or even Fredrin. You'll understand when you get into lane with Ruby, she just denies you opportunities to get full combos off.
Yeah, I definitely agree, especially when it comes to the Appraiser's Wrath as well. There is a slight animation where the Ruby is going to be able to abuse it. So this is something that I think CARACAL has the upper hand as well when it comes to execution. But I want to talk a little bit more on Win Meow. Not gonna lie, his KD is looking pretty good, 649, and I want to talk about his retribution timing. Time and time again, his denied box not once, multiple, almost every single Lord attempt was shut down by him.
Well, it's not like Win could steal it away from Box. I think a lot of it has to come from his team playing in a sense where they fortify the area. Once they bursted it down, they get it to about a lethal range. They leave Win alone, and then instantly you see the Ace playing by Pixel Brush, looking to expect Box to make a move. And Eevee, the fact that he dies first before the Lord gives an idea to the rest of his teammates which direction they're going to be coming from. With that being said, our MVP of this game coming in from Team CARACAL goes to Win.
Well done towards Win because he deserved that victory. And I've talked about rivalries. Win, formerly from Team SMG as well, has showed himself why he's a very, very strong jungler. However, the series is not over yet. It's only game 1. But if CARACAL takes the clean 2-0, well, that's a statement to be talking about.
It's definitely a strong statement indeed. If they 2-0'd SMG, can you imagine that?
I wouldn't. I wouldn't expect CARACAL after their recent over the week's performance, to be honest.
Oh, it hurts. It hurts to say at the very least.
Paquito for Win, well, we saw it, right? Like, every time he goes in for the knockoff strike, it's too much to handle. One way to get an MVP here. A Filipino-inspired hero. So, yeah, when I came here, everyone was like, oh, yeah, talking about, like, not Paquito, okay, but yeah, the other person that was inspired.
Yeah, Mr. Pacquiao himself. Oh. And honestly, do you feel it's disrespectful if somebody picks up, especially in the MPL PH, if someone picks up the pack himself, they have to use the Manny Pacquiao skin, right? They have to.
They have to. I mean, it's obligatory. Yeah, it's obligatory that they have to use it.
But let's look at the highlights here for both of these teams. I mean, CARACAL played a strong game. They really read the plan of Team SMG. But I think SMG made some good adaptations, catching off the rotations from Team CARACAL to put them at a disadvantage when it came down to these Lord Pit fights.
Yeah, you can see all this damage output as well. And you can see Smooth, he's trying his best, right? He's set up for Abrasive Smooth multiple times, right? He's always the one opening up the brush. But what he's a little bit lacking is that his range is a little bit short, and you can see multiple times he mess up his taunt, and if he gets chain CC'd, he's pretty much gonna die. And I feel like he's put in a spot where he's always within kill range, and his skills not necessarily are instantaneous when it comes to counter fighting with his ultimate. His taunts is instant, but his ultimate not necessary. It takes a little bit more time to actually set things up, so they need to find a way to abuse the fact that this is the toolkits within Fredrin's capabilities.
I mean, there's only so much that Fredrin can actually do. He's a pretty one-dimensional hero. He goes in, gets the taunt, just tries to sustain as long as possible until he can get his ultimate off in time. But even then, it's not that big of a game changer. Like, look at Smooth here, right? The most he is doing is actually following up on attacks, making sure that, oh, you're out of your immortality, I'm going to taunt you so you can't go anywhere. He's trying to combo break Team CARACAL, similarly to what the Ace is trying to do to the entire team of SMG.
Yeah, and even you can see the highlights as well. There was a little bit of scuffle coming between the backlines and the front lines. We talked about key objectives when it comes to protecting the backlines. You can see the SMG, they're trying their best. They even sent up Zorn to try and protect Sasa as best as he can. But the AoE damage coming from Team CARACAL, especially with Maima taking the decision to jump the backline, is hard to deal with. We've seen a couple of mistakes coming from the Ace from side Team CARACAL, which could have allowed them to close the game a little bit better. But because of all these little mistakes that CARACAL was making, SMG was able to prolong the fight as long as they can. But it all comes down to taking objectives. Lord, secure. It's not in favor in SMG as well. And you can see that Box, even though he's got a pretty decent KDA, every single time he tries to make an attempt, it was so difficult for him to actually contest this just because of the Paquitos combos.
Personally, I think that Team SMG had a pretty decent early game. There was, again, no reason for them to really start falling off that early on. But in terms of positioning from Team CARACAL, I feel like they had a good read on Team SMG.
Definitely, but for Team SMG, they've had like some wins, right? I mean, the entire game they've had wins, they've had some losses, but I think for SMG, it's just a matter of I think Box was like thinking of either whether let's go for the split push or like let's contest for the Lord. Like it was just like they really didn't know what to do in the middle of the game, and afterwards I think it was just Team CARACAL. Okay, if you guys are gonna be playing the objective game, we'll do that as well. Let's take in the Lords, let's take in more towers, and finally you can feel the eagerness of Eevee actually locking in the tower in those last moments.
I like that you brought up this point as well when it comes to they look a little bit lost coming in SMG, right? Because of the fact that Box has been struggling to actually make some sort of plays, he opted to go for a very different approach, which is going to be split pushing and ratting. And you see time and time again, because of the top push, remember where there was this one fight where the minions almost took half the crystal chunk off towards CARACAL and they were forced to back off, was because Box was trying to rat his way through. And after that play, you can see Eevee kind of switch his playstyle as well. You know what, I'm either going to mirror you or I'm just going to match you. And that kind of put Box in a situation where it was a clear indicator that he knew for a fact that objective is a little bit hard for him. He's going to go for a split push. That was pretty much the two alternate plans that SMG could have done to try and make something work in their favor.
You know how frustrating that could have been if someone had Arrival? Like that was like the perfect moment to pop in that Arrival. That's not going to be the thing, right?
Yeah, true.
But that could have been something, right? But I think for both teams, they're really more focused on the team fights.
Yeah, I think in a lot of situations when they are focusing on these team fights, they need to make sure that they have their side waves actually corrected most of the time. And I think Team SMG had some really good ideas, but they are playing a very textbook style of gameplay, right? They're waiting for the right conditions so that they can get on top of the Lord and then play off of the snowball, which is their entire composition in a nutshell, really. But the scaling from CARACAL is just too much for Team SMG at that stage of the game. Team SMG had to accelerate somehow, but CARACAL just kept getting even trades.
Yeah, and it comes to this stage as well. We know about how important the stakes are coming from both these teams, right? SMG trying to fight for the upper bracket fights, CARACAL fighting for the tournament lives. And you can see that even just the first match itself, you can see it was just all-out brawls right from the get-go. So if CARACAL takes the clean to, well, there is a very, very good chance that CARACAL does stand a pretty decent chance to actually qualify in towards the playoffs. But in case you missed out an action-packed game from game number 1, today has been long games after long games. Of course, you are going to miss out in terms of draft. This is going to be a recap in towards what happened in game number 1.
Now, personally for me, I do think that there's nothing really wrong with Team SMG or Team CARACAL's draft, right? It's all about the style of which they want to get the game done. I think the adaptation for Team SMG specifically is going to be, hey, let's focus around more about a team fighting. If we want to play Popo and Koopa, we need to have our side lanes actually maintained. It was a good experiment with this Fredrin, and especially with the ban on that Esmeralda, a natural counterpick to the Fredrin, but I think it could have been done better.
Well, Smooth was also trying to go in for the engages, right? You've seen it most of the time. He was tanking a lot of damage But unfortunately, he couldn't pop in that ultimate in time. And, you know, it's therefore nullifying what SMG could have wanted in that particular clash.
To be honest, I would have liked a comeback onto its Queen Wings up on tanks, just because it's super not really popular as of yet. But I feel like it's very necessary if you want to kind of secure yourself to be able to set up for the big Appraiser's Wrath coming from the Fredrin. So I'm not exactly sure is it viable just for this hero, but I feel like he needs some way to kind of sustain all the initial bursts for that one big one slap.
I mean, he did get the Queen's
No, he didn't. He didn't get a Queen's.
He sold it off later on. Yeah, that's the thing. So that is again a bit of gold lost there. I'm not entirely. I think the idea was definitely there, but I don't feel like Fredrin really suited for what he was designed to be, right? I think they wanted to catch off very specific timings. Like they wanted to make sure that AJ couldn't get out of the couldn't get in or out of the Brilliance if it was popped, or if it wasn't popped, they could follow up on it really, really fast. But again, Ruby, such a great pick for the side of Team CARACAL, really shutting down a lot of these plans.
Such a menace to deal with, right? Like every time you try to go in for dives, you get instantly cancelled out. I mean, if I were Team SMG, I wouldn't want to go in for the engage.
Well, seems like the fans here, they are looking to support both, well, CARACAL as well as SMG. But
that's
the comments
funny.
Here, that's a CARACAL's banner, but he say he's interested in Sasa, huh?
Interested in Sasa, but AJ is my neighbor.
I'm so glad you guys are on desk with me. I mean, I feel like if that was LaFell, he would have told me something else.
I would agree. He would definitely would have told you something else there. But it's time for game number 2. The drafting has begun. The battle has begun as well. Let's see who's on whose side. Team CARACAL going to be on the blue side with Team SMG on the red.
Well, seeing the draft coming in, Team CARACAL, are they going to be setting up for the Fanny again? But I feel like I think we can kind of conclude week number 6, right? It was initially either Popo Koopa or Grok. Yesterday was Pakido. Today, another Pakido game. Pakido back in first pick material rather than the other S tier picks?
Well, I think a lot of teams are comfortable playing Pakido into Fanny. So, I don't know. It may have degraded the stonks for Fanny a little bit, but we'll see about this game because Team CARACAL following... actually changing up the bans. This time they banned out the Beatrix as well as well as the Pharmist. Team SMG, what direction are they going to go with this?
This is a little bit different. I feel like Smooth should be playing something that he's really, really comfortable. You can see James is actually looking at him as well, saying that, hey, Smooth, what do you want to play? And I feel like the Fredrin play was a little bit experimental, it was a little bit risky. They tried it, they almost made it work, but now, considering that they need points to try and fight for upper brackets, it's back to basics. It's back to default plays. It's back to comfort picks from the side of SMG. So
it's not like go hard or go home, right? But I think I do agree that you have to go with the comfort picks here. Definitely, both teams, they need the points, especially for Team SMG. That's quite shaky right now in terms of the standings.
Well, we'll see how shaky it's going to be because I think at the very least they've almost guaranteed to make it into the playoffs because SUHAZ unable to get out from that bottom ranking in Group A. But Team SMG, though, banning out the Valentina. Akai going to be the quick follow-up for the side of CARACAL. So that would mean...
What's open right now?
I mean, we haven't seen too much Masha at this stage.
Yeah, we haven't seen it, I think, ever since week 4, it kind of fallen out of favor in between the priority picks coming from both sides. I think Eve is something also kind of fallen off as well, just because it's used to kind of deal with the Faramis to a certain degree. But I want to see a little bit more coming from SMG, because the Grok was kind of banned from first phase. Fanny is still up for grabs as well. And I feel like SMG might be more comfortable dealing with Fanny, and they just straight up mirror up CARACAL for the Pakido, unless CARACAL says, you know what, I'll just take the Pakido. I don't mind you taking the Fanny at all. But seems like they're not taking the risk. SMG will ban it off instead.
Okay, all right.
Which means that the Julian is here. I would say it's a very, very safe choice for CARACAL. You don't know whether it's going to go to the mid lane, heck, even XP lane and jungle. So I think it's a very safe choice to go with the Julian, but not unless Team CARACAL here has something else in mind.
Look, I like where your head is at, but I'm feeling like it's Pakido. Okay, there we go, Pakido. Again, MPL, MY, we love to fight, we like to brawl, so Pakido just seems very fitting so far based on the trend of this week. But Team SMG, they could look to reply here. Do they want to get the Ruby for themselves? Do they want to get additional picks? Because now that Beatrix is gone, right? What do we go into the gold lane? Do we want to get a Popo and Koopa and follow it up with an Esmeralda maybe? Or do they want to hold it off for later and focus on these flex picks?
Yep, here's going to be some stats for you guys as well. Average damage taken per game, 83,000 up on Eevee. And he's been playing a lot of Benedetta and tanky roles. Sky Guardian helmet, still a super valuable aspect if you want to try to buy time and sustain in the lanes all by himself. This is something that Eevee does a lot, especially when it's Benedetta. So it's something that I think Team SMG may just deny it away just for comfort picks. But and yep, as soon as I say it, Team SMG, you know what? I'm done with Eevee. Enough is enough. No more Bene for you.
Okay, so Benedetta as well as Claude, an interesting start to reply to Team CARACAL, and I think it's not too bad because again, there's not a lot of flex picks available. They could have gone with the Julian personally, but I don't know whether or not Box plays Julian in the jungle.
I'm not a big fan of Box playing Julian in the jungle. I prefer him playing maybe the Balmond. It's something that is not out of his vocab. Maybe even a Baxia as well. But as of yet, what's a good matchup against a Paquito jungle? That, if you think about it, you know, I wouldn't be surprised that CARACAL just insisting on having the Paquito in the jungle again, considering how well Win was playing in game number 1.
I like this grab pickup from Team CARACAL. They have like the Guardian's Barrier to set things up here. Like if you get a nice Guardian's Barrier onto 2, especially on the Claude, that could be really difficult for SMG. But now, are they gonna... No one's still taking the Julian here. I mean, this was a matchup that we had in game number 1, right? The Julian and the Lunox.
Yeah, I think that's something that Zaim Senpai is very comfortable with. But I feel like CARACAL is in a situation where they're trying to pick up really good roaming heroes. Usually we kind of see like the A's being flexed into the second phase of pool to decide what kind of roamers they want to play. And I feel like Team CARACAL, based on Game 1's draft habits that they have had, they've been targeting Zorn. And picking up Zorn's comfort heroes right from the get-go kind of puts them in a very difficult spot. But SMG, they stick with the Balmond. This is gonna be Box's comfort hero. But next phase draft, I feel like CARACAL is just gonna straight up ban off all of Zorn heroes.
Double Retribution for the Balmond. I mean, lethal counter and the Retribution. I think they want to take in objectives here for SMG. That's something that they didn't really have in game number 1, right? Taking in the Lords, taking in the Turtles. So I think this Balmond pick is I would say, a great choice for SMG.
I think it's a good direction to go in because now the fact is, no Popo and Koopa, so it's not like they are looking to siege turrets really hard. They're going to be able to force priority with the Claude, with the Blazing Duet, and naturally with Benedetta. So they can guarantee they can move together and rotate for Balmond on the turtle to get him in the pit and secure the objective. But Team SMG smartly ban out that Esmeralda, making sure that Eevee feels a little awkward. Team CARACAL might actually shift this Paquito unless Eevee has something else deep in his hero pool.
Yep, CARACAL hovering on towards the Atlas pickup. They are going to be banning it off, so they don't really want to deal with a couple of wombo combos, but I don't know, my spidey senses tell me that we might be seeing a Dirov Paquito combo just for a little bit more shredding. But at the same time, it's a great way to just completely one-shot the Balmond, which we did see SMG kind of deal with this by getting the Dirov, Iritel, and also, I believe it was the Paquito combo.
Well, I think that was a very different situation, right? That's
agreed.
when Valentina was available. Not only did they deny the ult, but also they can run their opponents down, which again, I think is very unique. However, Team CARACAL, they ban out the Atlas. They want to take out some form of team fighting prowess from Team SMG, because right now, when you're looking at the 3 picks from the side of Team SMG, there's not much synergies other than, yeah, they can play for the waves, they can play for those rotates, but how do they team fight, right? It's still a bit awkward.
You need someone to engage here, and Soren is that type of roamer, right? He loves to, he's a playmaker. So I think for Team CARACAL, they're just taking out like the Atlas, perhaps like even the Kufra here for Zorn. Maybe the Franco is still open here.
I wouldn't be too surprised if they take out the Cho as well. But instead, Natalia, all right, so now no more surveillance for Team SMG. If you're going to have to open up the map, you better do it with your body and not just with a cheeky passive.
Yeah, I'm actually liking the Cho pickup, considering that coming in from Zorn, they do have a little bit more catch potential, but the question remains is that they are going to be lacking a lot of burst potential. Balmond and necessarily a very strong, I would say, engager to actually set up for burst potential. Cloud doesn't take on really well in the early stage of the game. So this is going to be putting, if they force up the Cho on Zorn, means that Zaim Senpai has got a lot of heavy lifting to do when it comes to his mage department. Like, does he go for the Candida one-shot? Does he go for Kagura? Does he go for Yves, which is more of a utilitarian? And that's going to actually slow down the progression of the game. And seems like they are going to go for the Yves instead. So they're still flexing up Zorn's hero pool. And I'm not a big fan of it, but seems like SMG, they want to play a very, very drawn-out game.
I think this is a good choice, honestly, because they know the matchup is going to be Lunox, and for sure, the trades may not necessarily be the best for Yve, but at least Yve can safely push those waves and kind of help out with these objectives. Team SMG really doubling down, but it gives them some team fight strength. Now, again, as Burger King mentioned, there isn't much engage for the side of Team SMG. How they're going to do it is going to be awkward. I'm feeling like Kufra isn't going to fly here. Cho is denied from the side of Team CARACAL, and Popo and Koopa is just a great lane matchup against Claude. This is a tough comp for Team SMG to break through.
I don't like SMG's comp right now. It feels like it's very, very counter-aggressive as well, because it's hard to fight against Cho, it's hard to fight against a Grok as well. I think this is going to be an Eve Cho, perhaps. It's most likely going to be Eve playing Cho on the side lanes as well. Most likely going to be going for damage, but he still can flex it up for tank. So SMG, final pick, tank, Zorn. What's an annoying hero that can mess with Paquito, can deal with all these backlines. And, well, looks like he's going to match up with the Ruby instead. Not a fan of it, but looks like based on the draft, there's not much options left.
I think this Ruby is as good as it gets, right? I would have definitely preferred the Atlas for sure, but Team CARACAL just one step ahead. And now with this Ruby, right, it denies the Paquito, it denies the Cho, makes it really awkward for them. And if Zorn is lucky, he can get a catch onto Maima, that would be ideal. The problem is that Grok is going to stand in front of his face and he can't really do much about it but try to trade.
Wow, when was the last time I've seen an XP lane Cho? Like, every time I come here, there's a game, I'm always like surprised, like, oh, wow,
Well,
that's still being used in the XP lane? Like,
well, that's a MPL and Malaysia for you. It's El Clasico. So in case you missed out on the draft, this is going to be the draft showing up on screen with CARACAL looking to make a statement here to try and get the clean 2-0. Whoa! Or will SMG bounce back to try and redeem themselves to try and take it into its game number 3?
Team SMG, they need a game number 3, which means that they need to win this game to force that out. But here we have it, game number 2. This is SMG and Team CARACAL.
CARACAL going to be on the blue side with SMG on the red. This is going to be a tough one for Team SMG, I'm not going to lie, because there's so many good points and so many good arguments from Team CARACAL that I think the biggest game changer here is going to be how Smooth plays it, right? He is taking the Petrify, so he can actually look to engage and set up for the rest of the team as a secondary mechanic instead of just Zorn hoping to get in, because I feel like CARACAL is going to clamp down on Zorn.
Yeah, and SMG, they have to try and split up the fight as long as they can, but hold that thought for now. An attempt coming in from SMG. I don't think they can actually force a fight as CARACAL getting a little bit angsty, but does he get the... Oh
yeah,
my
he
goodness,
gets the
got
Litho.
Little Wander from CARACAL.
That's unfortunate. He could have... I mean, they even called the rotation from Smooth here. Zorn taking way too much damage. Zorn, you better
really
stop.
low.
The next Power Nature is coming up in about... Oh, here he goes. He's
Yep,
going to
is
die.
he gonna charge?
No.
Oh, he still escapes.
Okay.
Okay, but they're gonna try to go in for the... Oh, Flicker has been burned here by the Ace.
Unfortunate for the Ace here, and especially for Box. I mean, he could have easily killed that, but I think at the end of the day, it's a big win for the side of Team SMG. Now, the Ace can't really make a play. It should be back up by the time he hits level 4. I could be wrong about that, but let's look at the rest of the map.
Based on the map itself, it feels like Team CARACAL, all they gotta do is just wait out for force, right? For Team SMG, they need to find a way where they can actually punish Maima as of yet. We know for a fact that he is trying to win his lane to get a little bit more gold plating, while Sasa is actually struggling. And Team SMG, they just need to buy time for Sasa, and that's pretty much the game plan for him.
Turtle's gonna be up in just a little bit, and Win has been so on point with the Retribution. And now for Team CARACAL, if they want to leverage further on this game, they have to take in this Turtle. But now Box is here as well. I mentioned the double Retribution. I'm not so sure if you can out-retry this Balmond of Box.
Wow.
But now Win gets taken down. It's the first blood being drawn here by Team SMG. They're gonna still go for it. Box gets the way of the Dragon here. He's quite tanky here. Is able to sustain the damage, but Team SMG, that was a great start.
That was a pretty sick integration coming from Smooth. You can actually pop the Petrify while using an Electrify no blow. That's pretty sick.
What? I don't know what MPL...
Did he pop the Petrify
yes,
first?
Yes, he did.
Oh, okay, fair
he
enough,
went into it and then popped the Petrify. So many teams have been doing it so far, and personally, it's one of my personal favorite techs. And you gotta remember, it's not the entire row for the Electrify no blow. It's just the middle part. So it's a really interesting mechanic. I don't know if it's intended, but now Zorn is in trouble.
Wild charge here onto Zorn. He's able to sustain, but look at the damage from Win once again. Zorn goes down.
Zyme Senpai, no mana, no ultimate, really can't do much for Zorn there. Why is he there? He tries to open up the map, but that just shows why Ruby isn't necessarily the best, but a great... Oh, my goodness. Outplayed!
What a TikTok play. Yeah, that's usually what they say, right? When the choke goes in for the TP and then... Yeah.
Well, he got it down to the notch because that was a very, very convincing solo kill right there. So nicely done coming from Team CARACAL. Meanwhile, SMG, it feels like Zorn is forced to babysit Sasa a little bit more. And you can see earlier today, earlier prior to this fight as well, Zyme was in a situation where there's nothing much he can do but just wait for levels, wait for items before he do something about it.
Until then, we'll see whether CARACAL can actually get a successful dive up topside. They're setting up for it here, and Smooth, he's got to elect the final bull. Let's see how he plays it out.
He's going to get sandwiched here. Here comes the wave there once again. Win! Gets it bursted down, but now Team SMG looking for a mirror trade here onto the bot side. Real world manipulation. And the TPs from Maima. But Team SMG, they're looking to equalize what Team CARACAL has done on the top side.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. Zyme Senpai lost vision of where Maima was, and then he made a guess because he didn't see him pop back up on his screen, so he assumed he was just stuck in that side of the brush down on the bottom side lane. Doesn't secure that kill. That should have been free, but now CARACAL get a free turtle for this.
Yeah, that's a feels bad moment for him, but at the same time, CARACAL in a very, very comfortable position as of yet. Meanwhile, SMG Box hasn't had a good objective gains so far. He's been struggling, even though he's known as the highest Turtle Mania here in MPL MY Malaysia thus far.
I mean, the rest of Team CARACAL now are making a move on the bottom side. I feel like CARACAL, they've got the timings down, right? They're making sure that the tempo is fast. They're making sure that Team SMG can't get that early read. And Eevee is just doing a great job on this show. He's already set up a dive on that top side. And now he's able to kind of roam around the map and continue to be a nuisance until his calling back to the EXP lane is met.
This is just really scary, right? When you're a Cho, you don't really know when you're going for the age, but Sasa goes down there. Complete dive from Team CARACAL. They also take in this first tier tower on the bot side, but Team SMG also looking to equalize there on the top side.
Big mistakes coming from SMG. They knew for a fact that they showed Box has in the map on the top side. They know they were one man down, and because of that, CARACAL, they understood they lost the laning phase. They need to force an issue, and they got the dive down mid and bottom early on. So very, very unfortunate for SMG, but great read from CARACAL.
Oh, there comes again the kick!
Misses there by Box, but Team SMG, they're forced to back away actually from their own jungle. But yeah, Box is going to be able to secure in that purple buff. But this is so much pressure for SMG, right? I mean, it's not just DAce making the plays here. It's also Eevee. I mean, you don't know when he has that Way of the Dragon. For me, I'm honestly so scared of a Cho. I don't know when he's going to go in. I don't know if he has that flicker. I don't know when he's going to commit.
Yeah, I mean, even the Ace, he's playing the exact same way. He just wild charges in. It's like, is he engaging? I'm not entirely sure. But Eevee, again, hovering around that mid lane. CARACAL making sure that they're playing wild Zorn.
Oh, again!
Win! And now, look at bot side. Sasa wants to take out Maima.
Yeah,
Word of Brilliance. And yeah, Turtle is still up. Yeah, I'm surprised how fast this game is going. Like 6 minutes in, and there were so many brawls already. It's still the Turtle in the Land of Dawn. Win starting to take it, but now Box is in trouble. Forced to back away. Smooth tanking all the damage, but Eevee buying some time here for Win to secure in that objective, which is the Turtle.
Wow, the confidence coming from Eevee in this. They know he's got in the back, and Eevee now, he's cancelling the recall on Smooth. Oh my goodness, that's a feels bad moment for SMG. They're just struggling on all fronts. But as of now, seems like Eevee is going to be lurking the brush as well. He's looking for the catch. Maybe he's going to wait for it as well because CARACAL is going to be swarming onto SMG.
Wow.
Real moment Rage comes in. CARACAL gets pushed back, but now they made a little bit of mistake. Now they're getting run down by SMG with a pickoff.
That's really what's difficult here, right? When you don't get that Way of the Dragon on someone important, then you get bursted out. It's kind of like the Matilda. Circling Eagle to your death, or are you going to back away?
Yeah, I mean, it's the worst feeling in the world, but honestly, I'm just still thinking about the fact that Eevee canceled out Smooth's recall. I think that's one of the most annoying things in Mobile Legends, when you want to get your recall and reset, but they say no. However, with 4 members on the bottom side of that map, let's see whether Team CARACAL actually want to take this brawl again, because as you mentioned, Kim, I don't know when they want to engage. I don't know when they want to actually take a fight. It feels a little chaotic here.
Plus, even the recalls, right? You're not sure if they're doing it for the taunts, or are you going to actually recall fall back to the base.
Well, it's more about the mind games, I think. It's more about the mind games. Zorn, known as the king of emotes, has been done in over the years. So I think there's a little bit of a shade, rivalry happening between both teams. But as of yet, take a look at the goal ranking. Win and Maima, top charts. SMG, they need to find a way to bounce back because as you can see, they're playing very, very defensively because of how their drafts are disoriented. And they're hoping to get a punish onto his DAs, which we've seen not once now, at least 3 different attempts where he gets super aggressive and they can't do anything about it. But if SMG gets one really, really good fight, well, it's going to be game 1 all over again.
Well, let's see if it's going to be game 1 all over again, because I think the fact is that Team CARACAL, they have a lot of members who can safely walk into the enemy jungle, like Eevee and as well as DAs both playing that surveillance style of role, but not to mention that you can see a good number of frost traps on the side of where Maima is going to be. He is looking to make sure that he is safe from all angles, and with 2 people vouching for him to peel for him, making it so easy to take things like Lord.
Well,
wow, when Team SMG was trying to set up for that fight, Team CARACAL just went in for the Lord. I mean, that's going to be difficult, right? If Box goes in, lethal counter retribution could have been taken by Team SMG. Now they have to defend towards this first Lord. Not yet the Luminous Lord.
I was expecting SMG to get a little bit more confidence, considering like prior to that fight, Zyme just got his Ice Queen wand. But I guess they're waiting out on Sasa's items. He just got his Golden Staff. He's going to do a little bit more damage, but it's very, very difficult to do so, considering the CARACAL, especially Win, has been performing out of his mind. And now with the Lord in their favor, I don't know. As long as CARACAL doesn't make a mistake, they're good. But if they overcommit and get punished, that is exactly what SMG is looking forward to. So do not give it to them.
I mean, they've guaranteed at least the 5k gold lead here. The rest of Team CARACAL is going to be rotating and taking out the outer turrets really fast. But now Team SMG now only left with their inhibitors. Oh, they engage!
Oh dear, Petrify goes in. Eevee falls under the hands of Box. Finally getting punished there by Team SMG. But speaking of SMG, they have to take down this Lord first. That's now knocking in their base.
This is not what they want, bro. I was expecting the Ace to make the play. Eevee dropping the ball a little bit on there, so this is going to allow SMG to try and defend successfully. So Team CARACAL, it's going to be full defense once again. They have to give away pressure unless they make a attempt. The Ace, they're getting a little bit greedy, trying to steal the orange buff. SMG, they've got to react to this, but unfortunately for them, they will concede this. Lethal counter is on his way. The Ace is going to be slowed down a little bit. Can he survive the I'm Offended? Missed the mark from Zorn, but looks like SMG, they will back off. They just don't want to risk it.
I think so far so good. Team SMG, they didn't lose any inhibitors. Team CARACAL guarantee their 5k gold lead so far. And I think at this stage of the game, as long as CARACAL just maintain that 5k gold lead, Team SMG just is always going to feel behind on that item power spike. I mean, look, 32k, Team CARACAL should have 3 items by this point, especially for their cores. Team SMG, they're getting to that point, and we saw that Sasa only recently got his golden staff, so therefore, he hasn't even gotten his 3rd item complete.
Eevee feels like a roamer here to me. I don't even know he's playing that. But now, speaking of Eevee, he's gonna get a Wave of the Dragon onto Box, but he gets bursted down there by Zyme Senpoi. Here comes the real-world manipulation as well. The Ace! He's able to survive, but not enough. Smooth takes him down. Team SMG, they find an opening.
Look, Team SMG was playing real sloppy, but what was that engage coming out from Team CARACAL? What was the plan there?
Yo, finally, SMG has been waiting for moments like this, and they got it. But I'm not gonna lie, I'm not exactly sure what the Ace and Eevee was thinking. They're looking for a little bit of maybe potential TikTok play moments, because if you think about it, Win, AJ, and Maima was so far behind, there was no way for them to react. But Win is looking for an attempt himself. He's got the damage. Box getting chunked down towards half HP. But he's got to be a little bit more selective on who he's targeting in the next couple of fights. But as we guess, CARACAL, they're regrouping up and looking for the fight.
This is the Lord Pit now. They want to get in some pickups here. D-Ace is not the target you want to go for right now. He is the tankiest one here in Team CARACAL. But SMG, they want to look to take this Lord. But Team CARACAL, the positioning that they have is impeccable right now. Team SMG, oh, they got a Petrify onto AJ, but he doesn't get taken down. Order of Billions being committed here, as well as the lethal counter, but Fox gets taken down there by AJ. That is something that Team CARACAL needs, but look at that. Sasa with the Blazing Duet from the backside. AJ goes down, but it's going to be a 4v4 situation, but SMG, they're still going to go at it. Win goes down, the shutdown finally. A killing spree for Zyme Senpoi.
Oh my goodness, Sasa, he actually won his 1v1 against a Win, and you know, Win was concealed off. He was trying to finish him off, but Sasa was able to bait out our position and get that one skill onto him. So what a clutch coming from SMG to split that fight and come up on top, and now Sasa immediately going for the split push. However, Eve, well, there's no damage on this show.
People keep, I mean, especially since his time of Onyx, people keep calling him old. Look at that, he's still got his fast fingers. He has the dexterity for sure, but because of that play, this Lord is now open towards them. There's almost no way they can actually mess this up. But Smooth, he's kind of low, so it's getting a bit scary now.
It's going to be a retribution battle once again. Real world manipulation from the backside. I am offended. Who's going to take the Lord? It's going to be Box this time. Double retribution comes through. Lord goes to the side of Team SMG, and that was brought to you by Garnier Men.
Yep, yeah, love to see it. Team SMG now finding the momentum back into this game. It's going to come down to the scaling because Zyme Senpai, he's scaling up fast. Same goes for Sasa. Team CARACAL, did they miss their window here? Because AJ, he hits really, really hard. However, compared to the rest of Team SMG, who is scaling faster than what they would have imagined, they've lost their lead, and now the pick is here.
Wild charge onto Smooth. That was 3 members of CARACAL to welcome Smooth.
Well,
nice face check, but man.
You hate to see it. You hate to see moments like this, and that's why Wild Charge is just so good. And Knockup just instantly denies you any opportunity to do anything, especially if you don't have those purifies. But at the same time, SMG looks like they are forced to actually concede aggression, knowing that CARACAL still has a little bit of an advantage in terms of teamfight potential. But in terms of AoE potential, Zyme Senpai and Sasa has finally hit their times. They are starting to do a lot of annoyance throughout the entirety of the fight. So CARACAL, they have to be careful. If they don't get that big catch, they're in a little bit of trouble.
Most of the time, you see like Box is the target here of Eevee, but it's not gonna work, right? You either gotta get like I think it's mostly like Zyme Senpai and even Sasa.
Yeah, it's going to be hard, but I mean, Win should be able to get out of this, right? Yes, he makes it through. They defend against the Lord. Team SMG has at the very least, closed down on this lead. I think we're expecting to see a very long game here.
Yeah, I mean, immortalities have already been purchased, so you can expect to see more of that. 30 minutes in, but Eevee gets a kick onto Sasa. But here comes a re-engage from the side of Team SMG. They're able to sustain. Look at the frontliners tanking all the damage. DAce goes down with a lethal counter.
Well, they finally got it. They've got the sustains. They baited it out. They tried to go for Sasa, but CARACAL wasn't quick to react on it. Fantastic performance coming from Zyme Senpai as well, because every single time CARACAL makes an attempt, he makes sure he hits as many people as he can with those Ice Queen 1 slow. So SMG, very nicely done. Zorn doing a fantastic job slowing things down as well, but nope, the catch comes again. Win gonna be messing it up, and Sasa turns the tide and they get the kill ontowards Win. Great punish coming from SMG, and it's go time for SMG. They have been oppressed, and now they're rising up.
Oh my goodness, they've scaled really, really well. They're not getting one shot like they were earlier in this game, and now Team CARACAL completely losing that lead, but their individualistic plays is starting to cost them if they don't get that big payout. Eevee doesn't have his flicker, the Ace no flicker as well. How are they going to defend against this as Team SMG slowly take all the outer turrets?
Man, the lethal counter, right? Lethal indeed. And for I think for Team CARACAL and Team SMG, SMG is just trying to bait out that left hook, right jab from the Paquito, and right after that, you know, they can safely use all their ultimates.
Personally, I think that Team CARACAL, like, they're making these individualistic plays, but they just need to double up on it, right? If Eevee gets the initial kick, they need Win to be nearby to make it happen, or at the very least the Ace. They don't necessarily need to just send one person, hope for the best, and then pray that they get the pick.
Yep, and as of now, Box, they are going to be sending up again, but the Lord, you know, a little bit stubborn to actually move into his vicinity. The Ace managing to draw aggro a little bit to try and maintain it down towards the middle. CARACAL, looks like they will just wait in the bush for a little bit. SMG says, you know what, I'm just going to go for the play, but conceal plays from the backlines.
The Ace trying to go in for the wild charge. The Lord is still up, but Smooth there. Not so smooth this time. Gets knocked up there right before the Lord retribution battle once again. Who's going to take it? It's going to be Box once again. And that was brought to you by Garnier Men. SMG is going to go for it. They take down Sasa.
What? They kill Box too!
Go for it. Box is low here.
Run.
He's gonna run. He's gonna circle and spin around, but it's Eevee and Win at the back. He's still able to escape. Fortunately enough, Team SMG got that Lord.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Team SMG, they got the objective. They lose 3 of their members, but 4 members from the side of Team CARACAL were so low. That could have been the moment Team SMG finally breaks even.
Yo, you have to give props towards Eevee, because if Eevee did not stop Sasa's blazing duet then and there, things would have gone so bad for CARACAL. But well done indeed coming from CARACAL. They managed to defend, and my oh my, seems like we are back to the stage where it is going to be similar to game number 1 as SMG. They're waiting for those power spikes. They drag into the later stage of the game. They've got what it takes, but it all comes down to that one small mistake, one wrong move to actually close things out. So it's all about the waiting game, SMG. They have been in a very, very long time hoping to punish on CARACAL's mistake, but this time they were the ones to make it.
Yeah, these games are so very long. Like, both sides aren't exactly playing at their tip-top shape like we would expect them to be. But let's see, did they get an inhibitor off of this? Like the rest of SMG, they're running this out. They don't realize that the rest of Team CARACAL is on the top side of the map.
Box is trying to go for it, but they're not going to be able to take down that inhibitor. But there you go. Win is going to get taken down here by Sword. SMG wants to get the jungler here of CARACAL. They're not able to take him down just yet, but fortunately enough, they were able to at least pressure that bot side.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I don't think this is a very good look for Team SMG. I'm expecting a lot more from them. It didn't seem doable to begin with, and the Battle Mirror image only goes so far, so why commit to the Petrify, especially, well, I mean, I guess it's fine, because at the end of the day, the Petrify will be back up for this upcoming Lord fight.
Yeah, he very, very confidently opening up the map, and he's getting so much value information, but it's all about housekeeping. Team SMG, they've got their lane shoved in. 45 seconds left before the Lord coming in. CARACAL, they're opening up the map to get some sort of information, but are we going to be potentially seeing a rat play? Because bottom side, seems like Team CARACAL, they're setting up for an ambush. They're sending Eve in, hoping to try and bait some sort of catch and maybe even get a catch. But Maima, what were you thinking? Oh, fortunately for him, he does have the trap to scout for information. So CARACAL, they've got to respect this. They know that SMG is down below, so they're going to be A-okay to shift up the top side right now.
Yeah, I think this is really good by Team CARACAL. They're using the fact that both members, Eevee and as well as the Ace, really tanky and can safely get out of tough situations, right? But now, looks like they're rotating back to the mid lane with 7 seconds on the clock for this Lord. Let's see how Team SMG plays this.
Yep, they cannot afford to get any pickoffs just now, and for Team SMG, they need to at least take this Lord, perhaps like pressure in more of the lanes. But for Team CARACAL, it's not just over for them yet.
Yep, Box going to be scouting out lane by lane. He's got a little bit more sustains. He's trying to set up for the Lord pit again, but pay attention to the minimap as well. Eve is so far back. I think he's aiming for Zyme Senpai. He knows how annoying he is, but at the same time, can he get the info? Because Zyme Senpai is hiding so far back. Eventually, they are going to be breaking things down.
Oh no, the Ace is low and the lethal counter goes through. Man! Team SMG with the baits. Did you see how Sasa was able to chunk him down real low? But here you go. There you go. Lord is still up. Win. Okay, he's shrunk down to half HP, but Eevee,
he got the kick!
For Sasa! He is able to BMI out, and the Lord is still up. Order of Brilliance being committed there. Blazing to Wet as well. SMG is really low right now. The Lord is still up right away. Mayma takes down Smooth. The Lord, guys, you're not even going to take the duration of the... Okay, you know what? They're just going to go for the brawl. They're going to go for the brawl. The Lord is going to be taken by Team CARACAL. What was that? Team SMG just, you know, went for the engage, but they didn't get anything. Oh, man.
Honestly, tough call there. It was a really tough call. Team SMG committed everything. They realized they had no retribution, no lethal counter, no way to secure this Lord, but they had to make a choice and they chose to fight. Team CARACAL pulled back, allowing Win to get his cooldowns off, take the Lord, and win that fight. Now it's all up to Zyme Senpai, but with this Luminous Lord, I think we can safely say, here it is, the kick coming in from Eevee to guarantee, forcing out the Winter Truncheon so far. Smooth is coming back up in 2 more seconds here. This is going to be do or die.
Wait a minute, they're actually backing up. They're respecting Zyme Senpai. They know how annoying he is. They know for a fact it's just not worth it. They don't have the auto attack to fight this. And SMG, they still managed to defend against this. What a play. But at the same time, I want to talk about that first Lord pit right there as well, because Box was down to his 10%. He had the immortality. He was waiting up for that lethal counter coming in. But as soon as he walks out, he was having this animation, he died. He popped out the immortality. As soon as he woke up, the Lord Storm cancelled him, denying him any chance to steal the Lord with the retribution. So it's so unlucky of Box to be in that situation prior to that fight.
I mean, we can talk about a lot of different things. Even before that, the initial kick from Eevee was so good, but Smooth, fast on that follow-up, but instantly going with the combination of the Electo Final Blow with the Petrify to stop any sort of follow-up and even sacrificing his life, breaking his immortality as the backline could not keep up. Like Maima, he wants to take out that primary target, but he couldn't. He got petrified, had to pull back, instantly kill Smooth, and then the fight resets again.
Well, this is I don't know how Zion Senpai did it, but at the same time, well done because he was able to buy valuable time. With this reset means CARACAL, well, I think it's all about making those mistakes against, right? Box, he's having one of the most difficult times. Like, I think Game 2 right now, he's having a little bit of a better game compared to Game 1. But it all comes down to the laning phase. This time, SMG, they've lost the inhibitor up top and middle. They need to somehow defend against it. Okay, top side's still okay. Mid lane's always going to be shoved in all the way through. They need to find a very, very important kick. And as of now, I feel like the big cash that SMG needs to get is to take down Maima from the get-go because those traps are starting to get very, very annoying.
Yeah, Maima's follow-up has just been great.
You know what, Gideon, I think that Team SMG, sometimes they overcommit, right? They overcommit and they don't get anything out of it.
Yeah, I think even when they do commit, how much value and how many resources must be blown to ensure it? Well, Zorn and Eve making some intimate eye contact in the brush. Don't tell anybody about it, but Eve, he's going to be able to open up this map so easily because there's no guarantee that Team SMG want to jump on him.
Well, this is going to be a tough one. Smooth going to be opening up the map a little bit more. The Ace is there to wait for the fight, but the rest of CARACAL is all the way down bottom, so there's not much interaction yet. But pay attention to the minimap once again. Eve is looking for the big flank again. Can he get the big catch? Because like I said as well, he's aiming for Sasa, but I feel like the biggest threat is actually Zion Senpai because a lot of this time Team CARACAL are struggling in terms of mobility. It's courtesy of Zion Senpai's positioning, and it's frustrating, but eventually he shifts his objective. He is going to try and shove the lane down bottom. Tier 3 is only one auto attack away. He's looking to take it off and then potentially try and force a Lord fight.
You know, Eevee's so annoying at this point. Like, you don't know what he's going to go for. Is he going to go for the split push? He's going to try to go in for that Way of the Dragon, surprising someone here from Team SMG. So there's a lot to consider here if you're Team SMG, right? What are you going to try to do?
Unfortunately, unable to defend against that inhibitor. Instantly, Team CARACAL get on top of this Lord. This might be a bad call, but what are they going to do about it? Box, he's in trouble.
Oh no, Box. He does have the immortality here. He's going to be forced away from that Lord. Zion Senpai going to pop in that real-world manipulation. The Lord is half HP. Box is able to survive that one. But now Team SMG, they really need to take this Lord 25 minutes in. But look at the Ace. Oh, Zorn, he gets chucked down low. The immortalities have been popped. There was a place to wet from the side of SMG, but the Lord is going to be reset here. Hard reset. AJ goes down, but Team CARACAL, are they going to force this one out? Zion Senpai.
He's alive?
Yes, he's still alive. He does not have the flicker, the shutdown onto Zion Senpai 2 for the price of 1. And now Team CARACAL, they're not going to, you know what? Let's not take the Lord, guys. Let's try to end this right here, right now. Winter Truncheon play here by Smooth. It's nice some time, but Eevee takes him down. Box and Sasa is the only one left to defend here. Can they do it? Team CARACAL, they're going to try to go in for the clean sweep.
Oh, they got it! There we have it, a 2-0 from Team CARACAL, an upset against Team SMG. Look at the boys! They have made it happen!
Oh, what a game coming in from Team CARACAL. Everyone expected SMG to take the win, but CARACAL pulls one of the biggest upset here for day number 3. And what a performance! They are back in action. They're still in the running for the playoffs.
Oh, that 2-0 is going to put him above Lunatics. GG, well played, Team CARACAL. Even the coach can't believe how hard they fought for this game.
Woo-wee, that is a good game. Handshakes coming from Padel as well as James, but as of yet, you can see the tears of excitement coming from CARACAL with that victory. SMG is not going to be looking too happy about this, but this rivalry for now is going to be won from the side of Team CARACAL.
Yep, hugs coming in from Maima and Zorn. Well played to the boys and the ex-teammates. They got to be looking at each other like, nice try. We knew what you were trying to do. Well done for Team CARACAL, coming out with a huge win here. Let's throw it over to our host to talk to the winners up on stage.
Team CARACAL berjaya untuk mengejutkan Team SMG. 2 berbalas kosong, prestasi yang semakin lama mereka terus saja meningkat. Jadi anda bersama saya Syamilo, kita diri dekat tengah lah. Saya nak berdiri dekat tengah boleh Alright. Kita akan berdiri dekat tengah, kita akan interview terlebih dahulu. Kita tahu yang untuk DAce lah. Untuk DAce, di mana Box dah lama dengan DAce, dengan EV, dengan AJ, betul. Jadi kita nak tanya sikit lah, apa kata-kata DAce kepada Box selaku rakan?
Okay, macam minggu lepas, dia betul nak lawan CARACAL. So, cukuplah kita 3 orang je. Kalau tambah lagi 2 orang, habis Box. Tersingkir terus lagi.
Alright, satu kata-kata. Alright, jadi dia kata satu good game lah untuk box.
Yeah, good game.
Good game untuk box. Jadi, alright, kita nak tanya juga kepada Maima. Okay, tak lah. Maima dah jawab sebelum ni. Kita bagi kat Win lah. Okay, Win. Ambil mic. Alright, Win. Kita nak tanya Win. Sebab sebelum ni, tim CARACAL macam prestasi dia turun naik. Tapi sebab masuk Win dengan Maima, terus meningkat 360 darjah. Jadi macam mana, apa perasaan Win dan juga training pasukan CARACAL?
Alhamdulillah lah. Kita orang last minute punya training kau push.
Kau push apa tu? Training macam mana?
3 hari training tak tidur.
3 hari training tak tidur, sebab tu boleh kalahkan tim SNG 2-0. Alright. Jadi kita akan tanya ni lah orang utara. Kita panggil AJ, CS ni. Right, kita nak tanya AJ. Tadi saya nampak tadi ada orang kat tau. Ada orang kat dia minat Sasa, tapi sebab jiran AJ, so dia tak berani. Jadi apa kata-kata kepada peminat yang datang dan juga kepada penonton yang ada dekat rumah?
Kepada yang menonton dan juga di rumah, terima kasih sebab sudi support kami. Tak kira lah SMG ataupun CARACAL, terima kasih semua. Good game.
Alright, okay. Thank you AJ. Thank you untuk tim CARACAL. Satu prestasi yang baik dan seperti apa Lafel kata, semakin lama semakin nampak peluang untuk mereka pergi ke peringkat playoff. Jadi mereka perlu kekalkan konsisten ni. Kita akan saksikan untuk mic check. Kita nak dengar berapa banyak nice yang disebut oleh dia.
Popok belakang. Take lock. Nak bunuh apa, weh?
Aku ada gigi aku tau. Nice abang.
Dia take lock.
Dah.
Reset.
Boleh.
Boleh bunuh. Gerak. Boleh. Dia belakang.
Aku suka skill. Dia dulu Boleh tak? Nice.
Sekarang ni. Sekarang. Go.
Pilih mati.
Dah terangkat tu.
Boleh bunuh tak?
Nice.
Nice.
Tolak je.
Mati tu.
Kau, kepala kau.
Okay.
Hambok sabar.
Aku tak boleh sabar
Sabar lah. Bos sabar lah.
Nanti dia bela. Aku nanti. Belu. Jap. Nice.
Okay, balik.
Nice. Alhamdulillah.
Lalu memang end. Wow.
Boleh.
Once again, never ceases to amaze me. Just the excitement and as well the number of nices, and also alhamdulillah coming in from that's a new one coming in from the man, the myth, the legend, the ace himself.
You know, it's really interesting to get into the mic checks as well, because based on the context, well, you can feel the energy, the excitement, the pressure is always on. The intensity of that match shows you how important it was from the side of CARACAL. The moment they won the game, you saw the excitement in their face, the tears of joy. Even Padel was on the seats just ramping on. It's like, oh my goodness, I beat James. You know, the feeling, the satisfaction is great and all, but it just shows you how important it is for them to stay alive in the playoffs. But of course, before we talk a little bit more onto the details on what things are happening as well, this is going to be the itemizations for game number 2.
All right, let's have a look at the items so far. Double wind talker coming out from Maima, situational items to be had, but the attack speed is so very important in these last few fights here, because again, it's all about making sure that you keep your space, keep your distancing correct. And AJ, he's got big kills, a lot of damage, but he can't seem to finish them off towards this later stage of the game.
Yeah, you can see that it's only Maima that was... this was the keys to victory that we had earlier, right? Protect your back line, and with Maima's positioning, he was only taken down once. So for Team CARACAL, they really focused their strengths around Maima to do the pushes. And if you can see the items here, it's just mostly damage coming out from Maima.
He just had to make sure he had damage. And same goes for Win as well, taking an extremely greedy build on his part, right? Hunter Strike, Malefic Roar, Bloodlust Axe into the Blade of Despair. I mean, Winter Transit, obviously, you gotta be able to make that play when necessary, even after you lose your immortality.
You know, I'm not gonna lie, I feel like entirely this match, it's Eve that's doing a lot of these rotations as well. We've talked about how amazing of an XP laner he was. He's done a lot of setups where his Cho was going for the backlines, he's setting up for Sasa, he's setting up for Zyme Boy. The moment he messed up with Sasa and realized that Zyme Boy is a threat, that was the moment they actually won the game. And you can see, based on the stats itself, damage taken, damage to tower, and total is all in favor of CARACAL, whereas SMG was struggling to get those finishes.
I mean, some big damage coming out from Maima for sure.
damage taken is a lot from Team CARACAL, which kind of explains why, you know, they're really committing to all these dives. And if it's going to be worth it, you know, heck, we don't even care. We're just going to go all the way for it. And Team CARACAL, they were punished at some times, but, you know, when it mattered the most, it definitely made wonders for the entire team.
It did. I think, you know, honestly, Win was playing out of his mind this game. He was getting some really good follow-ups, and I would agree with you that Eve himself, there were moments of glory, other times where it was a little short from that glory itself, which dragged this game out a lot. But I think both SMG and CARACAL played one hell of a game. Let's look at our MVP coming up from our winners, CARACAL. Let's give it to Win Meow this time with a game KP of 70% and a game KD of 7-3 and 7.
Well done to Win. 2 back-to-back games MVP coming from him as well, especially when his time is Retribution. Game 2 a little bit slow, but he always finds his opportunity to go in for the one-shot. Time and time again, SMG has been struggling to deal with him.
I mean,
it's gotta hurt, isn't it?
It does have to hurt. It stings a lot for Team SMG, but I think people need to stop sleeping on CARACAL after a strong game like that. Let's see how high they can actually soar.
Definitely, right? You've seen the audience prediction earlier. It was leaning like totally towards the side of SMG, and I think even CARACAL themselves, they're like, seriously, like you can see their faces, their emotions after the game. They weren't expecting to take it.
Yeah, I mean,
clean sweep at that, 2-0.
Exactly. That's the important thing, because with this clean sweep, it does indicate that they should be overtaking the Lunatics. We will confirm that in a little bit, but for now, enjoy these highlights brought to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series. These big picks and these follow-ups. I mean, Team SMG, they look real sloppy this game.
Yeah, that's the thing about this draft itself coming from SMG, right? Their drafts were designated a way to play as a utilitarian playstyle where they want to play, poke, and go for a little bit of prolonged fights. But to be able to execute this draft requires a lot of itemization, especially coming from Eve as well as Sasa. And because of this understanding, CARACAL was always constantly putting up the pressure, knowing that there's absolutely nothing SMG can do to them because they just don't have the damage to counterfight. And that's the downside about having a Balmond draft. You are great at taking objectives, but teamfight-wise, you're more like a finisher rather than a starter.
For sure, and I think that's the important thing, right? Like, if Box does start the initiation, he's expected to survive long enough to be able to finish the fight with that lethal counter. But unfortunately, I think SMG realized this relatively quickly, right? Smooth, he can look for an engagement, but Eevee has been such a huge nuisance in their side, making sure that Sasa doesn't get, isn't able to get his ult off in time or cancels it really, really short. Zorn, I don't know. I feel like it was a bit lackluster performance from him. Yes, he did get a couple of catches, but nothing too significant out of him throughout this game.
Yeah, and even in this final fight moments as well, we see like Win was doing a okay, decent job just chunking through the backlines, right? And even Box itself as well, it was a pretty clear sign that he was trying to contest with his Lord. They know for a fact that he's trying to bait it out. Somebody's got to face check the health, right? And there was nobody else that can do it for him. Zorn, he's trying his best, but there's only so much he could have done. So well done coming in from CARACAL, because as of now, with that 2-0 victory, 1 point ahead of Lunatics. Well, the grind continues.
The grind continues. Well-deserved points. That 2-0 puts them ahead and safe from relegation for now.
Well, Team SMG, honestly, a lot of people were rooting for them for that 2-0, but Team CARACAL, I would have to say this is quite the story to tell, right? Like, I mean, all odds against you, you're still gonna go for it.
I mean, the regular season isn't over. This isn't the final standing just yet, but it is a great start for CARACAL. You could see the emotions on the players and as well as the fans as well. They knew how important it was to win this game and not to mention get an extra point with that 2-0.
Yeah, and you know, with that being said as well, SMG, they still got more games to come, right? This is only that, first game in the second game this week, so there's going to be like, 2 more games for them in the couple of weeks. If they get clean 2-0s back, they might still be in the running for the top 2 spots. But for CARACAL, they are going to be in a little bit of a upper hand. With this roster swap, especially this clutch moment here in week number 6, it definitely helped them a little bit more compared to before. I was a little bit skeptical, when they faced up against, I think it was SUHAZ. They actually, took the win with 2-1. I was expecting clean 2-0s coming from them, but still, a win is still a win. Points are still points. 1 point ahead is still enough to qualify to those playoffs. But for now, it's still very, very shaky for them.
I think they're still in a rough spot, obviously, but it's a very good start at the very least. I do think that, the 3 in the interview we heard, 3 days of non-stop training, no sleep coming from Win himself, it paid off. It paid off. They're looking a lot better compared to their matchup against SUHAZ yesterday, but is this the end of their story, right? I do think to a certain degree Team SMG wasn't playing at their tip-top shape. There was a lot of miscommunications and also moments of just, what are they doing here? Well, the engagements weren't looking right. The angles didn't seem clean. Not like how we saw Team SMG earlier in the regular season.
Yeah, Team SMG, I actually watched the first half of the season and they were looking really solid. So I'm actually wondering, I mean, what's happening here? Was it because there was a switch up, or is it because they're feeling that pressure? There's a lot of factors to consider here.
The week has been a little strange for Team SMG, but before we go any forward with this, we have to bring up They Need You winners here down on the screen below. Guys, it's as simple as typing in a nice sweet comment to both the teams, one of the teams, your favorite teams, whichever, and make sure you put that hashtag 10Bersama as well as the game ID plus the server ID so we can cash those rewards straight to your account.
I'm actually taking a look at the chats as well. Remember how I mentioned previously, if you mention the casters, who knows, you might be one of the winners. Guess what? We've got a shout out for our Burger came over there.
Let's go!
Was
Pretty
there?
interesting. Yeah, there was.
Okay, I missed that.
Fine, from Philippines, watching from the Philippines. You got a lot of Philippine fans, my
respect to you.
Yeah, bringing all the audience here,
That's
minus
the
fact
poll.
that it's the poll. I'm here. Yep. Where's the flag? Yeah, totally lost the flag. Yeah, I was waving the Malaysian flag last time when I did the mock cast, so I still can't believe it myself. I mean, like CARACAL, I can't what? You're flying all the way here. Everyone was telling me the same thing. It's crazy, but here I am.
I'm not gonna lie. I think it's a great time for you to debut today because today's game has been really, really long and it has been very, very interesting. So I'm glad you're enjoying yourself here for MPL Malaysia. But of course, I want to have a little bit of games here as well. And this is going to be my question. How good is your Mobile Legends knowledge? Because for Gideon, he's very confident. Look at his smirk on his face. He's pretty sure I know what this hero is. Can you guess which this hero is this? It's female, it's fighter tank, born in Black Forest, has a relationship with Roger. Not exactly sure what kind of relationship, but who do you think this is?
Well, I think at this point, you gotta tell Gideon. Wrong answers only.
Yeah,
wrong answers only.
Again,
want to take a guess?
I think it's Ruby for me.
For me, yeah. How about you?
Lolita.
Really?
Really?
It's like wrong guess.
Yeah, wrong answer. Well, technically, you're right.
I mean, yeah, totally.
yeah.
I think, honestly, it's really funny for those people who don't really know the relationships between Ruby and Roger as the companion.
Really?
It explains
It really
there is a direct
because
relationship.
Wolf, right? Yeah. Wolf.
Are
Are you that type of player who just plays, or do you read the lore? Because I get really crazy
He's the lore
about
guy.
that. Okay, we're
He's
on the
the lore
same
guy.
page.
I'm the play guy.
We're on the same page here. It's obviously Ruby here. I even recognize from the roses. I immediately recognize the skin because there's not too many skins for Ruby to begin with, so that works out for me. But yeah, there is a very clear relationship. So guys, while we explain that relationship, go and claim the code. And yes, a lot of the skills coming in from Ruby, Runaway Wolf King, and making sure that I'm offended, all of it relating to her lore and her relationship with the Werewolf King himself.
That's the thing, right?
Roger.
When it comes to lore, if the answers were in Guinevere, I might have picked Guinevere myself because, her ultimates has flowers and stuff like that and the roses. I would have guessed Guinevere on the spot if I didn't see the lore or anything.
That just sounds hopeful. But coming up next on our next best of 3 to finish off week number 6, it's the big one, the big fishes. Todak up against the Homeboys. This one's going to be pretty exciting here, Burger Kim.
Yeah, Todak. This is a staple name in the Malaysian household. If you're watching MPL Malaysia, it was Todak that got me into MPL Malaysia because they drafted a Belleric. I think it was Momo, or was it Formaze using
Momo,
it? That was one of the heroes I'm really comfortable with. And when they started using that, you kind of have this soft spot, oh my gosh, that team's using my hero. So that's when I started watching MPL Malaysia.
Why do you think they have the biggest fans? Because they have Momo playing Mia during the entirety of Season 8 and Season 9. But with that being said, that's going to be wrapping up this second best of 3 tier today. It's been an exciting start. We have Burger King. We have so many firsts happening with a major upset in the middle of the day. This thing couldn't get any better, Terrence.
Exactly, and I'm looking forward to see the next match up here, but that is going to be pretty much it for now. But as of yet, I feel like I need a little bit of breather right now because this is going to be a long day. We have got more games going on. I hope you guys come back for the next upcoming series, but that is pretty much it from us on the desk. See you guys right after this break.
Hello, little friend.
Who the hell are you?
The one who gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control. Get him! A bit early for warm-up. Wouldn't mind being fine with it.
Even if you have the heart of anima, I, Gusion Taxley, will never surrender!
Thorns remain, should petals fall.
Justice served! I won't let my blood run from death. Justice served! To be a hero.
Hey everyone! We launched Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skills animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between two fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Guzhan. Guzhan's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Guzhan with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Guzhan's scarf to reflect the two brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Guzhan's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Guzhan. That's why we're bringing Guzhan's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhan in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhan's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Sepuluh adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan. Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah Todak mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara mampukah RSG MY dan tim SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita.
Mother gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control. Playmates.
Hand over the stone!
Interesting proposal, but no.
Get him!
A bit early for warm-up, but I'm fine with it.
Even if you have the heart of Anima, I, Gusion Taxley, will never surrender!
Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skill's animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between two fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Guzhan. Guzhan's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Guzhan with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Guzhan's scarf to reflect the two brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Guzhan's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Guzhan. That's why we're bringing Guzhan's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhan in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhan's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Sepuluh adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan. Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah Todak mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara, mampukah RSG MY dan tim SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita.
Hello, little friend.
Who the hell are you?
Alan, the one who gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control. Get him! A bit early for warm-up, but I'm fine with it.
Have the heart of anima. I, Gusion Taxley, will never surrender!
Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skill's animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between two fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Guzhan. Guzhan's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Guzhan with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Guzhan's scarf to reflect the two brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Guzhan's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Guzhan. That's why we're bringing Guzhan's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhan in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhan's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Sepuluh adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
Tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan. Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah Todak mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara mampukah RSG MY dan tim SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita.
little friend.
Who the hell are you?
The one who gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control. Playmates.
Hand over the stone!
Interesting proposal, but no.
Get him!
A bit early for warm-up, but I'm fine with it.
Even if you have the heart of anima, I, Gusion Taxley, will never surrender!
Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skills animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skills mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between 2 fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Gusion. Gusion's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Gusion with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Gusion's scarf to reflect the 2 brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Gusion's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Gusion. That's why we're bringing Gusion's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Gusion in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the 2 heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Gusion's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dog.
Sepuluh adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
Tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan.
ditutup.
Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah Todak mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara mampukah RSG MY dan tim SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star,
juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star.
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star,
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
MPL Malaysia Season 10 is powered by Munton, presented by McDelivery. It's the perfect time to catch all the action with McDelivery. Free 6 pieces of chicken McNuggets for you, and all you gotta do is purchase through the McD's app and enter the promo code MPL10 during checkout. Official smartphone, Samsung Galaxy A series. Immerse yourself into the world of Mobile Legends with the official smartphone of MPL Malaysia Season 10. You'll be sure to experience an epic gaming performance on the Galaxy A53 5G.
Champion Extra GG with Garnier Men. Fight 99.9% acne-causing bacteria in just 10 seconds. Bikin Sampai Jadi with Hotlink. Game your way and Bikin Sampai Jadi with Hotlink Prepaid. Get your choice of unlimited internet or high-speed internet on the always connected network.
Official gaming chair, Secret Lab. Partners in eSports, Joe's Barber, EGG Network, TikTok Live, eSports Charts, and ESI.
We're very close for the biggest game of week number 6 here today to close things out in a final best of 3. Welcome back, everybody, to the MPL Malaysia Season 10. My name is Getting Q. This is going to be Icy Baby, and once and for all, this is the hashtag done claim by Malaysians, Burger Kim.
Yeah, a lot of people have been asking me, what Malaysian food have you tried yet? And I was like, I can't have the full Malaysian experience if I haven't seen or if I haven't casted a Todak game.
That's a good call here because this one is going to be a spicy one. Homeboys have been up on the rise, but having lost to RSG yesterday, momentum might be a little down. Todak, however, they're kind of, the best way to explain it, they're kind of Todak. It's kind of hard to tell what they're going to do today.
Well, I'm looking forward to see what is happening as well because the biggest talk from the side of Todak is Chiku going to be playing today? And as of yet, I've heard rumors that Chiku might be standing in, and is Chiku still the factor that allows Todak to kind of win games throughout the entire regular season, or maybe even making it into his M4? Chiku's been there, not just once, but 3 times now.
Personally, I think it's a little hard to tell whether he has still got it in him, but I'm sure a lot of the team still respect Todak as a staple name here in Malaysia. But Burger Kim, tell us a little bit more about what you've discovered about Todak. Have you figured out the secret sauce just yet?
No, you know what? I think Todak should have their own label in like a Malaysian dictionary. Todak. It's just like unpredictable. Just that. Like a new word in the Malaysian dictionary. Todak.
The needs, again, I would agree that they need a subcategory. Todak to langgar is to smash. But with that being said, it's time to bring up both the teams for the player walkout.
Homeboys! Well, walking up on the stage, we have Homeboys. You can see that there's so much energy coming in from Sepat. But despite their recent performances, Sepat has been struggling in the laning phase. Can they rise up to the challenge? Because, well, as we all know, they are looking to secure the top 2 spots here for the regular season.
It's going to be a tough battle overall, but the Homeboys aren't going to be giving up anytime soon.
There you go. Our boys. Homeboys looking really good right now, and to think that they're going up against one of the powerhouses that you would call it, Todak, here in Malaysia. I think like they should find that momentum once again.
Todak! Speaking of that momentum, Todak themselves coming out with style, making sure with Formes leading the helmet. I see Chiku there in the back. No rival this time. It's going to be Chiku in the main lineup.
Is Chiku going to play, like here's the thing, is Chiku going to play the gold or is he going to play the jungle role? But with rival not being there, it's kind of like saying that, okay, you know what, maybe it's Chiku in the jungle.
Well, we've talked about unpredictability. We always know Chiku is capable of playing multiple roles. But as of yet, coming into Todak, I'm looking forward to see, is he going to be playing the jungle role or is he going to be playing the tank? Are we going to be seeing a switch up? I wonder how. And this is going to be very difficult to draft when it comes towards Todak. Every single team here in Malaysia, or maybe even the world, has problems dealing with them. And of course, when it comes to the drafts, we have to talk about the brains behind the bronze. And it is going to be the coaches and analysts from both Todak and Homeboys, and you can hear the excitement of the crowd. They're super excited to see what they have installed for us.
Here up on stage, it's Rival as analyst, Ajim as coach, Saiful as coach, and Expedia as their analysts respectively for Todak and Homeboys. I'm glad to have you here, Burger King, because this is going to be the true Malaysian experience with their M4 lineup here for Todak.
Indeed, you know, this is the only time that you get to see a player who's playing in the regular season and actually being the analyst. So that's going to be a very interesting angle for Todak.
Let's talk about Todak for a little bit here, because again, they have been, they've had their ups, they have their downs. Their first blood rate is at 32%, their fastest game at 12 minutes 54 seconds, but their first tower rate at 63%.
Yep, and speaking of Todak's composition this year, if you pay attention to KDA, this is something that we don't exactly see coming from Todak, especially from the MPL MY region. We kind of expect that, hey, they would have more kills, maybe even a little bit deaths. Maybe kind of recently, what I've noticed from Todak was that, especially in this particular season, they've been playing in the style where we don't expect them to play. We know them for them being very aggressive, very unpredictable, but they have been training over the regular seasons to be more objectified. They kind of remind me of how SMG played during Season 8 and Season 9.
I mean, I would love to agree with you there, but Todak still have their own inner character, right? Their persona when they're playing the game. They express themselves very differently compared to many teams in terms of the way that they trade, objectives on the map, and more so the way they move around the map.
Yeah, not just the way they play, even their draft, right? Like, it's people have been asking me, what's the main story that you learned coming all the way here to Malaysia? I was like, I don't know. Just take in the unpredictability, just have that experience. But here we have it, the Homeboys.
Yep, first blood rate at 29%, first tower rate at 42%, but their fastest game win at 10 minutes 43 seconds.
Yep, when it comes to Homeboys, they've also got a couple pocket strategies as well. With their recent performance yesterday, didn't exactly go too well for them because they got completely stomped out by Team Hard. That was something that I did not expect at all. But at the same time, hopefully Zakos is going to be able to bounce back because we know him to be very versatile when it comes towards his hero pool. But I want to talk a little bit more in terms of priority draft, especially coming from Chibi. Is the Homeboy is going to be sticking to the assassin playstyle, or is he going to be straight up going for the fighter's tank playstyle?
I think it's going to be Paquito all over again. If Paquito can take care of Fanny, Paquito can take care of anybody.
I was just about to point out the Paquito because this seems to be the favorite hero of both Todak and the Homeboys. I mean, this is surprising. I mean, for MPL Philippines, we usually go for the assassins like the Ling, the Fanny, not so much on the Paquito. We've been seeing it resurface, but not so much. Like here in Malaysia, I think you guys love the Paquito so much.
I think we're loving Paquito a little bit more than Filipinos, I'd like to say for myself. But then again, I don't want to step on people's toes. We haven't seen the Pacquiao skin just yet.
Yep, and speaking of the Ling, I like that you brought this up as well. I think during the earlier stages of the week, during a regular season, week 3, week 4, we saw a couple of Ling plays in there, a couple of cliche wins, but we did see a really big dip towards the win rate for Ling in particular over the week. So I feel like most of them have started straight away. So now, talking about keys to victory for both these teams, right? Composition strength is going to be the goal. Draft, obviously, a major impact to it as well. Jungler impact. So this is where I'm bringing up again, what kind of junglers are we going to see? Because I've heard rumors as well, Chiku only can play Archive jungle. That's kind of like a soft rumor here and there. Likewise, coming from Homeboys, who's more to an assassin playstyle with Chibi.
Tough call here. Personally, I do think compositional strength is pretty important, but that's up to the draft. Disciplined team fights is the way I'm looking at it because Homeboys had their ups and downs, sometimes overextending to a certain degree.
Yeah, I think that's what I noticed for the teams here, right? Sometimes they overextend too much in the clashes that they don't really get a very favorable trade. But I think for Todak, right, if they play their cards out, right, their draft is already surprising. So what if they can play it a little bit better, right? If they have a very good draft, if they can make it work, then all odds are in their favor.
Personally, I think it's a little subjective when we talk about quote-unquote good draft coming in from Todak. I mean, 2 double fighter lanes in the golden XP, and then a mage marksman in the mid lane in the Natan. So, I don't know. What about you? What are your predictions for this game, Terrence, as we pull up the audience prediction?
Well, I don't want to say my predictions here. I don't want to be sided because it's going to be a very difficult one. But of course, from the audience perspective, a majority going to be siding on Todak. And, well, not so much on Homeboys side. So if I want to say on Todak, it's going to be the safe call. I want to say on Homeboys, I'm going to get a lot of hate from the Todak fans. But I'm going to leave my prediction in the air. But what I do know is that both teams have the element of surprise. They seem to be able to wow us up on stage time and time again. But at the end of the day, let's take a look at what the fans say. It seems like tak sokong sesiapa, sokong caster. Apparently,
I'm so
the
glad
fans are
you
here to
boys are
support
here.
us.
I'm glad you boys are here, because if it was LaFell, he would have told me something else.
Yeah, probably. But just to break it down for you, don't support any team supporting the casters.
Yeah, that's got to be you. Yeah, she's supporting you.
That one specifically.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you very much. You know, honestly, I did not expect this. A very warm welcome, like even from like my friends, family who are here in Malaysia. So thank you so much for that. Like, I'm feeling the love.
All right. Now it's time for the draft. Let's see whether that love can push you through this game, because I'm telling you, it's gonna be an intense one, or it could be a complete landslide. Hard to say, but Homeboys going, wow, that's a fast
I was
draft.
gonna say, wow, that is super fast. Like, it really takes time, right? What are you gonna ban out first? Like, it's all the minds. But Homeboys and Todak, they know who they're going up against, and it's immediately gonna be power picks banned out, the Valentina, the 1-1, and of course, 2 assassins from Todak.
Yeah, this is going to be comfort bans coming from Todak as well. Homeboys, I think Todak, they do just straight up ban heroes that just doesn't suit their role, right? They don't really follow the recent meta trend. That's something that Todak likes to push the limits. They want to identify, they want to experiment, they want to deal with it. Because eventually, they need to understand what's strong and what's bad, and then try and take it on. Because who knows, maybe in the playoffs, it might be something that they will be facing again. However, I like how the audience is talking about letting Zackers play the Franco. So this is something that I feel like could Homeboys bring it up the table? You know, is Zackers going to be able to redeem himself, if you get what I mean?
I mean, yes, Zackers had some really rough Franco games where he was just not hitting the hooks, he was not doing what he was supposed to be. He had a rough day, he might be redeemed today itself. But Todak, they're going to see this Paquito, again, a very favorite pick for the Homeboys, whether it goes on to Suppot, his super comfort pick. No matter what matchup, somehow he makes it work. And also recently for Chibi.
Homeboys, they're gonna just lock it in with the Paquito. Something different, because usually, like, okay, if you're talking about the Philippine meta, you would usually lock in the Beatrix. And speaking of, I haven't seen that yet today. Like, it has almost been a total, like, Beatrix ban so far, but we're gonna be seeing, of course, the Julian and the Esmeralda for the side of Todak.
Honestly, I was about to be like, aha, but right here, but instead Todak, again, it's interesting. I would agree with you. I think even the Philippines Beatrix is picked up relatively quick here, and Todak, strangely enough, decided to go for an Esmeralda relatively early on, which gives Homeboys a point to attack Todak. They could go for the Dairoth straight away, but instead they're going to be, yep, there we go. Dairoth, I heard a different voice line there for a second, so okay, I'm not getting too confused here.
I think it's one of the other skins coming from Dairoth, but at the same time, the Dairoth pickup coming from Homeboys pretty much locks them in place, but this is going to be a for sure jungle pickup coming from Homeboys. Todak, they forced this ban just for the sake of potentially try to show Homeboys' hand. This is where they have a little bit more of a clearer picture on what kind of heroes they can focus banning on and deny, or maybe even deal with later on. But for now, Yves, Chibi, as well as the Dairoth is going to be the go-to from Homeboys. Todak, however, still has options up for the taking, because I'm a little bit curious here. We've seen a lot of Julian plays coming from Moon. We haven't seen so much coming from Chiku at all. Could this be a jungle Julian? We've seen it a couple times here and there, but I feel like it's a hit or miss for me.
I think that we should hold our opinion, because this is Todak we're talking about. We're not even sure whether we're going to see Chiku actually play in the jungle. For all we know, it could just be, hey, look, let's lock in a tank. Yeah, like lock in a Boxia, throw it to Momo, hope for him to do the best while Chiku just sits in the gold lane, right? But that's going to be a Ruby pickup for the side of Todak, and immediately we're seeing a quad ban from Todak in the second phase. So far, the win rate when Chiku plays is at 90%.
Wow, that was an interesting fact. Thank you, production, for bringing this up, because I think we had this discussion earlier today. This is a pretty good stats coming from Todak, because when Chiku plays means they mean business, despite the lack of practice. But if you think about it, he's only played like, what, 10 games so far, about 9 games, and he's won like 80% of it. That's pretty big number.
Yeah, they're banning away all the gold laners, but it seems like they're gonna let the Beatrix still slide. I've been hyping this up so much, because the Beatrix has been a very like a hero that has been picked so much, even in ranked games. So I'm not so sure if we're gonna be seeing that.
Nope, it's
the
gone.
Beatrix is gonna be gone.
Yeah.
Abandoned way.
Honestly, if you came earlier in the regular season, Beatrix must ban within the first rotation, right? And that should have been the expectation here, but I don't know. Feels like a lot of teams are straying away from it. We're seeing a Benedetta get locked in for the side of Todak here. Now,
this is still confusing, Gideon.
Exactly.
Guys, I'm still confused here. Like, I don't know who's gonna be the jungler here. This is really the magic or the beauty of the draft of Todak. I really don't know. Like, who's gonna go to the XP? It still doesn't confirm anything.
I'm not gonna lie, I kind of hate this moment when it comes to Todak's composition because it's pretty clear cut that, you know, if this was any other team, right, this might be a Benedetta jungle. But from the stats coming in, this is a 100% win rate by Formaze when he plays the Benedetta. But Homeboy's respawn is gonna be the Melissa and Zakas on that show. But now my question remains here from the side of Todak is it a possibility that they will be playing double fighters or on the side lanes?
I've seen this double fighter. Like, they sustain the side lanes so well, and then they'll probably have like a marksman mid, like a Nathan. I've seen Chiku guys on that.
Hold up. Could we see the potential Roger jungle by Chiku and just leave the double side lanes on the side?
Chiku's very comfortable with the Roger.
Oh! Okay, close enough. Close
enough. We
Marksman jungle, let's go. It's been a while.
Yeah, it's been like throwback to how many seasons ago was this Ranger?
It's honestly, it's been a very long time, and the crowd is loving it here at the MPL Arena. Homeboys with the Melissa pickup. I don't know where they got this tech from, but it's going to be an interesting game here. Is Formaze going into the jungle, or is it going to be Chiku? There's only one way to find out.
Well, it's all about the surprises. The crowd love it. I'm a little bit baffled. I want to take a moment to feel the energy just now because that was some really insane support coming from Todak. But that being said, the drafts has been called for. This is going to be the second Melissa for today being brought out from the side of Homeboys. Can they pull it off? But however, from the side of Todak, bringing in the jungle marksman, this is gotta be the game to watch.
Surprises after surprises by Homeboys and Todak. They're here for it, and this is the last game or the last series we're going to be having here at MPL Malaysia. Let's get to it. Let's head into the Land of Dawn. This is Homeboys and Todak for our very first game.
No time wasted. Immediately, the orange buff is going to be taken away. Sabat going to be starting off on the purple side. Rather interesting. It looks like he was looking to defend it just in case Todak tried to go for an invade. But speaking of which, Zakas, is he going to force this out of Chiku here? Does he get the retribution? No. Chiku actually getting that level 2 is important, forcing Zakas to flicker on out of there.
Well, nicely done coming in from Todak. It is going to be A-OK. Meanwhile, top side, Formaze barely escapes the draft of Sabat. Woo-wee!
All right. So let's calm down here for a second because now the Lethal Wanderer under contention from both sides, and it looks like both junglers want it. Chiku unfortunately not doing his purple buff just yet, but Moon might be in some trouble as he backs off. Chibi will guarantee picking up this Lethal Wanderer. However, we didn't get to talk about the fact Chiku is playing Granger in the jungle, which means Momo is on Esmeralda against this Melissa. It's going to be a very unfun lane.
Yep, let's talk about the emblems real quick before we see what things are going on as well. This Chiku guy is going for a little bit more gold value rather than the Demon Slayer. A little bit of an interesting approach, so we are going to be expecting Chiku to try and farm up a little bit more before heading to the middle stage game, maybe even try and contest third turtle. But if they do get the first turtle secured from the side of Chiku guys, that will be a good economy boost for the side of Todak.
It's heavily gonna rely on Chiku once again. I've seen this game up against RSG where they put in like 2 fighters on the sides to sustain and then wait till Chiku reaches that power spike. But hold that thought, they're gonna have a clash here in the mid side. Moon is the first target here. He's gonna go down, but now Todak is gonna go for the re-engage. Chibi is low. Zakas is able to escape all of that, but wait, here comes Sabat with the ultimate, takes down Yumski, and now Chiku guys is the next one on the chopping board. He goes down as well. 2-for-2 exchange.
Oh, you hate to see it. Chiku, guys, was aiming at both Zakus as well as Chibi, but he split off his auto attacks between the both of them. If he focused only on one, he could have gotten the kill. You hate to see moments like this. However, Todak now at a deficit 1k below, whereas Homeboys is getting full control of the situation.
Unfortunate. I mean, Formaze, he was about to get that kill, but he again used that, used his execute relatively early. Homeboys winning that fight, forced them to reset, which allows Todak to actually get on top of this. Can he actually get this? Yes, he does! Turtle falls into the hands of Todak.
Nicely done coming from Chiku, guys. He actually paused for a moment, knowing for a fact that Chiku was going to go for the retribution. As soon as he saw it, he got it, but the fight begins.
Oh, Bang is able to sustain all of that, but Momo still goes at it. Bang goes down, and the Homeboys loses one. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but hold that thought. Zakus is going to go for more. Is not going to be able to pop anything just yet. They're going to back away. But Homeboys leading right now in the kill scores.
Yep, it's looking really good for them. 4-1, a great start. Anup gets a free farm down on that bot side. Momo rotating early. Yums wants to pick him off. Are they going to confirm his Chibi's nearby?
Well, he's got the I'm offended. Seems like they are going to try and make an attempt. Unfortunately, it's going to be failed attempts all the way through. Homeboys looking for the counter engagements.
Oh man, they are trying to counter out what Todak wanted to happen there. It's a killing spree for Chibi. Wow, no trade here for the side of Todak. They really have to think it through every time they go in.
Yep, a fast shutdown so far, and Todak still not losing any momentum here whatsoever. They're not scared to actually make these plays against the Homeboys so far, but right now, Homeboys playing defensively, making just some good reads against Todak. They're going to keep getting ahead if Todak keeps forcing it time and time again.
Well, this is Todak we're talking about, right? They love to hit you where it hurts the most. They hit you where you least expect it. But this time, knowing that there has been so many seasons so far, Homeboys, they've somehow picked up a thing or two, and they are able to read all these aggressive plays coming from Todak. And because of that, they're able to get a couple of value here. However, Todak, they have to take a little bit of back seat because Homeboys, they've got the economy lead, and they might force a fight right now.
Yep, Yumski here trying to make in some plays. Not just yet. Gonna get kicked there by Zakus. But Todak, they know, they respect the damage that Homeboys has.
Oh!
But Formaze goes for the backside. Bang goes down, and without the AoE damage from Homeboys, they're going to back away. But here comes Stefan as well with the missile strike. Formaze goes down, and Todak will be retreating for now.
Oh boy, okay, so there's the 1-for-1 trade, and now Turtle is under contention here. Yumski can protect as much as he can, but it's a 3v3 situation. Can they actually pull on top?
Yep, they're gonna try to start out this turtle. Nice, I am offended here, but Yumski goes down. Here comes the chains as well from Moon. It's gonna be a 1. Hey, there's gonna be another one here. Zakus is gonna get chased. Real repetition from the backside. Bang is still not able to cancel it out. Todak, they got what they wanted.
Yep, more than that, in matter of fact. They were able, unfortunately, they might not have been able to do this. That's up dying!
Chiku, guys, gets knocked up there by Chibi. Instantly deleted. They really have to watch out for those bush plays.
Oh, it's tough. It's tough to watch out for these bush plays because Todak, again, it feels weird to see them go in one by one, but they want to tail and bait Homeboys into these bigger escalated fights.
Well, the power of the Paquito is just so annoying, especially if you're going to be setting up from the bush. The combo coming in is going to chunk through almost everyone. But Zakus is making an attempt. Todak, they dodge it by a slight wave, and I don't think they can actually punish this.
Yep, Zakus trying to go for the Way of the Dragon onto Yumski. He's able to sustain, but he might just get punished. He goes down in the hands of Chiku.
Oh, he needs to breathe, man. I mean, Zakus failed the attempt with the G-Kun Do on to mid to initiate this dive and kick Moon specifically out of the way. But I think Moon already had the enhanced abilities ready to go, use the enhanced sword to actually dodge using the iframes. Now, right now in terms of items, we're seeing that Bang has a nice Queen's Wand compared to Chiku, who does have that Hunter Strike. Looking at Paquito specifically, his Hunter Strike is also complete, so it's about even in terms of the carries. Homeboys only slightly ahead with a 1.7k lead.
Well, Moon going for the Genius one and then transitioning for the Ice Queen one. So we're not going to be seeing the Twin Blades anytime soon for a solo pickoff. So he's going to be setting up for the late game, and that's going to be Momo to be dishing out a lot of majority damage later on. So that's going to be the key winning component. However, they've got to defend from Todak, and it looks like the kick comes in.
Way of the Dragon here by Zakus. Momo is able to sustain, But for Homeboys, they really wanted to get that tower so bad. I mean, knowing that Todak does not have a marksman in their gold lane, that is a slight advantage for Homeboys.
For sure, and I think they can continue. Honestly, I still think Anip could easily take this turret away, but he doesn't really want to trade just yet. He's not sure where the rest of the Homeboys are. He does notice them rotate up top side, but there is no guarantee. In that time, Esmeralda clears off that wave, and now they're posturing for this turtle. Maybe Momo can actually get out of the lane, but you can tell that Anip, he's trying to defend the wave.
Yeah, they're gonna isolate Anip here. Turtle is not gonna get started just yet, or maybe again here on the bot side. Momo falls down real low, forced to recall here. Oh wait, hold on.
Oh,
okay.
Whoa. I like the mind games. He's setting up a little bit of recall animation. If you're hitting in the headsets, you might be able to hear it, but it might be just a bait. However, Todak is going to be starting things off with the turtle. Homeboys, they need to find a way to react.
Yep, real manipulation, but Chibi gets the turtle and the retribution on point. Chiku goes down as well as Yumski. It's a 2-for-none exchange in favor of Homeboys once again.
But what was the cost? They ended up losing 2 members for nothing. Homeboys now having full priority will crush down on this tier 1 and maybe even Moonfalls. No, they back off. Good call from the Homeboys. They don't mind. These neutral objectives really don't mean too much for the Homeboys because at the end of the day, it's just a contestant point for both of these teams. The side lanes are doing well. As long as they kill at least 2 to 3 members, they have enough pressure to take a tower.
Well, it's all about those disciplined plays, and Homeboys, they've learned their lesson. So speaking of disciplined plays, let's take a look at the gold ranking so far. Chibi, Anip, and Sepat are all 3 on top in terms of net worth, whereas Momo is barely catching up against Sepat. So this is going to be a very difficult situation for Todak to actually make a comeback. They need to find a way to allow Chiku guys to scale away. It seems like they are going to be trying to take objectives up top. So that's going to be trying to open up the map, especially with the Lord is going to be spawning in 60 seconds, but now they might get caught out.
Oh, Zakos, who does he get? It's Yumski. He falls down real low, but onto the backside. Chibi gets Chiku, guys. Killing spree for Sepat, and Formaze is the only one left. He has to dash away, but he can't. He does. Is Chibi gonna go for it? He goes for the tower dive, and Formaze goes down as well. It's a 3-for-none exchange in favor once again of the Homeboys.
I mean, the rest of the team looking for these big interceptions. They managed to take out all 3 of the reinforcements on Todak's side for that tier number 1. Homeboys, great punish, great rotations all across the board, and with no tier 1s for Todak to fall back to, now jungle resources is going to start getting scarce because the Homeboys can basically walk around the map for free. There we go, the kick! Oh, instantly! Oh, we held our breath in anticipation. Was Zaka's going to do it? Yes, he does!
Oh my goodness, that was a pretty big catch, but at the same time, Chibi taking advantage of the killing spree for so long. He's got 706 in terms of score from 9 minutes a game. He's taking advantage of the killing spree to try and extend his fights. And what, 9 minutes a game, he's level 14, almost 3 levels, sorry, he's almost 4 levels ahead against Chiku. He's like 3 levels ahead, and this is going to be a really difficult catch-up, and that's going to be a free Lord in the hands of Homeboys.
Homeboys is going to take that Lord, but on the bot side though, Formaze does take in a tower. So I think what Todak is trying to do here is like, perhaps let's take in some towers, give them the Lord, try to set up something for them to get in something.
Yeah, I mean, they are scraping gold across the map just to try and even it out, but Homeboy is very cleanly in the lead. 5k, Zaka is actually falling into, is able to Shunpo out of there. This Lord push is going to be important for the Homeboys to finish off the rest of these outer currents. Formaze, no time he dies.
Formaze gets away from the dragon! He is not able to escape that one. Still a legendary for Chibi. And the Lord is still up. He's going to be knocking at Todak's base in just a little bit. But Homeboys, they have been dealing us so much pressure all across the map.
I mean, pressure? Goodness. Look at that damage they're ranking!
Wow. That is a lot of damage coming from Chibi as well. With the Lord pushing in, I'm not exactly sure how Todak's going to defend against this here. Momo's level 11. He needs to find a way to defend, but Homeboys, they're playing it safe, they're playing discipline. They want to take all the outer turrets before making the next big move. Because as of yet, Todak, they're 5-man strong. Even though they are at a deficit, one wrong move from Homeboys can turn the tide in their favor.
Oh boy, 7k ahead. Hopefully Homeboys maintains this lead because Todak, again, they are the king of comebacks for a reason. They will find that opportunity if you let them. They can't force it out of you, but Momo in trouble.
Oh, Momo's in trouble. He gets away with the dragon, is able to sustain real manipulation from Faye. Falling Star, he survives, but Chibi takes down Yumski. They're forced to back away, but they're gonna go for more. Momo goes down as well. Todak forced to retreat right now because Homeboys are closing in.
Brutal stuff. An inhibitor lost without the Lord and a falling star move from Momo to save the day, but it's too late. It's too late.
It's too much for Momo to take, and now it's just Chico, guys, and 4 Mays. Homeboys, they're just like, you know what, Todak? If you're the kings of comeback, we're gonna have to end it as fast as possible right now. 2 inhibitors go down in the 12-minute mark.
Well, they somehow managed to defend and get a nice trade-off onto a Zakas, but it is still only a roamer. Radiant armor has been purchased from the side of Yumski, but what good is it going to do? Is going to be able to deal with the Eve, but as of yet, the big threat here is going to be Chibi, right? We're talking about Chibi, but the player that we have not been talking throughout the entirety of this fight is actually Supat. He's got 7-1 on 3 on this Dera. The armor shredding with the Paquito is a little bit too much for Todak to actually handle if you think about it.
I mean, it's not only that, they are 9k ahead. It's 43 to 32, right? Sorry, 34. And yes, Todak is able to get their 4th item. It was built into that 4th item. It's looking good, but the Lord push advantage has significantly helped Homeboys. This next timing for the Lord is pretty much impossible for Todak unless they somehow steal it. And Chico, he's on a marksman, so that Death Sonata may not necessarily mean anything if someone just blocks the shots.
Well, it's all about the patient game. The Lord is going to be coming in. We do see 4 Mays in place to try and buy time for the team, trying to recuperate their economy. Seems like Todak, they don't really want to contest the Lord as they want to try and take the middle turret instead, but seems like Homeboys, they don't want to. They want to force a fight.
Zakas tries to go again for the engage, but now real manipulation has been popped. Moon goes down, and now Yumski, Chico, guys, as well, caught in the midst of it all. He is able to survive, but here comes Chibi, trying to go for Chico, guys. He is able to dash away, but to no avail. Chibi gets Chico, guys, and now Yumski forced the flicker out. It's only 4 Mays, Yumski, and Momo left to defend. Are they looking to end this right now?
No, that siege minion is too low, but they can play for kills. 4 Mays ends up dying, and they could look to end this with just their members alone, but the timer for Moon is coming up. 5 more seconds. They jump forward on Yumski's gone. That wave is open, and that's going to be it. They've done it. Homeboys, as you mentioned, Kim, end it fast. Don't give them the comeback. Homeboys close things out. Game number 1.
A very, very clean sweep coming in, Homeboys. Given the advantage, snowballing the way through and completely shutting down Todak. Predictions are wrong as of yet, but it's not over yet for the Todak fans who's screaming extremely well and loud in the on site as well. But as you can see, Homeboys, they know they're looking for the 2-0. Can they get the second one? But the fans, look at this. The energy, they're just popping off all the way throughout this place.
Ooh, a dominating performance coming in from the Homeboys. I would never imagine that Todak would actually lose pretty much every single one of those engagements. They couldn't even make it into a 50-50. Every situation was falling into Homeboys' hand. 60-40 every single time. Sometimes even 90 to 10%.
Yeah, and Todak was just like, you know, we know the risks of having a draft like this. And they still did it. I honestly would have loved to see like a comeback, but you know what? Homeboys is just like, let's not give you guys the opening. Let's just, because they know that if Todak gets the opening, they're gonna capitalize on that.
Yeah, that's the thing about Todak's draft, right? Like they tried their best to try and salvage the draft towards midway. They force picked because of the XP lineup. They feel like the Esmeralda matchup against Zero was just not worth it, and that's the reason why they were put in this spot. I understand the thought process coming from Todak, but like I said, execution extremely difficult. They had to play a little bit aggressive. They needed some sort of pickoffs, but Homeboys, they were already prepared. And the moment you give the lead to Chibi and Supat, look at this. He's 12-0-7. He's level 15, 14 minutes of the game. That's a lot of net worth. His max slot item, 14 minutes of the game.
I mean, that's not all. I feel like, yes, Chibi and Supat are able to kind of just run forward, but when you have that extra pickoff with Zakas almost guaranteeing you at least 1 kill, prior to the engagement itself, you have Bang dropping the real wall manipulation. We did see in towards that last 2 fights that Moon unfortunately could not cancel the real wall manipulation, so they gave that role to Momo. He jumps in with a falling star move. Melissa says, no, get away from him. I'm gonna literally physically push you away with my ult, and you can't do nothing about it. Don't worry, Bang. Keep on tapping.
Hey, who knows? We might see a potential Melissa meta. We are seeing a little bit more for today's match, but one thing is really nice about this matchup is that the ult coming from Melissa can be a secondary defensive tool to actually protect the Yi from being dived. So that's a very interesting way to actually play that. But without further ado, Game 1's MVP goes to Homeboys. Who's it gonna be? Seems like it is going to be none other than Chibi and the jungler. 12-0-7, undeniable.
There's no question about it.
That's like 3 straight Paquitos in all the series. Wow.
Yeah.
They still haven't used the
Pacquiao skin. I think that's the important point there. But they are getting very, very good results. I mean, 86% KP, 948 GPM with a 5,215 DPM. Let's not even talk about the KDA.
Yeah, he was so far ahead in terms of his farm as well. The thing about killing spree is, in terms of downside, is that if you get kills and you're getting away with a little bit of health and movement speed, it's good and all. But if you're getting away with too much, this is where things get snowball kind of out of control, and this is where Chibi was able to utilize it very, very well. So nicely done, coming Chibi. But in case you guys missed out in the action, this is going to be the highlights brought to you by Samsung Galaxy A series. We did see that Todak, they were a little bit desperate. They got caught out, especially with Moon. And this is where Homeboys was always prepared, knowing that Todak loves making this kind of plays.
Yeah, I think the one thing we know about Todak is that early engagements is the way you kind of go, because they know that the death timers are so very short. If they prolong the fight enough, they're eventually going to re-engage into that fight later on.
Yeah, it's something they actually usually abuse for the fact in terms of the timers, just because of the fact that before the turtle happens as well, even if you die, you are going to be able to make in time for the first turtle contest, which I think they did secure in this game in particular. But Homeboys, they're not really bothered about this. All they want to focus on is just getting a farm on Chibi and abuse the fact that he's got the one-shot combo, whereas the rest of Todak, their late game potential is okay, but the early game potential is just a little bit difficult, especially with a Granger.
Plus a lot of, I guess, a lot of pressure on Chiku, guys. Like, I mean, if you look at their overall composition, Todak is heavily relying on Chiku, the same way that when Chiku played the mid lane Natan, it had the same concept, right? You get the Natan covered, you get Chiku guys protected. But this time, I think Todak, they had that idea in mind. It's just that, the execution was different this time.
I mean, Todak wants to play on the top side of the map where Formace can actually participate in fights and forcefully take control of the waves by clearing it. Homeboys, I think they had a really good read overall. As soon as the side lanes and the tier 1 started to crumble, I don't think there was really much Todak could do to bounce back unless Homeboys made that first mistake. Like Zach is missing the initial third hit of G Kundo flicker towards Moon.
Yeah, capitalizing mistake is something that Todak loves to do a lot, right? But the thing about Todak is that we know them for the comeback kings for a long time. And majority of this time that this comeback is usually being set up by either Chiku or Formace. But when Chiku doesn't have a very, very good lead or even economy to actually deal with this, they tend to lean on Formace making no space. Yes, his Benedetta is great and all, but you could see that even when he was trying to cut the creep waves against the Lord down bottom, he was actually being checked from Homeboys. They immediately go in for the punish and actually take him out.
Here's the thing. I think this all could have been avoided if they used the new revamped Gusion. Have you ever thought about it? Because the September patch is coming up really, really soon. And Mobile Legends Bang Bang is about to release its amazing September new patch event. So when that happens, guys, go quickly log on to your game, because the preview of the video and get first dibs on exclusive information about these upcoming events. And you also stand a chance to win the new, well, I wouldn't say really the new Harley skin, but the best one, the Harley Starcaster for free.
Yeah, free. Who doesn't want a free skin? That's the best skin ever. A free skin is the best skin.
I feel like you're getting insider information. You're going to be walking away, go back to MPL PH and be like, hey, I got a Starcaster. Do you have a Starcaster? I do.
Mean, just to top off like September with an icing on the cake, right? I mean, it's just so many surprises this particular month, and honestly, I would love to close it out with this game, Todak and Homeboys.
Let's see if Todak can bounce back from this, because this is a best of 3 Homeboys, convincing game number 1, and I definitely think the keys of victory needs to be brought back up. Compositional strength.
Yeah, when it comes to the drafts itself, I feel like Todak, they understood that, hey, Esmeralda is a great power pick and all, Julian is also pretty decent, but what they really disregarded was the fact that Homeboys, we talked about they're off being one of the best ways to deal with Esmeralda. Homeboys, they understood, they picked it up. As soon as that happens, the drafts from inside Todak started to crumble into pieces, because they were trying so hard to find a way to force this Esmeralda off another lane just to not go in a lane matchup against Derov. And because of this idea, they put themselves in a spot where they have no choice but to pick a marksman jungler. And in my mind, at the top of my head, was either Roger or something else, or maybe even a Natan to a certain degree, but they forcefully picked a Granger, which is not exactly to my taste.
They're more of like reacting to the draft of what Homeboys gave, right? Like, it's so confusing. Even I was like, where are they gonna go? I feel like Todak was more of like, okay, let's let them pick what they want, let's adjust to it, and perhaps maybe we can find something. I really agree with you there. I see that for Todak, they really want to to make Momo win the lane, but unfortunately, well, they just really adjusted lanes, didn't really work out well for them, and heavily relied on Chiku, guys.
No, I gotta correct you on there. I feel like it's more like they wanted Formace to win the lane because Formace was supposed to play the Esmeralda, but Momo was forced to play the Esmeralda. But at the same time, I feel bad for Momo because we know him for a fact that he's able to find farm all the way through, knowing him that he's one of the most talented marksman gold laners here in Malaysia. He was doing decently well against Melissa. But like it or not, it's still a marksman versus a fighter XP. So eventually you are going to get outraged. And the dolls coming in from Melissa, starting to get a little bit annoying, to be honest.
Well, I do agree that it was going to be annoying, but we got to talk about Subbot here for a second because again, Dairoth heavily dominant in the lanes, and especially against Benedetta. I mean, when Benedetta was first released, I think it would have been a very different story against this Dairoth, but she's been nerfed over a multitude of patches. You can tell Dairoth has the edge against her. Every single trade, he's walking away with more and more health each time Formace tries to react to the lane. This is allowing people like Subbot getting an average gold of 626.7 a minute with an overall kill participation of 50%.
Plus, you guys mentioned it earlier that, you know, Homeboys, they want to make Subbot win in the lane, win in the trades, and unfortunately for Formace, that's also what Todak wanted to do.
Yeah, a good point as well. And it's been a while since I've seen Subbot play his Paquito. He was known for his Paquito for a good, long period of time. And for them to actually force it for Chibi is really nice. But at the same time, we do have a... Oh!
Oh, you can't help to love the fans coming up. Wait a minute, Lafel Tromel, he's
really
not
there's
that
like
cute.
2 Lafel signages there.
He's not that cute. Come on, let's not get ahead of ourselves. But we do see the rest of the Todak fans. Oh, I saw the second one. I'm not happy about it. But with 15 seconds on the clock, I want to see how Todak actually adapt to this because it feels like they're playing an older meta that they're comfortable with. You can tell Granger not as strong in the jungle as he used to be. He really won't be able to keep up with the clear speed of a Paquito.
Yep, without further ado, we're jumping straight into his game number 2. Let's see whether are there going to be any sort of adaptations coming from Todak this time. They will be the ones to take first pick instead of second pick. Kinda odd, don't you think? You know, we kind of expect Todak to like second pick a little bit more, considering the nature of their drafts, right? They love to react, but for them to take first pick, this is a... It's been a while for me. It's been a while.
I'm sure they're taking it seriously, right?
Yeah, I was thinking like perhaps maybe Todak wanted to secure in the Paquito this time. Like work for Homeboys, and Paquito has been on a win streak so far.
I think that's a good call here. Let's see whether or not they're going to do it. But for now, Homeboys, they ban out the 1-1. They ban out the
Faramis.
The Faramis, yes. That took me way too long to think about it. But Paquito ends up getting banned out.
Oh, respect ban coming in from Todak. But at the same time, I like how Todak has shifted their focus in terms of ban. First phase bans, they're banning off based off old playstyle coming from the earlier weeks of regular season. Link was something that the Homeboys brought to the table. A lot of teams also brought along. Link eventually didn't exactly do too well. Todak, they don't want to face against a potential macro play. They don't want to be ratted their way through. First pick now. What is up? What is open? Are they going to stick with the Julian again? Beatrix, maybe?
Darn it!
No, it's not. It's going to be the Julian here for Todak. I was actually thinking of a Ling here for either both sides because earlier on we've seen Todak ban away the Fanny, ban away the Ling instantly. So maybe perhaps here Homeboys can try to go that angle, right? Go for the assassin jungler.
No, I definitely I see where you're coming from here, Kim, but it's going to be Yi from the side of Homeboys. If I say Beatrix, maybe they're going to do it. If I say it enough times, they're eventually going to lock it in, right? Beatrix, darn it!
Oh, it's not.
Oh, it's going to be the Cho. I was expecting maybe a Sun pickup from Anim. It's been a while since we've seen that. But still, comfort picks coming from Homeboys. Todak, however, needs to find a way to deal with the Cho. I understand where Homeboys is going with this Cho just because of how Yumski does play a pretty nasty Cho. And Todak shifting his focus in terms of drafts into the second stages of the game doesn't exactly work it out. So Todak, they may look to mirror or hope to secure Chiku's jungle right from the get-go.
Well, we'll see. Claude gets locked in for the side of Todak, so they are going to be playing a marksman. I don't think it's going to be Claude in the jungle. I could be wrong here. But now they need to finish off this first phase.
Wait a minute. Wait, I gotta hold you on that. I think I've seen that happen with Chiku.
Claude in the jungle?
Yeah, that was like 1 season ago.
I mean, that was like forever ago, I'll be honest with you. Rock gets locked in for the side of Todak. That is rather interesting.
Okay, that's a Yume's comfort coming from Todak, so nothing super ordinary. I think they're going for something a little bit more standard rather than reactively playing to their strengths. But Grok, of course, is a good way to deal with the real women's division. Homeboys can opt to go for Anip playing the Melissa again if he decides to go for it, but nope. Looks like they will secure the Balmond jungle from the side of Chibi.
A lot of neutral objectives that could be secured here by Homeboys. And for Todak, I think this is I would say this is they have a little bit more power right now. A lot more burst as compared to game number 1, where it only relied on Chico guys with the Granger.
I mean, there's a lot of ways to stop the real world manipulation, but it's enough to stop Anip. Knowing that he has this Melissa pick, there's a lot of things that Melissa can actually beat in a lane. One of them being the Beatrix, he can actually outrange him with the extra extension of the auto attack in that doll. Yuzong gets banned out for the side of Homeboys. Rather interesting. I feel like they are setting up for this Melissa again. Just the oddest inch.
Maybe for Melissa again, but at the same time, I feel like they're overprotective of Bing's positioning just because of them needing to actually dive to the backline to try and cancel it off. We've seen teams like Orange Esports kind of deal with it with Stormy playing the Julian. She could just go and hunt the Eve itself. So Homeboys are a little bit fearful of that, and they're trying to limit their options. And of course, Yuzong is something that Formace has the capabilities. But I don't know why whenever I see Todak's draft, I really hate this moment where it's just a hunch, okay? It is just a hunch. What are the odds that Chico guys plays gold lane and Momo plays jungle? Actually, we've seen it happen before.
It's a high possibility, and let's not forget that actually Formace plays Assassins too.
Yep, it's for Todak, right? There's
right?
a lot of options. Like when you're going in a fast food chain, like McDonald's, you'll be like, would you want like combo A or combo B? It's like a lot of possible options here for Todak.
Absolutely, and I don't know, they're probably going to take the express option. They might just give Lancelot, McDeliver that Lancelot straight into Formace's hands. With the Irita, I mean, it's kind of looking good here. I feel like we might get our predictions right or wrong, but we see the Esmeralda being denied away from Todak. Let's see what it is. Come on, give it to us.
I hate it because, you know, Todak just banned off 2 really good heroes, actually shred through the Esmeralda's the shields, right? Like 2 armor shredded, completely taken out. Even Paquito as well, who's got really good boost potential. I was hoping that maybe they would have gone something else, but it feels like Formace is stuck in a predicament where, do I just click the Hayabusa? Once upon a time, I think what Season 4, Season 5 was a okay way at the side lanes to deal with the Esmeralda, but not a big fan of it.
Give us Lancelot. Come on, Formace. Come on. Put Chico into the gold lane. Put Formace into the jungle. Give it to us. It's going to be Ruby locked in. All right, come on. We still have hope.
The Lilia. It's a jungle Julian. But still,
could it be a jungle Julian?
Let's see later on.
I mean, slight disappointment, not gonna lie. I love seeing players pick up a Lancelot, right? Something that, you know, MPL PH, they bring up the lane. They like to bring out Lancelot too. A lot of notable Lancelot players there in MPL PH, but not this time for me. Homeboys, they gotta finish off their composition.
It has always been like fighter junglers, right? Fighters, tanks. When was the last time I've seen like assassins go head to head, right?
Season 6, I guess. That's a long time ago.
Not too far back. Maybe a couple weeks back, we did see a couple of Lancelot plays. But at the same time, final pick up Homeboys is going to be Clint for Anip. But now, seems to be, it is going to be the Julian jungle. Okay, for a second, I'm a little bit worried.
Yeah.
For a second, I'm a little bit worried. But hopefully this is going to work out because the crowds are super excited to see Todak pull this off. Can Chico pull the big W this time? He's got one of the biggest amount of unique heroes played thus far in terms of ratio of the games he's played here in MPLMY.
Well, let's find out, because so far both drafts are actually looking good, and Todak, for the first time in a while, playing a standard style of team composition, looking to buy time. Overall team fight against the Homeboys. It's going to be a battle for every single inch in this game. Let's sum up the compositions, Terrence.
Yep, seeing how the drafts are coming in as well. Todak, they're going to be setting things up with this Julian jungle. With Moon playing on the Lilia, there's a lot of burst and kiting potential. But for Homeboys, they are going to go for an objective securing composition with that Balmond. Let's take a look at what they have us installed.
There we go. Todak and the Homeboys for the second time around as we head on to game number 3. This is the Land of Dawn. Todak going up against the Homeboys, and this time, Chico guys on a much regular, like it's a very standard. I don't know how to put it. Like, it's a very standard pick, right? A Julian jungler as compared to a Granger.
See how we feel? It feels weird to say like, oh, this is a regular meta jungler.
Okay, I get that you're actually stumbled as well. And, you know, every single time it's exciting to watch Todak because they just bring up one of the most creative drafts here in MPL every single season without fail. And it's annoying, but it's entertaining to watch. But as of yet, Yumski is gonna get her ass up. And you can see the taunts are coming in. Yumski gonna be forced to recall back unless Zakus,
don't cancel it. Don't be that guy.
Okay.
All right, he's not going to be that guy for now. But again, Little Wander, okay, getting taken away by Chibi this time. But for the rest of the team of the Homeboys, I think, you know, Momo, I think he's got the toughest job because he has the worst matchup right now. He has to deal with this Clint who completely outranges him and can take trades relatively easily.
Yeah, and as of now, when it comes to trade-offs, I feel like Todak, I'm really surprised that Chico is actually, Momo is actually doing pretty well against Ani down bottom, but engagements down towards the middle side.
Oh, it always gets interesting. Moon forced to pop in that sprint, is able to dash away. Now Yumski gonna get chunked down real low by Chibi. He does have the lethal counter here, and there it goes! Almost! But not enough. Not just yet. Okay, we're getting a little too excited here, but here comes Chibi. There you go. It is going to be the first blood drawn here by Homeboys. Yumski goes down, and Chico, guys, forced to retreat as well. But the Homeboys, they're going to go for the engage. Oh, Chico, guys, falls. 2 for none exchange. What was Chiku thinking there? Was he going to go for the ultimate?
I think he was going to try for an enhanced sword play. I don't know. I'm not sure. It's hard to see without the cooldowns, but Anip gets significantly further ahead. He does not, again, Momo does not stand a chance against him.
Yeah, he was definitely trying to make an enhanced sword play over the wall. So it was a very, very risky play. But Homeboys, they were prepared for the Langa strategy. This is something that Todak knows. When you're out of position, we will hit you when you least expect it. But guess what? Homeboys was expecting it. They were able to set things up.
Now, I think Homeboys is positioned to take this turtle without any contest at all. Once again, the Homeboys are looking really strong right now. 2-0 up against Todak.
Yeah, it feels like they're extremely prepared for this. Oh, they're attacking.
Oh, no.
Oh, Chiku.
He's in trouble.
Yep, he uses the chains, but Zakus goes in for the Way of the Dragon, forced to pop in that black shoes for Moon, and now Anip in the midst of it all. He's getting caught in the middle of the glooms, gets bursted down here by the side of Todak, and now Zakus and Bing have to back away.
Oh, that's exactly what they needed to kind of redeem themselves. They know they messed up the economy, but fortunately for them, they managed to steal the purple buff. Yumski going a couple of mass plays here, and Zakus playing with fire as of yet. The crowds are taunting his way through. But Todak, they're doing pretty okay compared to game 1. This is going to be a pretty long one.
Yeah, it is. I think Todak actually made a really smart macro play, right? They started on the purple side of the buff on their side of the jungle, and they immediately went to attack Homeboys in their own jungle, looking for that big invade. Actually coming up huge with a couple of, with at least a kill onto Anip while stealing away that purple buff. You can see that Chibi on the opposite side of the map was rotating to double-check Todak's purple buff, and it was already gone. So they have a net positive overall for the side of Todak off of one simple play.
Yep.
Oh, Zakus goes in for the Way of the Dragon. Moon is not able to pop in the black shoes. Nicely done there by Zakus.
Oh, they paused.
Okay.
You can hear the crowd.
Okay, that was a little bit unexpected, but at the same time, you know, they've got to rethink their strategy, you know. Let's take a little bit of breather to think what is going through the thought process with Todak, right? They're playing from a behind strategy again. Game 1, you know, they get punished a little bit more. They're looking for punish time and time again. Game 2, same thing happened. Was reactive. Homeboys, the macro plays of the purple buff, something that we did not expect at all, kind of worked out in their favor. But with this catch, it's gonna continue to allow Homeboys to completely walk over Todak. So it's all about those timing. So I like this pause coming from Todak. They need to reset, because if they start losing even more engagements right now, it's too late to make a comeback. They need to figure out a good strategy right now.
Well, personally, I think that because of that play done by Todak, it allows people like Momo specifically, who was losing to lane, to go back to 50-50, right? The gold kind of evens out. He's able to get at least 2 waves. We do see that Clint dies, has to come back, walk into lane. Again, it's back to 50-50, but it allows Momo to breathe.
And of course, we have the fans here looking for a selfie with LaFell. Yeah.
Man, the fans are really outspoken this time about taking a picture with LaFell.
What about this? What's the sign here? It says okay, we missed it.
Game Seru. Did I read that right?
I don't know if there's
I don't
anything
know.
in between. That's the problem. It's a bit broken there. Lafell. I can't
Handsome.
see it.
Lafell Handsome. Is that Handsome?
Yeah,
I think that's handsome.
it is
It's Handsome.
But without further ado, we're going to be jumping straight in the game. Chiku looking for a little bit of harassment, trying to slow Anip's farm down. And this is actually good because he might potentially lose out a lot in terms of gold lane down bottom by his Chiku just zoning Anip out.
And you talked about the outrange here that Anip has. Todak is going to be chunking that gold plating a lot there.
I mean, so far so good. It didn't end up into a bigger engagement than it had to be. Todak quickly take what they can, move on backwards. Homeboy, very slight lead of 1.1k so far. But this turtle, I don't know. Todak might just decide not to go for this neutral objective and try to make a play on bot side, but it's hard to say.
Well, it's a little bit tough. Chibu is great at taking objectives, but Chiku is in a situation where he's got the power of spike available before Maze. He might get caught out. Zakus.
Yep, here comes the real world manipulation and the little counter. Homeboys gets the turtle once again. The chains come through here for Chiku. Doesn't take anyone out, but Zakus is going to get the IM offended, is able to escape all of that, and now Homeboys are going to be retreating. No casualties. Nicely executed by both sides.
All right. So Homeboys walk away with the turtle, but Todak instantly trying to make this dive on the bottom side against Anip.
Yep, they're trying to gank Anip here. Or is it going to be no, not just yet. Okay, chains to escape from that.
Okay, that has to be one of the... I don't know. It's a very nerve-wracking drive-by.
Yeah, it's really surprising to see Todak not going for this kind of clashes, right? They're understanding that discipline calls in factor. They're trying to go for rotations. They're trying to go for clashes here and there. Homeboys is very quickly to react, and eventually Zakus is in a position where he needs to find a way to help Anip, but Todak, look at this, concealed plays coming in.
Yep, Momo going in for the blazing duet. Anip gets caught in the midst of it all, and finally, that's what Todak wanted, but from the backside here, Chiku guys is going to be the target here of Homeboys. They're going to take it, lethal counter, Chiku guys goes down, and Momo is not able to survive that. Homeboys 2-for-1 exchange.
Oh, such a good play by Todak, but instantly punished. Yumski should be going down here. Sabat, take the kill. Well deserved. He can hit him over the wall.
He's just standing there. And there he goes, down he goes. That was inevitable, right? Like, there is no way he could recall in that bush.
For sure.
Yep, fortunately for them, Todak, they messed up a little bit more. They were able to redeem themselves by taking a lot of damage down the middle where Moon was pressuring them to the turret. Unfortunately, he did not take it down because that's the map control that they need if they want to go for this invades. However, on the other side of the map, Formace is getting a pretty healthy chunk of economy. He's level 8 now. It seems like Todak is calling him to provide a little bit more assist, especially when it comes to this turtle fight.
I mean, we say that, but Chibi is already 2 levels ahead of Chiku currently, 1 level ahead of Chiku. Sabat also himself 1 level ahead of Formace. Anip going pretty even against Momo so far, but again, the level advantage, the slight lead could be abused here. This next turtle could make it or break it for Todak.
This is something you wouldn't want to see if you're Todak, right? Get Chibi getting a 2-0-3. One more could get him a killing spree. And now Homeboys positioning himself here in the turtle. Lethal counter, and Chibi secures in that turtle once again for the Homeboys. And now Zakus goes in for the Way of the Dragon. It's Formace getting caught in the midst of it all. He is able to tank, but not for long. He goes down. Yumski is the next one on the chopping block. And now Chiku guys, Momo and Moon forced to back away. The damage is too much for Homeboys. Chiku still able to survive with a slither of health.
Oh my goodness, Chiku should have died there, but not enough damage. And now they're gonna keep on going.
Oh, they're still gonna go at it. Moon, there's no black shoes. He's not gonna be able to pop it. And Homeboys wrecking havoc.
Oh man, the chaos is deadly. I mean, Bang, he understood, hey, I'm getting attacked by Momo so far. I'm the only target. I need to dish out all my damage while I still have this Ice Queen's wand on my opponent so that the Homeboys can clean up this fight. His death was absolutely worth it for the Homeboys as Todak dropped more members compared to the Homeboys.
Fortunately enough, Todak was able to buy a little bit more time, but interesting enough here, seeing that Chibi is going for a Molten Essence. He got the first item, Radiant Armor, first before transitioning for this Sky Gun and Tail, but it seems like he's got eyes up for Chiku as well as Moon in terms of matchup. But this time, Moon, he's got the Ice Queen wand. Things might be a little bit different now.
Zakus getting caught in the I am offended, but there goes the Way of the Dragon as well onto Formace. But Momo onto the backside with the blazing duet. He's able to get Bang! And Anip goes down as well, and now Todak, this is what they they were looking for. They're going to go in for the mid-side tower. Sepat forced the back away, but not for long. Popping in that sprint is able to escape. It's a 3-for-0 exchange, and this was what Todak was looking for.
Are they going to get an inhibitor here? They're running it
yeah.
so far, and the defense tries to come through.
Oh man, Zakas and Sepat, they have to defend this one, but it could cost them. Todak creating so much pressure on the mid side.
Ooh, they nearly got the inhibitor, but it's all good. The homeboys finally fully respawn. They're going to lose their jungle, but compared to losing an inhibitor, fine, take away those resources. We need this tower.
Well, this is the Todak they've been eyeing for throughout the entire game, but Formaze in a little bit of awkward position. He might get caught out.
Yep, he is not able to pop in the flicker. Okay, he does right now. Another resource is taken away from Todak, but Momo is going to take that tower onto the bot side. And now, homeboys, they're going to go for this Lord. There is the double retribution here, and Chibi will take in the first Lord of the game.
Yep, and now we see Sepat trying to actually extend this fight. Moon's in trouble.
Oh, Black is being popped there, and now Yumski getting caught in the midst of it all. He still has the shield, but now Chiku, guys, going for Chibi, still at it. Double kill for Moon.
This is why you do not disrespect the power of the Ice Queen wand on Moon. Moon has been setting up perfectly time and time again throughout this entirety of the fight. Good little fun fact coming from Homeboys is that they were able to secure the Lord because Zakas was making sure that Chiku cannot pass through him. If he forced Chiku to use his spells, pretty much if he lands on the Lord Pit, he's going to be defenseless throughout the entirety fight. However, Momo now trying to get a little bit of value damage onto his Lord. Homeboys looking to try and react, but I don't think it's just worth it as of this stage.
I mean, okay, so they get the Battle Mirror image out of Momo. No sprint was used entirely. The Blazing Duet's also gone. But this means that Todak actually thwarts this first Lord and defends it well against the Homeboys. Right now, Todak slight lead in their favor.
Now Yumski trying to make some plays. Zakas goes in for the Wave of the Dragon. He is able to escape. Lethal counter here by Chibi. He forces Yumski. But now we also see that Moon takes down Anip while everyone else was so busy trying to take down the side of Todak.
Yeah, Yumski ends up dying overall, but Homeboy's trying to defend for this inhibitor. Extra fall.
Man, so much burst from the side of Todak. It is 2 members down. They take in the inhibitor side here. Nice, I am offended by Formaze. They're going to be scrolled down really low, and Chibi forced to back away as well.
Oh my goodness, the setups after setup. Todak is just playing out of their minds. This is the Todak we've been eyeing for. You can hear the crowd chants going absolutely bonkers for the plays. And Homeboys, they have to take a little bit of backseat here. As of yet, we do see a little bit more itemization from Chibi to go more tanky, but for now, they need to figure a way on how to kill Moon as quickly as they can. Because if you think about it, Chiku guys and Moon are extremely difficult to kill, and Momo has been able to walk over the backline multiple times just because of the fact that Zakos is so busy making sure that Chiku doesn't make the plays. But the true playmaker is none other than Momo himself.
I mean, Momo's been doing a good job, but let's not forget about the follow-up from Chiku, right? He did opt to build a concentrated energy. We're not seeing a twin Shadow Blade. He's not looking to one-shot anybody with his empowered auto attack, but now Formace might be in some trouble as Chibi caught out.
Chibi is caught out here, but here comes Zakas to the rescue, and now they're going to be forced to retreat. Look at the glooms! It's Chiku, guys, on a killing spree. 1 member down right before the 16th minute Lord, or the first Luminous Lord of the game.
Oh, unfortunate indeed for Zakas. He lost all of his spells in that play itself. Chibi doesn't mind. Wait, he doesn't actually get it!
No.
Chiku gets it! That means he doesn't. Wait, hold on. That means
he did.
Chiku doesn't have retribution.
No,
Did he? Oh, yeah, he
doesn't.
used it. Okay, they're still gonna go for it. Okay, they just have to zone away the Homeboys. Chibi has a lethal counter. Not unless he gets bursted down here. They're gonna force in all the resources on Chibi. But here comes Sepat with the Falling Star Moon. Momo on the backside with Blazing Duet. Double kill for him. Moon finally gets shut down here by Sepat. It is a 2-for-1 exchange. Only Moon falls.
Oh my
goodness. This was crazy coming from Todak. He used the Lord as a bait to set things up for the back lines. Momo was just doing so much work. And now with Chibi out of the equation, this is going to be a potential free Lord unless another attempt comes in. The Sky Gunner help is coming in. Chibi is thinking about it, but Formace is zoning him out. So very risky plays, but playing it safe is going to be the way to go.
Beautifully done by Todak. I mean, you gotta give it to Moon as well as Momo for that backline play. Getting a double kill for Momo in the process, and the two big damage dealers of the Homeboys. Chibi getting zoned out by the two frontliners of Formaze and Yumski. I mean, everything is falling into the hands of Todak. They've set it up perfectly.
13 minutes in, guys, and here comes the Luminous Lord actually for the side of Todak. And if they play this out well, I think it could be devastating for Homeboys. Look at the damage dealt here by Momo.
Momo, he's doing so much work here, but so far, unfortunately, Grok was not able to slow it down, but here comes the play!
Oh, here comes the flicker play from Formaze, and now the real manipulation from the backside from Bang. The Lord goes down, but the damage has been done. Todak, they're trying to force out as much towers as they can, but now the Homeboys, they have to defend what is left.
Well, they have to play it safe. SUHAZ got a relatively healthy fight for it now, but as you can see, the pull comes in. Todak, they
Chiku,
have to back
guys,
off.
in the middle of it all, little counter to shut him down, but here comes the I am offended from Formaze. The glooms as well come through. Chibi goes down. He's still able to sustain double kill for Moon. Wow, 2-for-1 exchange. It's only Chiku, guys. And Todak, they're looking to end right now. Super slow here. A nip forced to back away. Their minion waves are slowly coming in. But Homeboys, they're still alive and kicking.
Subban! He holds the defense with Bang! Gets the return kill, and one more for Yumski! Subban holds strong!
What a clutch coming in from SUHAZ. The slows coming from Bane was able to mess up the combo coming from Formaze. This is the first big mistake from the side of Todak, and this is going to give Homeboys a little bit of a redemption point because that was not easy to play. SUHAZ making things work. Ever since he got his first Ice Queen Hub himself, he's doing the exact same thing Moon is doing to them. But with this next purchase coming in, it is going to be a full reset from both sides. Todak, they have to play it slow. Momo's down, Yumski as well. They have to give away this tier 1, but to what avail? If they force a fight, this is not going to be looking good on their side.
I mean, now that SUHAZ has scaled up to full items, this does put a lot of stops in Todak's plans, right? They've been playing these decoy plays. They're setting up for the front line, and all of a sudden, a huge dive jumps into the back line. Bang specifically very nervously wants to use his ult, but now SUHAZ, all by himself, take out the problem.
He is the problem right now for Todak. All of the resources are going to be used. He's able to sustain all of that, but the shutdown comes through here for Todak. It's a killing spree for Moon. They go for more. Formaze goes in. Chibi forced to back away, and now Momo gonna try to make in some plays. Blazing Duet, BMI out. Okay, they got what they wanted. It was SUHAZ.
Oh, they couldn't even get the trade. Homeboys, they were trying their best, but like we said as well, that the biggest problem was none other than SUHAZ. And with the Lord up for grabs and SUHAZ out of commission for 20 seconds, this is gonna be a very risky one. But Zakus thinking about going for the plays, but I don't think it is worth it considering the lanes are shoved in towards the side of Homeboys.
Yeah, it's very dangerous for Homeboys to actually contest for this one. Todak gets in the Lord, the second Luminous Lord of the game.
Oh, very slightly, but the gold lead doesn't matter at this stage. Both sides have basically maxed out their cash, maxed out their items. Only the supports who are looking to catch back up. But so far, Immortality is being purchased all across the board. This last fight is going to be real intense, and Todak posturing to take this game and bring it to game number 3.
Very difficult game, Zakus. He gets a nice angle with the Trunket preemptively from Chiku, but he's gonna get kicked off. Chibi will be focused in as well, but he's got the sustain to deal through. Meanwhile, Zakus is getting picked apart. He needs to make a run for it. He's gonna be able to escape this SUHAZ. It's gonna be the next punching bag, but Momo, he wants more. He's got the mobility. He popped the Blazing Duet. He's gonna try and cheap through Zakus. He's caught out, but Zakus, he shouldn't pulls out of there. Will he die? Yes, they will. They get the roamer coming in from Todak, and then now the Lord escorting in towards the bases of Homeboys. This is going to be a difficult one, and how will Homeboys react to this?
They gotta take down this Lord first, that's for sure. And now, SUHAZ goes down under the hands of Momo. And Homeboys, they're gonna look to defend this one. Todak trying to go in for some plays here. Formaze trying to zone away Chibi from the base, but it's going to be Todak blocking in the base, and we are going to game number 3.
Woo! The audience is getting their money's worth today. They bought tickets to watch their favorite teams go all the way. Homeboys and Todak do not disappoint.
Classic Todak. Classic Todak. They bounced back. They proved to be swinging. Of course, homeboys, they don't feel too upset about it. You know, this is arguably the strongest team in Malaysia. Their track record says otherwise, but of course, I'm looking still forward to see how Game 3 is going to go because Game 2 was action-packed coming from both these teams.
Oh, huge plays being made all across the board. You got to give it to Todak. That early game was not looking like it was going in their favor. HOMEBOIS was actually putting some real nails through their walls.
What a way to actually close Sunday primetime with a game number 3 for our final series. My heart was racing once again. You know what? I was thinking, this is so action-packed. Like for the first series, the second series, and now where are we going to game number 3?
Well, we're giving you the full Malaysian experience. You saw the worst of Todak real quick, and we also show you the best. You have to get the best of both worlds. It's like 2 different sauces.
Yeah, I like the analogy there coming from Gideon. But at the same time, seeing how things are going out as well, this is where we stand apart from other regions, right? We love fighting a lot. We love putting on a show. And you know, that's what we're all here for. The audience are here. It's all fully crowded. We want to see some good action. But before we talk about the fun games, let's talk about details of itemizations coming from both sides. I feel like the Ice Queen's one purchase from the side of Moon was one of the biggest game changer shift in terms of momentum for early stage of game. HOMEBOIS, later stage of game for I think it was Sapat. But what was interesting is that Chiku, he opted to go for a second item concentrated energy early on. That was something that I did not expect because that kind of bought him a lot of time to bait HOMEBOIS to commit to him.
I think, you know, Chiku understood he's not looking to be the damage dealer. He's looking to kind of play the roles of both Formaze and as well as Yumski. He needs to be able to follow up. They need to be extremely flexible with their cooldowns. Whoever utilizes it, don't worry, you've got some backups to take care of you at the end of the day because the real damage dealers is both Lilia as well as Claude from Momo and Moon respectively. They did their job immaculately.
Yeah, and I really enjoyed all this the gameplays, but at the same time, you know, this is one thing I really hate about Balmond, right? It's great at taking early first objectives into the later stage game. It's very difficult, and every single time it's all about those finishers. However, it's all about adaptation. But let's talk about the MVP for game number 2 from the side of Todak. It's going to be none other than Momo because he deserved it. They power farmed his way down the bottom lane, gave him a couple of kills and a gold plating. Guess what? Level 8, instant blazing duet, boom. Everyone from the side of HOMEBOIS had to back out of the fight.
Yep, Bang took so many blazing duets to the face, and there's nothing much they can really do about that. Nobody was really peeling that backline once they kind of split it in half. The initial engagement from the HOMEBOIS actually helping the plan of Todak to jump into that backline. Let's talk about the highlights here, brought to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series.
Yep, this is something that Todak loves doing in early stage of game. They always get punished. HOMEBOIS, they know about it. But what was very interesting was this macro decision play, right? They know for a fact that they've lost turtle control. Todak immediately rotated for the purple buff, took it away, and somehow still managed got a kill off HOMEBOIS. That kind of gave them a little bit of momentum shift to kind of drag things out. But like I said as well, it all comes down to making space for Momo. He will carry the game, and this is what Todak does best.
Yeah, they loved playing from... Well, I wouldn't say they love playing from behind, but they absolutely love fighting, and they understand kind of the shape, the feel of that fight.
Yeah, for HOMEBOIS, it's either you take down Moon or is it Momo because both of them have dished out so much damage. I think top 2, it was either Momo or it was Moon. So for Zakas, the biggest question is, do you take down Moon or do you take down Momo?
I think it's really tough here, and especially for the HOMEBOIS, like with the lead that they had, they should not have given so much away to Todak. They gave them a lot of respect, but after 2 or 3 fights, there's no way you can recover from that kind of damage when the goal lead has evened out, and that's when you see Todak really scaling up super fast off of their win conditions. That HOMEBOIS, Sapat, he's trying his absolute best, but against 4, maybe even 5 people sometimes, it's too much for an Esme.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Anib, he's doing a lot of single target damage, but in terms of AoE, Momo just does way too much if you think about it. And every single time that happens, it's just so hard to counter-engage, whereas everyone is just right in your face, and Todak is just like, you know what, I'm in your face, what are you gonna do about it? Because if you think about it, the only few people that can cancel the blazing duet is the Cho Chikundo from Zakas, but Zakas is so busy trying to secure objectives for the Balmond to actually take the Lord or even the Turtle. So that's a little bit of a different approach in terms of objectives. I like the ideas, but there's only so much you can do as a single player.
I totally agree here. Honestly, I need a breather after that one. We saw the two sides of Todak and HOMEBOIS still scrapping each and every round against Todak, not giving them an inch as much as they can, but it comes down to a game number 3. And I know you're excited to watch it, but let's relax for now. We're going to go on a short break. More Mobile Legends actions right after this.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Hey, hey, hey. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star.
buat saja kayak kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best buat yang
Welcome back to our English broadcast viewers to the MPL MY Season 10. This is going to be a spicy one. Game 3 finally here on Sunday. Prime time media for you guys. My name is Gideon. This is going to be Terrence Icy Baby 1-2. This is Burger King here to bring you the very final game of Week 6. And so far, it does not disappoint.
Honestly, I can just say that the plane ride all the way here to Malaysia was definitely worth it. And what better way to actually close this day by having a game number 3.
It's looking good so far, but there needs to be some adaptation because I think even for the homeboys, they realize, okay, they got our number.
Wait a minute.
Hey, yo, Feeks! Feeks is in the crowd to watch this game. Looks like MPL is attracting its attention from some previous pros.
Hey, you know, once a pro, always a pro. Even if you're in the audience, it's always great to be supporting your local Mobile Legends scene. And of course, you can see the crowds, the players are ready. But in case you missed out game number 2's match, this is going to be a little bit of a recap for you guys. But wait. Before we talk about a recap, what is Todak doing? What the?
They're warming up their fingers here. They're playing a game of chopsticks.
Yeah, I was going to say
Dude,
chopsticks. I thought I got it wrong in my head. Chopsticks?
Don't break Moon's fingers. He needs him to play some games.
Those are the money makers.
Does this happen often?
Dude, this is something I played during childhood. But dude, why is Moon's finger bent all the way the other side? Holy, did something happen? Oh my god.
That's how he gets his skill, man. That's how he's got that
Be
flexible finger work.
Hold on. Let's talk about the game a little bit more, the recap here, in case we miss out in the action. But now, based on the drafts itself, I feel like in terms of denying the Blazing Duet, like I said as well, the only person that can actually deny him was Zakus. And it was so hard for him to actually mark Momo when his job was always zoning Chiku to allow Chibi to try and secure objectives. They were doing it pretty okay in the early stage of the game, but when it comes to the mid to later stage of the game, this is where Momo shines the most, right? They power farmed his way through, secured his gold lane, gave him a lot of advantage, and this is the amount of damage he's going to be dishing out throughout the entire game. 106,000 damage done throughout the entire game. And I think it was like 10 minutes in the game, 13 minutes in the game. That was pretty quick as well coming from Todak.
Yeah, very, very fast coming in from Todak. And I think, again, we're seeing the classic Todak. They're just great at team fighting. The coordination is parallel to none. And Homeboys felt a little bit of a sting, realizing that they don't have the tools to stop, and they have to kind of play around these timings. But again, Todak, similarly to how Homeboys played in Game 1, gave no opportunity for Homeboys to come back once they took the lead.
Well, seems like the fans, apparently, they're calling out the taunts and a little bit of a rivalry, but Momo's love is going to be in the crowd. Is that his Momo's girlfriend?
Hard to say, but everyone, he's there. Look at him. He shines blushing, right?
He's blushing.
You can't see it with a mask, but you can see it with the expression.
His eyes, yeah.
And he's, by the way, he's a chill guy. So seeing any emotion from him is already a surprise. Let's jump into this game number 3. Homeboys on the blue side, Todak on the red. Fast bans here. Wanwan Valentina from the Homeboys. They hold priority as Todak ban out Bakito as well as the Fanny.
Well, I'm curious to see what kind of drafts available. They first phase banned, didn't exactly go too well in Todak's favor. They wanted to prioritize the Esmeralda, didn't exactly work out too much. This time, they ignored the link, there's just no point playing it. They're going for something standard. So I like that Todak has made their adjustments. But now, when it comes to the drafts, I feel like Homeboys, they've got to prioritize on the Julie. Just deny it away from Todak. Todak loves it, and this time, they're going to force Bang to play it. Unless Chibi decides to show his version of the Jungle Julian. Flexible picks.
I mean, this is a flexible pick coming in from Homeboys, but I feel like Bang has performed well when he gets his hands on this Julian overall, so I don't think it's going to change too much. However, this is going to be a little bit of a switch up here because Moon is going to get his hands on Yves. Finally!
There you go. I was looking for that.
The one time I didn't call it. The one time.
Nicely done. But at the same time, I like how Todak is just straight up taking him to Yves. They know for a fact that if you think about the past few weeks' performance...
Wait, this looks like Todak. I'm like, wait, hold on. Am I looking...
mirror matchup.
Yeah, it's Homeboys.
Yeah, it's going to be a mirror matchup coming from them. But I like how Todak is drafting the Eve, knowing that Homeboys, if you take a look towards their track record, especially for Bing, he's won most of his games with Eve. Judith, not so much, especially for these past few days. I feel like this is a spot where Todak is saying, you know what, I'm just going to take Eve. It's a safer choice. We know Moon can perform really well on this hero. And who knows, and just who knows, maybe Homeboys might consider this Judith into his jungle. Just deny it away before Bang decides to go for a Eve.
Well, let's see whether that's going to be the case, because Franco gets banned out, and that does mean that maybe they don't want to get banned.
Why is this so quick?
I mean, Todak know exactly what they want. They're like, no Masha, no Dairoth. We don't want any bad matchups for Formace. He's going to have a fun time one way or another.
That's such a super lethal combo. If you add up the Franco to the composition of Todak, you get a hook, and then the Beatrix can burst you down. You get a hook, you can hit a Falling Star move. So there's a lot of possible combos. And I think Homeboys is just respecting what Yumski can play here. But the Ruby's still up for grabs here.
You know, I really like how Todak this time, the way they draft, they finally understand that, hey, you know what, I'm going to final pick Esmeralda, knowing that, hey, Homeboys, they've shown their hand, no Dira for you, instant ban. So I get the picture now. Compared to Game 1's draft, first picking Esmeralda, allowing Homeboys to react, not exactly the smartest move. This time, they've learned from their mistakes, but from bans-wise, we are going to be seeing Homeboys targeting on Yum's hero pool. However, Yumski does have a pretty decent one as well. What are the chances we see him back on a potential Matilda, maybe even an Estes?
Nope, Ruby. I'm calling it now.
Ruby,
Ruby.
I'm calling it now. Ruby for the side of Yumski. Homeboy Sapat's going to play Benedetta.
Protect you.
Oh, Lolita!
Still the setups.
Well,
Still the setups, okay?
Completely off, but I get it. I get the Lolita pickup in case Homeboys decide to go for it, even though they won't. The shield setups coming from Todak does contribute a lot in providing a lot of sustains. Yve can benefit for it. The Esmeralda can benefit from it as well. And a little bit of small micromanager as well. I think Lafel brought this up on day number 1, where Demon Hunter Sword's passive ability doesn't proc onto his shield first. You have to chunk through the shield with raw damage, and then you start to see the effects of the Demon Hunter Sword on your raw HP.
Yep, that is true, and that is very correct here. At least for certain, Todak have a way of stopping at least a backline attack with the Blazing Duet. So at least Todak has adjusted compared to the Homeboys. Balmont and as well as Duzal gonna get locked in for the Homeboys.
This looks like what Todak would bring out. Yeah, sustains on the sides, but the Roger for Todak is a comfort pick for Chiku.
For sure.
Yes.
But this only means one thing. Chiku wants to end this game fast. Yeah. And I'm not talking about just regularly fast. I'm talking hella fast.
This is going to be a very, very scary composition. This is the classic Todak we know. We know them throughout the history in M Series for multiple MPLs now. This is Todak on full serious mode. However, can they pull this off? This is a double marksman composition. Not exactly the most earliest strat that you can actually pull off, but from the Homeboy side, they're looking for objectives. They've got a pretty decent composition. Will they be able to stop them in this track?
It's all about peel. Homeboys, they play for these objectives. They've got some decent team fight, but their initiation is so very strong compared to Todak. Again, they can chunk them out to very, very low, and that's why they need that Roger to finish them off in Game 3.
Game number 3 could potentially be a fast one. It's going to heavily rely on Chiku, guys, and Chibi, who will be able to snowball first. This is game number 3 for Sunday, MPL Malaysia. Let's get to it. The Homeboys and Todak.
Ooh, boy, Homeboys on the blue side. Todak on the red side. They've switched roles once again, but it's tough to say which side of the map they're going to play on. All the matchups don't exactly really matter. It's 50-50. It's how they play the micro more than just the heroes.
Yeah, it's so difficult in the current aspects of the game, but I like how Yumski is still opening up the map a little bit more, even though he's technically supposed to be looting his 1v1s against the Croc. But as of now, the clash comes in. This is a pretty early one as well. Chibi, he might die. One more attack, and they got the tap coming in from Moon Todak. That was a pretty quick one.
Todak was just one step ahead. They knew they saw Sabat making a move towards Lethal Wanderer's side. They called for the help, but it was a little too late. And Zakas doesn't have the CC right now pre-level 4.
My goodness. This Yumski going to be in a little bit
away.
awkward position.
Okay, they're still going to chase it. Wow, Zakas takes down Yumski. And now Todak, they're going to try to go in for the re-engage. Chiku, Moon as well. Okay.
No, one more.
Oh! They're going to be able to back away.
Everybody was holding their breath for that one. Unfortunately, Moon doesn't have a magic worship to burn him down. He does have that mystery shop, but he also doesn't have any mana, so he has to recall for now. Let's look at the sub-emblems so far. A good split across the board for Yumski, very traditional for Lolitas. However, looking at Zakas's build, he's making sure that he has some form of HP regen on top of the extra bit of damage. Movement speed is a must.
Yeah, for a second, you know, I thought Bang was going to cancel Moon's recall just now. He was so close though. I'm sorry, you were focusing on the emblems, but yeah, Bang trying to set a couple plays. His level 4 as of now. As you can see, Todak, you can see that they're starting to play a little bit slow. They want Chico to try and secure this turtle. He's ignored his purple buff so far, but can they go in for the contest? Because now the attempt comes in.
Oh, there you go. The Numinous Blast, but the turtle is still going to be secured here by the side of Homeboys. Moon. Oh, the real manipulation gets cancelled out. Petrify onto Moon. And now Todak forced to back away. Chico with a slither of health. Yumski goes down. And now Moon does not have the sprint.
Wow, Subbot survives all of that. That Sha residue, it's been a while since we've seen it, but it works out in a 4v5. Todak lose a little bit off of it, but hey, Momo finally getting a lane to himself.
Hey, no matter what happens, this is a Todak strategy. Even if they lose out, they can always fall back on towards Momo's strategy. And fortunate for him, seems to be a repeat for game number 2, where they're forcing a fight off the other map, where Momo is able to get free gold plating. This is huge for them. However, counter engagement comes in, but big.
He gets stuck in the midst of it all. Chico, guys, takes him down. Such an awkward position to be in, right? Getting stuck in the real-world manipulation as well as Yumski and Chico, guys.
I mean, it's the timing, right? They saw him use the enhanced swords. He's like, he's got no way to escape. The most he has is sprint. He doesn't even have flicker. Just drop everything. It's his pathing that I'm questioning, right? He went towards that top side, didn't want to go towards Litho Wanderer. I don't know why. He could have gotten some support from Chibi at the very least, but I think he realized the numbers disadvantage, so therefore he didn't want to accidentally pull Chibi into his own mistake.
Well, that's going to be the play coming in. Homeboys, they're back in action once again. They want to try and slow down Todak in however they can. They've got the economy lead, and technically Todak should not be getting away with so much economy. As Chibi, in an awkward situation, is going to be able to escape this.
Ah, there goes the no-man blast on the 2. But here comes the chains from the side of Homeboys. Stepan joins the party as well. Chico, guys, goes down. Moon is going to get slowed down here by Stepan. He's still going to go at it. Tower dives. Accurately placed there by Homeboys. 3 for the price of none.
Beautiful, beautiful play. 4 mates, he's getting chunked down by Bang so far. The Demon Hunter Sword is already complete, but you gotta give it to Zacchaeus. What a god tier play. Flickering in with a wild charge to hit 4 members of Todak to save Chibi's life.
Yeah, that was a good setup. Very, very over-commitment coming from Todak to actually go in for the kill, and they didn't even get it. Chibi was so tanky. He's level 8 as compared to Chiku, guys, only level 6. He's 2 level down because of that slight mishap. However, now, with things in the driver's seat coming in from Homeboys, Todak, they need to slow things down and find farm, but they are forcefully trying to force gold plating, but Ani goes in for a blazing duet. He's gonna get chunked down! He gets taken down!
Oh, man, you guys trying to go for the re-engage. No winner blast from the backside on the 3 by the side of Todak. They're gonna go for the re-engage, but now it's only Chibi left there. It's a 3 for 1 exchange. Only Chiku, guys, down.
They can't do anything about this. Yumski can charge and dive Chibi if he wants to, but will Chibi get his ult in time? Nope, tier 1 goes down. Moon says, stay back. You're not going to do any more damage to my team. Todak buying back some gold. It hasn't increased for the lead of the Homeboys.
Whew, this is going to be a tough one, considering how Todak was able to get the kill. I was very surprised the amount of bursts that Chico was able to dish it out. And it wasn't expecting to get jumped on from the get-go, considering how Todak doesn't have the utilities to actually cancel it out. So, a little bit of an interesting animation. Todak understands that if we can't stop it, why not just take him out altogether? So, as of yet, Homeboys, let's take a look at the items real quick on how they want to deal with this. Demon Hunter Sword purchase coming from Ani means he has to go through the shields of Todak first before being able to utilize those passives.
Todak, so far, I mean, the first items are coming through. Dominance Ice is being purchased by the tanks, and I think that's a really good option considering how much they can actually heal, especially when you have to deal with a Yuzong. Potential dive on the top side. 4 members are here, but Momo, thankfully, already has Bennett.
Oh, there you go. But the new blast from the backside. Momo still survives.
No way.
Beautifully executed by Yumski. And now no! They're trying to go for the re-engage. Chibi takes down Momo. It's a killing spree. And now, Homeboys got what they wanted. The gold laner for the mid laner.
Oh, that could have been so bad for the Homeboys, but somehow they only trade 1-for-1. It's a big win for either side. Honestly, they don't lose too much off of it. However, bottom tier 1 getting attacked at the same time. Todak just making sure, yep, finally we get that bottom tier 1 destroyed. Todak now closing the gap ever so slowly.
Yeah, there's nothing much Todak could have done in this situation. They know that Chiku is down all the way to the bottom, and there's no point contesting turtle considering that Chiku needs those farms. But eventually, if they buy enough time, Chiku and also Momo is going to hit really, really hard. So it's all about power farming and playing it safe coming from Todak. Whereas Homeboys, they have to find a way to close the gap. They got the punish on Momo. It's great and all. They need to get a little bit more. Chibi is now with a level 11 lead. He needs to be able to punish Todak. But it's going to be hard considering the amount of CCs and slows that Todak have to disengage from them.
I mean, honestly, Homeboys and Todak are just playing two separate games here, right? As soon as they get a little bit of information, they immediately pounce on it and make that play. No room for hesitation here.
Yep, I do have to commend Yumski here. Super nice Numen on Blast onto like 3 members, and therefore Todak can go in for the engage. But the problem here is that Todak has the map control.
Yeah, Todak has just been manipulating and moving around the map so much more than the Homeboys, who are forcing out these plays. The fact that Todak was able to get a trade there and a tier 1 puts them ahead, but now on it, power spike achieved. Golden Staff, it's going to be big for him. Let's see whether or not this is going to be worth it. Topside once more, the scuffle will begin.
There you go, Wesker play from Momo. Anip is able to escape with the Blazing Duet. The tower still survived with 1 HP. My goodness, they wanted to siege that tower, and up until now, they can't do it.
I think they basically guaranteed topside to fall. I think Todak might just reposition themselves here. Now, with the next objective coming up in about 25 seconds or so, Homeboys, they need to be topped off and ready to fight. No, don't bait out battle spells. Come on.
Don't. Just don't. But 4 mains coming from the side. Real world manipulation comes in.
Numen and Blast as well from Yumski. They get the chains through, and Chiku, guys, is still able to escape. Yumski with the defense. He is able to protect Chiku, guys. That could have been an opening for Homeboys.
That could have been a huge opening. A lot of sprints being popped off here. And now Todak just need to back away. Reset! No! Chibi using his ult to secure that kill. Do they really want to take this Lord now?
Yeah.
So much overextension from the side of Todak, where Yumski could have actually backed away, and now Homeboys, it's going to be a 4v5 situation. They're going to start up this Lord. Let's take a look at it. Half HP already, and with the double retribution here, Homeboys, I think they're going to be able to secure this with no contest at all. Homeboys gets the first Lord of the game.
Oh, okay. So let's see. This is the exact same situation we saw in game number 2. Homeboys, they develop a lead, but after that Lord push, things don't go good.
Oh, they're still going to go for the engage right now. Even the Lord Jacob, he's going to get blocked there. He gets taken down here. Blazing Duet to the face. And now Todak, they shouldn't force out this fight. There's still the Lord that they have to take care of. They're still going at it. Lethal counter there from the backside. 4 mains is able to sustain, but Chibi with the lethal counter. Todak, they have to back away. There's a Lord, guys. There's a Lord marching down the bot side.
Oh, mistakes were made coming in from Chiku, but well done coming from Anip to actually bait out the Lycan Pound's animation to pull him into this vicinity. Very, very unfortunate. I don't think it was intentional. It's just a little bit unfortunate for Chiku, but fortunately for Todak, if all things don't go well for Chiku, you still have Momo to lean back on. And fortunately for them, they were able to trade a couple kills with the Lord marching down towards the bottom side. I don't think Homeboys is in a position to actually apply even more pressure with that trade-offs.
I mean, the thought was there. They wanted to Lycan pounce on Zakis because he's generally low and he's the only target there. So you'll come out of the animation relatively fast, but Zakis just ready to pounce. And now, I don't know. Are they going to take this engagement here? Just take the outer turrets, man. You don't have to fight this.
Yep, they just need to take the objectives right now. I think for Todak, just wait for that setup from Yumski, not to go in full out just yet. The Lord goes down here, and now Todak, they're trying to look in for something here up against the Homeboys.
Well, this is going to be a slow one as well. You can see poking is coming in. Chiku needs to secure his purple buff if he wants to go out of control. Meanwhile, Support is actually getting zoned out pretty hard for Moon. So I don't think it's a good time for Homeboys to fight this. Homeboys, they're thinking about fighting 4 mains, but they're actually shifting the target towards the back lines. They bait out the Black Dragon, but Moon, he's going to get caught out.
Whoa, slight misposition there. And now the Homeboys, they're going for more. There comes a new in the last from Yumski. He gets 3, but now they're forced to back away.
That was a good play. Honestly, that was such a dirty play. And
Oh,
now they're
but
going to get 4 days!
He bumps into sprint! He's able to dash away! Oh my goodness! Todak, so close! But they really have to think it through if they want to force out the team fights.
Oh my goodness, I can't. My heart can't take this right now. Homeboys with a 5K lead. That was a genius play by the Homeboys. I thought they were going to attack onto 4-Maze, but they realized that Moon is sitting by himself under the tier 2, and with the help of Subbot, can guarantee a dive with the Petrify to secure the kill.
Now, Chiku guys trying to go for Zakas. They're going to back away for now. Chibi's just in the vicinity, so you don't want to be forcing out anything just yet. The Luminous Lord is going to be up in just a little bit.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one coming in from Todak as of now. But Homeboys, they understand that they've got the AoE controls to actually disrupt Moon. And Moon is in a situation where he needs to play extra safe. Sprints are pretty much down on towards both Moon and 4-Maze for this next upcoming fight. This is going to be a very risky one because Todak, they have to choose their fights very, very carefully. Because if they get caught on, it's going to be very, very difficult to disengage. Bang now, having the Feather available, he's going to be able to go for a solo kill either onto his Momo or Chiku guys. But the Lord, completely uncontested from Todak, just not worth it, they say.
Yep, I think it's a good call by Todak. It's better for them to play the high ground defense with the inhibitor tyrants rather than have to face Homeboys on their power spike at the 6K gold lead. The fact is, right now, Todak are looking to play and buy as much time as possible to get to the later stages of the game. And that's when Yves is really going to come up online.
Oof, this is going to be a very, very nerve-wracking moment, especially for Todak fans. But of course, for Homeboys, they're looking pretty good right now. Ice Cream 1 purchase up on Moon. Will they be able to clean things out? This inhibitor is gonna fall eventually.
There you go. Here comes the Luminous Lord knocking in the base here of Todak. And that's a knock up on the 3. They're going to lock in the base. And Homeboys will take game number 3.
I hate it so much, but they set that up perfectly. Subbot's face says everything. Oh, we want the game? Who knew? GG, well played to the Homeboys.
Yo, I'm taking a look at the backseat. The Homeboys fans are just screaming with absolute excitement. The minority here at the event completely showing so much sign of passion for the boys. Who would have thought another upset here in day number 3?
The brothers are so cute. They're so very cute. Congratulations to the Homeboys. A well-deserved victory against Todak. A hard-fought one in game number 3. The excitement is just too much for the cameras to handle. But for now, let's talk to our winners up on stage. Let's throw it over to the host.
Pasukan Homeboys berjaya menewaskan pasukan Todak 2-1. Tapi ini dah pasukan Homeboys kembali bangkit selepas tewas pada hari semalam. Anda bersama saya Syamilo selaku host. Jadi kita akan dekat tengah. Kita akan interview pemain-pemain kita. First, saya akan tanya yang tak mati dekat game first, iaitu Chibi. Sini sikit Chibi, boleh? Okay, awak pegang mic ni. Alright, saya nak tanya soalan dekat Chibi lah. Sebab banyak kali Pakito yang digunakan oleh awak boleh dapatkan kemenangan untuk pasukan Homeboys. Jadi, apa tips-tips nak guna Pakito macam awak?
Oh, tipsnya tekan-tekan je lah.
Dia tekan-tekan je. Lagi ada tips yang macam untuk awak yang selalu gunakan.
Oh, kalau tengok enemy bantai je.
Tengok enemy bantai je. Itu yang macam tu. Itu apa yang dikatakan oleh Cibi. Jadi kita nak ambil mic balik. Kita akan pass dekat Zakus pula. Kita nak tanya Zakus Okay, kita tahu yang untuk pasukan Todak ni line up yang mereka champion season lepas. So, untuk Zakus sendiri, perasaan dapat tewaskan Todak 2-1 sekarang ni?
Bersyukur and biasa.
Biasa tu macam mana? Maksudnya rasa puas ke? Rasa macam ada orang kata semangat macam mana lepas
puas lah. Sebelum ni menang dengan RSG, sekarang menang dengan Homeboys.
Okay, alright. Okay. Dia macam ada bersedar sikit tapi tak apa. Jadi lepas ni kita akan tanya sebab mana dia Cik Sepat kita kat sini Sepat, sini jap. Okay, boleh ambil mic ni. Okay, kita tanya lah. Okay, kita tahu yang 4-Maze punya data dia 100% win rate. Macam mana Sepat sekarang ni perasaan dapat turunkan win rate tersebut?
Saya rasa tu mungkin saya bernasib baik sebab performance saya hari ni selalu performance saya drop off. So mungkin hari ni rezeki saya. So tu je lah.
Alright, satu jawapan yang matang Satu jawapan yang matang daripada Sepat sendiri. Boleh katakan yang terakhir ucapan kepada penonton yang datang ke Cool City Mall dan juga yang menonton kat rumah.
So pertama sekali saya nak berterima kasih kat ibu ayah saya sebab selalu support saya. So selain tu dekat Daddy sebab dia bagi kita orang peluang. So kita orang sayang sangat Daddy. So tak lupa juga Mi, kawan-kawan Cibi, support kita orang daripada Terengganu.
Wow.
So kita orang berterima kasih sangat siapa yang datang tengok kita orang. So keep support us and kita orang akan buat yang terbaik untuk korang. So I love you.
I love you. Itu dia ada sepat. Nampak? Saya suka gaya dia. Itulah sepat dia, pemain muda tapi ada semangat yang tinggi. Jadi kita akan saksikan mic check untuk saksikan apa yang dikatakan oleh Cibi tekan-tekan tadi dalam game.
Wah, kejap.
Ni.
Aku datang.
Mun dulu tak apa.
Nah, mati belakang.
Hidup. Baik.
Semua sikit. Nice!
Dapat ni.
Nice, Kus.
Boleh ke?
Datang, Mimi.
Buat dah bin.
Tak ada skill. Mati. Nice. Belakang tu. Tarik.
Aku hidup, aku dah mati.
Nice! Kita atas.
Gas je.
Mati Mun.
Mati
Kid dulu. Ada yang mata, kid dulu. Nice.
Ya. Dia tembak aku
Orang berlima kat bawah, orang berlima
Aku tutup cibi.
Dah sido dulu.
Dekat aku depan. Ah,
Nice.
Kelelak. Pergi kelelak boh. Kulit dia. Palmon baganan. Ada kata, boleh ada samai. Mau dapat dua. 5 1 5. Nice. Dah. Biar dia. Kita dua wave. Boleh ni. Dua wave.
Ni. Nice bang. Aku ada.
Nice bang.
Tengok belakang.
Belakang. Tiga.
Nice.
Wah, kena cepet, wah.
Mati.
Tak apa, santai baik.
Mi balik.
Tak apa, kau ni je bang.
Santai.
Esme kat aku. Esme tak nak bagi aku jauh.
Nice.
Boleh tarik lot Aku survive.
Masuk.
Ciku.
Nice.
Wow.
Panik kak.
Dah. Review dulu.
Kita tak ada dash.
YV teruskan. YV mati. Gas.
Kena.
A truly beautiful game coming in from Todak as well as the Homeboys, really showing what MPL MY is all about. Blood, bath, and tears here. And it's chef's kiss, a beautiful game to watch.
You know, I really enjoyed the interview earlier on. You know, to give you guys, Kim a little bit more context as well on what it was said as well. Tips on how to play Paquito. Just click the buttons. If you see an enemy, just hit him. That's a pretty straightforward answer coming in from them. And of course, for Sapat as well, he did mention shout out to the amazing fans on the venue as well, because they traveled all the way from North Malaysia here to actually come and watch the game, which is pretty supportive of the guys.
Yeah, it's all about the passion, right? For esports. And here they have it.
Let's look at the item build real quick to relive this game all over again. 13-8. Such a low kill count considering what we've watched here today. 13 minutes into the game, I'd say rather poetic.
Yeah, when it comes to items itself, I feel like Homeboys, they understood the instances where they know for a fact that Todak does have a limitation when it comes to the composition. I'm really surprised that Todak was able to get a little bit more upper hand because of this double mark scan comp. Because of that, the moment they hit those timings is when Sapat was able to join the fights and disrupt the Eve. Moon is one of the biggest key components from Todak, which kind of disrupts Homeboys' playstyle. We can see time and time again from his game number 2's performance with his Lydia. Same thing happened with his Eve. But the moment they find a way to cancel it out, things get a little bit, I would say, uncomfortable for Todak.
I personally think that Homeboys played their composition as perfectly as you can get it, right? Because Todak was eventually going to outscale them. The Esmeralda was going to outscale. The Yve would have been their biggest problem. Yes, they have ways to cancel it, but in the meantime, they're getting destroyed by Esmeralda as well as the Beatrix. And if they get too low, Chico comes in with Roger to finish them off.
Yeah, Chico guys, I feel like for Todak, they wanted to revolve. Well, again, it's going to revolve around Chico guys getting the farm up. But for this particular game, Chibi just gotten all the resources as fast as possible, knowing that the Roger has this time limit, right? Like, you need to have that power spike early on to be able to dish out the damage.
Yeah, you gotta snowball as quickly as he can. And of course, from the side of Homeboys, they took advantage of their economy. Chibi was able to get free turtles after free turtles. He was like 2 levels ahead of Chiku guys, kept on face checking everything and shoving Todak back. And one of the biggest clutch that he was able to play was that he was able to set up the fight against Todak, forcing like multiple commitments by himself and baiting things out and actually turned the fight. So that was a pretty good fight for him. However, I'm a little bit curious to see how much damage taken they got. Yes, it's 286,000 for that match, and I think a majority of it goes to Chibi, perhaps. Nope. Okay, never mind. Setback, Zackus.
Yeah.
Honestly, let's pull it back a little bit. Can we just take a moment to appreciate this 13-8 game? Because if we're looking at damage dealt, Homeboys, it's surprising to see Yumski out-damaging 4 members of the Homeboys. Everybody on that side was making sure that that damage counted. Every single time they touch someone, that person must die.
Well, that's the thing about the Numenon Blast, right? Yumski has been able to set up like beautiful Numenon Blast all the way through, but when it comes to the follow-up, it's a little bit hard considering that the main damage output comes from Momo, and time again, if Momo doesn't one-shot people, it comes down to Moon. But Moon doesn't necessarily have the burst such as maybe like a one-shot Julian in the hands of Beng, which chunks your HP right in immediately. So it all comes down to whether or not Chiku can get those kills to reset to killing spree to transition a little bit more. So it was a very difficult situation. If Momo can't kill him, eventually things are going to stall into the later stage of the game. And that kind of explains on why Homeboys take so much damage throughout all this fight. If Momo doesn't kill us, we back off, we reset, we go again.
I mean, it's just about acceleration, right? I mean, Moon unfortunately couldn't get that 4th item, couldn't get that Holy Glaive as well. Had to go for the Winter Truncheon, but our MVP of this game, let's give it to him. It's Chibi. Who would have guessed it? Of course, with a game KP of 69%, very nice indeed. A game KD of 7-1 and 2, but a game GPM of 883.
Getting in all the neutral objectives for the side of Homeboys. Plus, actually, I think there was a time that Chibi was actually baiting out the skills of Todak, therefore like making them win the engages that Todak wanted to happen.
Yeah.
I mean, more so, let's also give credits to Zackus. Some very big plays with that wild charge, hitting 2, 4, 3 members. We've seen all the different numbers here coming out of Zackus.
Yeah, you can see multiple times that he's gotten a little bit more of a better toolkit to actually do what he's required to do. Either pressure the Eve, either catch off the Numenon Blast, maybe even cancel it out to a certain degree. So that's something that is super undervalued. However, let's talk about the highlights in case for these guys at home who miss out in the action. Earlier in this stage of the game, Todak was able to get this kill right here, which is kind of surprising for me, but somehow Homeboys, they were able to trade off very good. And because of that, they were able to take advantage of drafts. The moment they hit those 4s, they know Todak is just so much more weaker than them.
Yeah, I mean, the trades were back and forth between Todak and Homeboys, right? Again, this great save coming in from Zackus and the quick rotations from Sabat make all the difference in the world, right? Because it's about Homeboys accelerating the game as much as they can before Todak outscale them. So these small interactions and these bigger overall team fights, as long as they trade evenly or trade up against Todak, they start moving ahead.
Beautiful Numenon Blast actually from Yumski. Unfortunately, yeah, like what Icy said, it's really difficult, right, if you don't have the proper backup from the side of Todak.
Yeah, it's all about those finishes, right? You can see time and time again, every time Todak's HP is down so low, the lethal counter comes in, goes in for the finish. And it's all about setting those up. And if you get a beautiful setup like Yumski with those Numenon Blasts and you can't get the finish, it's just really tough to do. So I get the idea of having the Lolita to deal with the Blazing Duet, but there's only so much he could have done. Does he go for the setup or does he go in for the save? That's a very big one, but nevertheless, that's pretty much it. The highlights coming in, but let's take a look at the scores coming in. Unchanged for both Todak and Homeboys yet, but with Homeboys taking the win, that is going to be 3 points ahead against Red Esports for Group B, and Todak only 1 point away from Team Hak. Imagine Todak winning 2-0.
That would have been nice.
Yikes.
That would have been nice, but the big question still remains. Is Group A still the group of death? Group B has been getting some very big wins. Team SMG taking a loss to CARACAL. A 4th place team against the 4th place team. CARACAL went on top. Homeboys, the 2nd place team up against Todak. 2-2. I mean, it kind of feels like Group B is a lot more powerful than people would have imagined.
You know, I love a good underdog story, and I think today was a testament to that. Team CARACAL, for Homeboys even going up against Todak, right? There's a lot of upsets today, and honestly, I couldn't have asked for more.
Honestly, these teams should be thanking you because you might just be the charm that they needed, that little bit of an edge over Group A.
Yep, and then as of now, that's pretty much it for the group stages, because I'm a little bit curious here on how things are going to be looking like for the playoffs, because that was pretty much the end of the journey coming from both Homeboys and Todak. They will not be most likely facing each other until at least until playoffs. But with that being said, today's games, you know, feels really, really fun. What are your thoughts about this game?
Wow, you know, it feels like a very long day, but honestly, it's like 30 minutes games plus a game number 3 for Todak. It's so action-packed for today, and honestly, I couldn't have asked for a better debut.
Well, honestly, the debut has been great, but we got to talk about these keys to victories here just to wrap it all up in a nice big bow. Compositional strength, early firepower. Nothing needs to be said about that one, but the jungler impact, Chibi so far is looking so good.
Yeah, game 1 he was doing pretty okay with the Paquito. Sorry, not pretty okay. Amazing on the Paquito because he was just popping off like crazy with his setups. Game 2, a little bit lackluster on his Balmond, knowing that I talked about this, right? Balmond is all about abusing those HP percentage. You want to go in for the finish, you get those kills, and then you continue snowballing. And the thing with that is that he wasn't able to do that for game number 2. Game 3, they rethought their strategy a little bit more. They know Bang has capabilities to set up. The wall charge does bring them down low enough for that kill threshold for him to abuse. And jungler impact, he did it really, really well in game number 3 as well. In terms of teamfight potential, you can see game 1, game 3, pretty straightforward wins as well. 5 wins for game 1, 4 wins for game 3. It was a straight up stomp once you understand what needs to be done based on your drafts.
I think the skirmishing was great from Todak, and I think that early game could have definitely really put a dent in the Homeboys plan overall. But the fact is, in game number 3, 4 wins, 1 draw, 1 loss in these overall 5v5 team fights. So I think, again, Homeboys had a solid plan coming into this, and they executed it extremely well.
Yeah, knowing that Chiku is coming into play, right? Playing as the jungler. And I did mention this earlier that it's going to revolve around him, right? To make in the plays, to get in that early snowball. And Homeboys just denied Todak of that.
I mean, it's all about the execution. Well, literally, I want to say execution, but literally execution capabilities of the Lycan Pounce, right? It's important. You got to hit first. You don't want to get your HP low enough to get executed instead.
To be honest, I'm not exactly sure whether the final... I think 2 fights before the game number 3 at that fight, I still felt like there was a little bit hope for Todak, but when it comes to the Lycan Pounce being pulled all the way back, that was just so unlucky of Chiku. That if that thing might not happen, things might be a little bit drawn out, but well, a win is still a win. Homeboys still deserve it. Now, let's talk a little bit more analytics coming in from Zakos' heat map, because this is his rotation pattern throughout the entirety of the game for 30 seconds mark until the 5-minute 30-second mark.
The early game, all with Zakos' help, was able to kind of roam around the map, didn't really have to care about the Lolita with his power of nature, stick next to the wall, can't get CC'd, can face check whatever he wants to, and isn't really afraid. But for the most part of it, he's been hanging around towards the left side of the map, which is more towards the gold laner side, mainly hovering around mid. Mid lane priority has been such a key, well, honestly, should be a key to victory here, to allow Bang to escape from that lane and immediately look for a punish.
Yeah, I really like this objective shift coming from Zakos. If you compare this heat map of him from yesterday's game, he was more focused on towards the gold lane to try and protect Anim and secure his farm. This game in general is a little bit different because he is playing this Grok role where he wants to try and open up the map and pair up with the combo with Bang to try and set things up. And they know for a fact that Todak, they love rotating Razor to base. Instead of just trying to protect, why not just follow them, get those information, and then try to play around it? And this is where mid control is something that Todak loves to do, and they are just following in the tracks of Todak. However, let's talk about Sapat.
Still the same, right? Still in the mid side, and for some odd reason, it always is around those walls.
Yeah, I mean, again, Sapat, he was pretty much on his own for the EXP for a large majority of the game, but from 9 minutes onwards to that 13th minute, he's playing for these objectives. He's making sure that he can proxy these waves and then continually just hover around these buffs to make sure he has the right information and the right call for the rest of his team. Now, when we're talking about why he's sticking across the walls, that Black Dragon form helps him cross multiple walls and to go for these big flanks that you wouldn't expect the angles to be like. That's why the Black Dragon form can be so useful to dive on people like Yves and even the Beatrix.
Yeah, the angles that he's actually choosing from as well, especially down towards the middle side of the brush, maybe even the top side as well, is due to the fact that it's easier for them to rotate. Like, if you're in middle lane, you know, if let's say a fight breaks out towards the orange buff or maybe the purple buff on Todak's side, it's easier for him to reach in terms of distance. But when it comes to offensive side, you kind of want to hide yourself in a bush where you're going to be able to completely cut off the terrain and flank from behind, which is something that a lot of players will not expect from.
I mean,
catch them off guard, right? I think that was the name of the game here for Sepat. And honestly, I think he executed those dives very well in this particular game, going for Todak's main damage dealers.
Yeah, canceling the real wall manipulation is always so very key when you're playing against the Yve. You don't want to allow Yve to get all of her charged up stacks throughout the game be dished out on your team. So keep that in mind for your own pub games. With that being said, 500 share milestone already achieved by you guys. So thank you very much for all the English broadcasters who have contributed to the stream.
Yeah, thank you guys so much for your love and also support for Mobile Legends Bang Bang, in particular MPL, of course. And I'm pretty sure majority of the shares comes from Burger Team's fans all the way from
Hey.
we saw a lot of comments, in the comment section, and even in the We Need You section later on. I'm taking a guess here. Are we gonna see like Burger King's comments down below?
Well, keep your eyes out while I explain to the rest of the audience watching how to actually participate in They Need You. All you need is a nice sweet comment, whether to the casters, whether to the players, whether to the teams, and make sure you include the hashtag Tenbersama, include the game ID as well as server ID, and boom, you can be listed down here and get yourself some prizes. What'd you see in the comments?
Yeah, well, I saw a lot of Todak. I saw a lot of Todak. Earlier, prior to this match, second series, we saw a lot of Burger Kim. So, well, that's the thing, right? When it comes to They Need You, it's all about luck. Who knows? If you give us one of the most creative comments, who knows? You might be picked off. And so, getting creative is going to be the key to victory. But, of course, we have given away the prizes. I want to play a couple of games here. Kim, this is going to be potentially my last time playing a game with you right here on this desk.
Oh, it's a player question. Okay.
It's not a hero one.
I'll take this.
All right.
Center of attention.
What? You like? He's a narcissist?
Benedetta and Cho. The birthplace is hospital. Okay, it's very lengthy.
Yeah,
so I'm not gonna-
hospital.
It's very lengthy. It's in Bahasa. Okay,
let me.
I'll try to learn that
Okay.
once I get there. But
Okay, it's in Hospital Tengku Ampuan Rahima. It's a place in Malaysia.
I love how you said. I love your accent. Say
Thank
it once
you.
again.
Rahima. Okay, anyways, that's pretty much the birthplace. Obviously, you don't know where it is, so you gotta guess based on heroes. Who's this guy?
Well,
center of attention. Who likes the center of attention? I don't.
he's in the middle, so I'm gonna go with Formaze.
Oh,
so
you
I'll
go with
guess.
Formaze? What? You're just basing off the answers because it's in the center of that.
Yeah,
That's
he's in
the
the-
hint.
I don't know. Okay, I don't really. I have yet to know the players much
It
better.
might be
But
Sapat. I think it's Sapat.
based on the personality.
Yes.
Yeah, oh.
Maybe. But he's a humble guy. He's not really a narcissist.
Okay, I don't know about you
He was
guys.
pretty humble.
I feel like it's between Sabat and Formaze. I think either or, the 50-50 is good, but it's time for the reveal. Who is it? It's
it's
a baby photo.
Yeah, I was gonna say, wait, who? This is not helping at all.
No, it doesn't
This is
help.
not helping at all. Very nice. Like
How mature production? How much? Okay, in this case, immature.
It's so cute. Look at him.
even have those smudges on the side.
That's how old the photo is.
Wait, hold on. It's Sapat.
It's Sapat.
Okay,
Yes, it's Sapat, yeah.
He looks exactly the same. This photo, him,
Yeah,
one
no
to
changes
one.
at all.
Barely any changes in his facial features. He just got way taller.
Yeah, I like how, dude, based on his interview earlier just now, he was super humble, Like, our host, Milo, was asking a question here. What are your thoughts? You finally took down Formaze's win rate on his Benedetta, 100%. Now you finally shut him down and drop his win rate. What are your feelings? His reply was priceless for me. He was like, you know what, Sapat, what do I do in this situation? I usually play really bad, but I just got very lucky. So I was like, oh, okay, pretty humble guy.
Well, for next week, it's not about luck anymore. It's a do or die for a lot of these teams, as we were seeing Team Hawk up against the Homeboys and Todak versus Team Lunatics. Now, Lunatics need all the points in the world, and Homeboys slowly climbing up that ranking to catch up. Team Hawk, however, they beat Todak once, they lost to Todak once, but after Homeboys beating Todak, you think Team Hawk can do it?
You know what? It's all about the unpredictability here in Malaysia. And honestly, I don't know. Everyone's asking you, what are your plans? I don't know. And when you ask me about this, seriously, I don't have an idea. But all I can say is that today has been such a long day. And honestly, I am very, very happy here to be here in Malaysia, and what a way to actually, start things off here in MPL.
Honestly, thank you so much, Burger Kim. We've indoctrinated you with the true MPL MY lifestyle, which is, I don't know what to expect at this stage of the game. But thank you to everybody who's been watching so far. It has been an honor casting for you and having Burger Kim on the cast. This is Terrence Icy Baby 12. This is Burger Kim. My name's Getting Q. We will see you guys next week. Good luck, stay safe, as well as goodbye.
Ay, ay. I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, know I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.